butt scratched. He wants his butt scratched. What you doing, bud? He's not going to want to stay in here because he doesn't like the cigarettes. I just air it out in here. Afterwards, but he doesn't like being in here while I smoke them. Are we live? No cough button. I don't have a cough button. What you doing? Tell me if it sounds washed out because of the air conditioner. If I need to turn my volume up. Pop. Red leather, red leather, red leather. Red leather, red leather, red leather. See, it's going quiet. Let me see something. I got this. Let's go up to 4. Check, check. That's better. Okay. We're going to wait 10 minutes to start this because it's supposed to start at 10. If you're on time, you're late. If you're not 10 minutes early, you're late. We're going to do like last time. I'm going to watch this through. I'm not sharing my thing. Close. I'm going to watch this through with as little commentary as I can because it's 2 hours long. So it's going to go late. We're going late. I'll open the Discord after. We live, we early. Yeah, I'm going to start it in 10 minutes. 10 minutes, Slim Shady, you're on. This should be a good one, ladies and gentlemen. In this corner, we have Owen the Destroyer Shroyer, representing the right. Oh, and by the way, this debate is one round. Kamala versus Trump. And I intentionally call Kamala by her first name and Trump by his last name, by the way, because she's a woman. And that's what you do. That's how it works. I just zoned out. By the way, I don't need to say that. All right. We'll start it. Matthew, quit saying the J word in my chat, bro. Why are you trying to get the Eye of Sauron on us? You're trying to get the Eye of Sauron on the channel. That's an op move, Matthew. What the? I love those people. Those people. How we did it last time? Full screen or we can alternate. Okay. Kamala versus Trump. Representing Kamala, we have Destiny, the omni-liberal. Dun, dun, dun. He's the left guy. He says he's left center. I don't know. I don't think so. I think he's getting farther left. It's going to be a lot like the John Doyle one, but hopefully he's in person on this one. It'll be interesting to see how it's different. Owen's not going to let him walk all over him and just keep interrupting him. And that's easier to do when you're on a computer debating John Doyle. This one's at South Carolina, in person, University of South Carolina. Um, that's Alex Stein at the beginning. Still got 7 minutes. What up, William? There's probably, looks like it takes a little while to get started. This is from Uncensored America. They're in South Carolina. And I still haven't finished the intros. Owen Shroyer, the Destroyer. He worked for InfoWars with a guy named Alex Jones. Owen is a smart young man. Well, I don't think he's that young anymore. How old is Owen Shroyer? See, one day AI will just answer me. I could probably set it up so that. What am I typing? I just typed Owen AI. He just got out. He did what did he do? 2 months. He's 35. Damn, he's 2 years younger than me. What the? Owen is awesome. Yeah, Owen's good. Good stuff. He went to jail for. Hold on, I got a folder. I got a folder. He went to jail for January 6th stuff. And Destiny's gonna harp on that. Watch this. Watch. This is gonna be January 6th, the January 6th Trump argument. You try to do an insurrection, and Owen probably knows some things. Destiny knows those things too. If Owen will catch Destiny on some things, I hope. Where Destiny's gonna pretend like he's never heard of it, but he's heard of it. Guys, it's my birthday weekend, so I might seem a little different this weekend. That's how I celebrate. Prison is a qualifier. Prison is a qualifier. What's that mean? Oh, I can get a rap record deal. A rap record deal. A rap record deal. Owen can get a rap record deal now. Oh, because he's been to prison. Is a qualifier. Why am I reading backwards? I always do that. Some Destiny fans said I needed to smoke more pot. Looked him up a little, didn't read his jail debacle. It was only 2 months. Big deal. I think it was a 4 month sentence and he already had 2 months time served, or because I think he was on like or released on his own OR, his own recognizance. He was on OR. And I think they counted that towards time served. Or it was just such a short sentence they just let him out. State was this in Texas? We talked about this when it happened. They use the watch the war room all the time. I still listen to it on X sometimes. He goes on JLP a lot. I think once a month they do a thing together on his show. Owen's a beast. I'm gonna let this intro start playing because it goes for 2 minutes. This is Uncensored America. I'm gonna turn it down a little bit. Or no. Let's get a sound check. Oh, that's touching. Literally. They were touching. Milo and Destiny shaking hands. Bro, I watched that whole Gavin thing that we started watching it in the stream, and then we stopped. But it was pretty bad. I watched the whole thing later, and I was like, "This is bad. This is not funny." I have like no stand-up comedy training, but I probably could have walked up there and been funnier. Like even Gavin didn't do well. I don't know what I mean by doing well either. It's not like a debate, but it's just a comedy roast of Kamala. But it wasn't even. It was weird. They were just fighting with the audience the whole time, and everybody was like thrown off. Milo was like, and I don't know if that's the bit, but you can't do that for the whole 30 minutes that you talk. Just do the bit for a bit. That's why it's called a bit. It's not a long. Probably because the lifters would jack him up. I need to not read Dean's comments out loud. I always forget that. I need to read Dean's comments quietly in my head, and I need to read from the top down. What am I doing for Halloween? I'm gonna be walking around in a Jason mask. No, I might get it. I'm gonna get a Jason mask. I keep forgetting to buy it. It's 98 cents. Let's go. One thing stayed good in the economy. You can still get a Jason mask for 98 cents. I gotta let this play. It's 10 o'clock. Let's go. Let's get the intro. Ads! Fight the ads. It's like a game fighting the ads. Yo, why am I getting Wes Watson ads on my YouTube all of a sudden? I think I talked about that guy once, Google. I'm not interested. Just because we've both been locked up. Okay, this is just the same thing over and over again. How? I thought this started 2 minutes in. Skipping. 10 o'clock. What's up? The comments, like way before this even started, are like, Destiny got destroyed in this debate. Didn't even happen yet. Hey, he's there. We have a podium. Shout out podiums. You know, the inventor. What's the joke? What's the dad joke? When they invented the podium, people were like, "This is something I could really get behind." I think that was Mitch Hedberg. I don't know where I heard that. I don't know if I told it right. Oh, we need audio.
Everybody, welcome to the Trump versus Harris debate.
South Carolina.
At the University of South Carolina. Tonight we're going to have two big personalities debate whether Kamala Harris or Donald Trump should be president of the United States. And first I'm just going to start with a few housekeeping items before we kick into the debate and I introduce our moderator. So
South Carolina, what's the
demographic? You may have known that we hosted an event called the Roast of Kamala Harris with Milo Yiannopoulos and Gavin McInnes. And I just want to give you guys a little update on that because there's a lot of fuss made about it, a lot of controversy. One of the biggest things that happened was that the funding was denied for our event, and we announced that we were suing the university. We have filed a lawsuit, and so we are suing this university because they violated our First Amendment rights. And if you guys want to check out more updates on that, you can go to uncensoredamerica.us, and you can check out any more updates we post on our X account as well, and we'll post everything there. Secondly, I will have a table in the back there at the end if you guys want to buy.
It's a university, so it's going to be inherently more blue and more
well.
Destiny fans than Owen Shroyer fans.
Backstage ticket
there
holder,
might be some hardcore
purchase. So if you didn't get one already, please
some hardcore,
and we can help you out at the end of the event. But without further ado, I'm gonna hand over to James from Modern Day Debate. James.
Wow, Donald Trump won in South Carolina by 14.2 in 2016. 11.6 4 years later.
Thank you very much, folks, for being here tonight. I am thrilled.
There's some Trumpers there. Let's go.
For this debate, I want to do a couple of quick housekeeping things. But first, I do want to
James, I need a sandwich. I need a Subway sandwich, James.
As well as thank you to the university for this beautiful venue. And again, thank you for coming out for this. For the housekeeping, if you could do me a favor and silence your phone, just so there are no interruptions during the debate. And then I'm going to introduce our speakers.
At least they don't take the phones like the comedy shows do now.
And hold your applause.
Kind of makes
sense. After I
sense.
introduce both of them, that's when they'll be walking up to the stage. So first, defending Kamala Harris.
They probably don't care if people
political
record.
Streamer and debater. He's been banned on Twitch. Destiny, Stephen Bunnell, and on the other side, defending Donald Trump. He is a reporter.
Who knows why he was banned on Twitch? Dun, dun, dun.
He has been banned.
They don't tell you when they ban you. They just do it.
X, Owen Shroyer. Please join me in welcoming both of our
I've never been banned on
Owen
Twitch.
And Steven.
Why can't we hear the clap? What happened to the audio? Is this just on my end, or why did they cut the audio out of the clap? That sounds dirty. Why'd they cut the audio out of the clap? Why can't I hear anything? What's happening? Hold up. Oh.
Yep.
He's not shaking Owen's hand. What? See, that's... Huh. I wonder if they've ever... He might be blacklisted. I don't know if Owen and Destiny ever... I need to stop pausing.
A real class act.
A real class act.
So...
He wouldn't shake his hand.
I'm going to read our official resolution, which is, should Donald Trump or Kamala Harris be the 47th President of the United States? As for the format...
Easy question.
We'll have 7-minute openings, starting with Destiny.
I don't need 7 minutes to tell you why Trump is better.
Question for Destiny. He'll have 5 minutes to respond to that, and Owen will have 3 minutes to respond to that response. Then we'll have a prepared question for Owen, where he will have 5 minutes to respond, and then Destiny will have 3 minutes to respond.
It's an interesting format.
Followed by 15 minutes of open dialogue,
open response,
30 minutes
open
of
response,
Q&A, and then 3 minutes of closing statements for each speaker. So
we're doing closing statements after the Q&A.
I'm going to kick it over to Destiny for his 7 minutes.
That makes sense to something like this.
Steven, the floor is all yours.
So I've written out a whole opening speech here, but then I realized that MAGA conservatives don't really care about facts, so I figured I'd just keep it short and simple so we can get to the crossfire.
Fuck off, dude.
I think the argument for Kamala over Trump.
Shut up.
I think the number one point that everybody should keep in mind is Trump.
And then when you bring up facts, they're like, "Oh, no."
He lost candidates that he supported lost elections. He's lost court cases. He's now a convicted felon. He has lost 2, almost 3 wives.
Let's go, boys. We got one.
The current election season ends. He has lost businesses. He's filed bankruptcies. He's lost in every single way that you can conceive a person could lose.
He's won in every single aspect
he wasn't able to
of
pass
life.
any
That's
legislation.
crazy.
He wasn't able to do anything about the ACA, just like Sean's not able to do anything about the
He's a winner.
Back.
Quit being a hater, Destiny. He's a winner.
Yeah, just Trump is just, even if you support the policies ostensibly that Trump stands for, although that might change from one day to the next.
You say Trump's a winner. Let me show you every way he won.
ACA, failed to do that, and then now tried to take credit for pre-existing conditions or price capping insulin. Even if you support him for whatever policies he says he does support, he's not the guy to do it. He couldn't do it when he was in office for 4 years. I don't know why we think he would do it in another 4 years. I always thought that the funniest slogan that Donald Trump had was using "Make America Great Again" the second time he ran for office. What happened?
He's got way better
Kamala Harris
slogans
is a
than
winner.
that.
People might try to say that she slept her way to the top or make other weird accusations of nepotism, like what plagued Trump's administration. But the reality is, Kamala Harris got elected not once, not twice, not 3 times, 4 or 5 times if you count her being on the VP ticket. She won her election for a district attorney in San Francisco. She won 2 elections for attorney general in California. She was elected the junior senator of California, and she was on the ticket with Biden. So The difference is clear. Trump takes absolutely no accountability for any of his actions, and the people around him know that they have no accountability for any of his actions. When Donald Trump does a crime, what does he say? He says the judges are
amazing
me in every state court, in all the federal court. He says
they are.
I need immunity from criminal activity because I can't be prosecuted for it. I'm the president. He apparently believes that he can psychically declassify documents so that he can avoid responsibility for hiding stuff in his shoddy residence in Mar-a-Lago. There is just zero accountability anywhere. When you look at Trump and you say, why did you fail as a leader? Well, it was because of the swamp. Look at all these people I had to fire. Dude, you hired them. You can't take credit for firing people that were part of your cabinet. These are your picks. And again, to return to the first point, what's going to change this time? Is he going to magically get rid of the swamp now? He couldn't do it in 4 years. We're supposed to believe he can do it in 4
This is
more.
one of the
Even if
best
you're a
arguments they
conservative,
got.
Why would you think that Donald Trump is the guy that's going to get the job done for you? Kamala Harris is accountable. Not only did she rise through the ranks and win elections on her own, by her own merit, not through any weird conspiratorial nonsense, not through any crazy MAGA movement, not by partnering up with creepy weirdo billionaires like Elon Musk, but by winning her elections and doing a good job.
That's an amazing thing.
The Democratic Party holds their own
I keep saying
They have
amazing.
a wide tent of voters that they draw from that they have to maintain their accountability to, as opposed to Trump's camp that is dwindling by the day. Who we can go to the people that support Trump. Maybe that'll come up at some point here.
We're getting stronger.
No one around Trump vouches for him. Where is Pence? How do you have a president who was the president of the United States with a vice
calling the chaff.
running with the same vice president? What happened to him? Well, what happened to him was Trump was kind of hoping he would get killed on January 6th. He sat there and he watched on TV for 3 hours while people like Owen cheered others going into
I don't know if that's the right word for
rioting,
chaff.
delaying the certification of the vote. He sat there and he watched it happen. He tweeted out that Pence failed us while Pence was in a bunker underneath the Capitol, saying that he didn't want to leave the Capitol because he didn't want rioters and people around the world to see that the American election, that the American transfer of power had been disrupted by a bunch of MAGA sycophants. The comments of even the people that are considered Trump's most ardent supporters today are comments that would get you laughed at if you made them as a leftist, right? You have a bunch of other comments. Elon Musk called Trump a stone-cold loser when he refused to say that he lost the 2020 election. Vance has a number of quotes about Trump. He wasn't sure if he was
There's a rich guy calling another rich guy out. He's like, hey, just accept it and move on.
Hitler. These are statements from his own current vice presidential running mate, because he can't use Pence again because
nobody's
Pence
taking notes.
Him. Again, this is his vice president. Mark Milley referred to Donald Trump as a fascist. You've got all these people in his administration that were thought to have been the biggest supporters of Trump.
They have iPads
others
in front
were worried
of them?
about, like Bill Barr, who resigned from the administration with weeks ago before the transfer of power because they couldn't stand him trying to weaponize the Department of Justice so much.
Okay, Owen's
taking
some notes.
You've got Kamala
They do
Harris,
have
who has
notepads.
support all the way from Cheney to AOC, from the United Auto Workers to Taylor Swift. There's no comparison to be made between what people around these people are saying. There's no other industry where you would say, oh, that guy, his boss hates him and all of his coworkers hate him and everybody that worked with before hates him, but this time he's going to have a whole new set of employees.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't look at chat.
I was zoned in. Way better this time, I promise. You would never give anybody that kind of chance. Trump is a scammer. Why would you want to, like, this guy who's running for office is selling you pieces of how many suits? How many fucking suits does this guy own? That he can sell you like so many different slices of them.
He's a billionaire. He's got a lot of suits.
$5,000 suit pieces. My God. I mean, at least he's big enough now that I guess he's got a lot of suit pieces to sell. That's not including the $100,000 gold watches. That's not including the $3,500 gold coins, the $100 silver coins. This whole new crypto scam that he started, where him and his cronies have 70% of the initial coin pool.
He's going to bring up the
if you
Elon,
don't know,
donation.
you'll learn in the future because it's coming out for the IPO for this coin. That's called a rug pull, my friends. That coin is going to come out, and the price on that is going to go up and then super down as everybody that buys in gets scammed and loses all their money, which is, I guess, an analogy for all the Trump supporters that I guess exist today. Trump has no policies. We don't get to have policy debate in the United States anymore because instead we're talking about fictitious hurricane machines that are being spun up so that Biden or Harris can steal the lithium deposits from North Carolina. We don't get to talk about how Roy Cooper and Kemp and McMaster and DeSantis all said, DeSantis called me. He already called me. The federal government's doing everything they can do. Instead, you've got people that are fighting with FEMA now outside their houses because they don't trust the government response. And then you've got Donald Trump on TV saying that he would withhold aid from states like California if they don't play ball with him, they don't play politics with him. It's insane. Every accusation that the Conservative Party makes is a confession to their own amoral behavior, and you can see it on TV. These aren't even things that we have to dig for. You can just watch what they say openly. I think that Kamala Harris is just a better leader in every possible measure that you can make when it comes to, I think, leading the United States, when it comes to the future of this country. I think she's got a better vision for America. I think she's got a better record. Despite the claims of being a DEI candidate, she's infinitely more qualified for the position than Donald Trump is. And I think that she has a better overall plan for America than Trump does, whose plan, as far as I can tell right now, consists of basically shitposting on X and I guess doing a 20% tariff across the board. My final quote, I would like to leave this quote from a very famous Biden speech that he made in 2022 that I think fits today more than ever. MAGA Republicans have made their choice. They embrace anger. They thrive on chaos. They live not in the light of truth, but in the shadow of lies. But together we can choose a different path. We can choose a better path forward to the future, a future of possibility, a future to build, a future to dream, and a future to hope. And I think that Kamala Harris represents that hope way more than Donald Trump, who only seems to be interested in tearing down and attacking Americans rather than building anything great up.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us once again.
Sorry about the ads, guys. I'm a brokey. And I'm not going to use no op spyware freaking free ad remover thing. People are like, get a virus blocker. I just won't do stuff that gives me viruses. That's like saying get freaking car insurance. Well, I just won't try to get in a car accident. I will drive responsibly and not get in a car accident. Even if I've had a few beers. Bro literally has the same material The View has for their show. Not what I say, but I am only one. Okay, we gotta let this play, guys. It's 2 hours. It's 2 hours, and I want to get the panel going, and I can't do it during the debate because I need to focus.
Floor is all yours now, Owen, for 7 minutes for your opening.
I want to see how Owen's going. Come on, Mike! Oh. Bro, modern day debate about to piss me off. So, I'm a professional lip readers, guys. So, I think everything Destiny just fucking said was stupid, and I think he's an idiot. No, I'm kidding. No, that's not what it was. Come on! Come on! I'm getting upset. Mic check. He's checking. You're telling him your audio's up.
Damn it, Kamala. It's every time. They just sabotage me every
Yes, they're cutting his mic. What do they got? They got the lapel mic on what? I want the dang DJI mic. That's what I want for my birthday. Guys, the birthday stream's tomorrow. And if I seem a little different, it's because it's my birthday weekend.
Check.
I haven't smoked any ganja in like 2 or 3 months.
What are you going to talk with then?
And
We'll have to project your voice.
that's all I'm going to say.
All right, does everybody hear me now? Okay. He starts off his opening statement saying MAGA people don't care about facts. We'll see who cares about facts during the course of this debate. Then you bring up his wives. Is that really a topic of conversation you want to get into? Wives? Yeah, I don't think so. He then talks about losses when I'm pretty sure you've lost every debate that you've had. So I don't know if you want to talk about losses either. You then mentioned Kamala being a winner. Maybe you can ask me a question. What primary did she win?
Subjective.
What state did she win? Did she even get a single vote during the campaign process? The answer, of course, is no, she didn't. And this is the party that wants to protect democracy. He also says she's the most qualified to be president. Well, what are the qualifications? Kamala Harris has worked as a government employee her entire life. She's worked for the government. So yeah, if you want a permanent government bureaucrat, lawyer running the country, then yeah, Kamala Harris is your person. I don't really think that qualifies you. I think, in fact, I think that qualifies you to get the hell out of government because I think we can all admit that the government is corrupt. I don't know. Maybe he likes the government. That'd be an interesting spot to take, but maybe that's where we're at here with the American left. So Trump actually comes from the private sector. He knows what it takes to build a business. He knows what it takes to fail and succeed at business. He's been doing it for decades. To me, that actually qualifies you. He's somebody that actually has to deal with people on the ground. That's why when he goes out in public, you can tell he's a very relatable, personable person. When people like Kamala Harris or Tim Walz go out, they have to force it, and it's really quite an embarrassment. We have a rare election. we've had 4 years of a Trump presidency, and we've had 4 years of a Biden and Kamala Harris presidency, and the results are in. You ask anybody who's fair and neutral and not politicized, and they will tell you their life has been better under Donald Trump. The economy was better. Disaster response was better. We started no new foreign wars. It's amazing. The American left used to be anti-war. When George Bush was in office, when Dick Cheney was in office, when John McCain was involved in politics, they were all anti-war. And by the way, they would have called those individuals war criminals. Now they beg for their endorsement, and they celebrate when they get it. They don't even know where they are anymore. So I'll take no more wars. I'll take a secure border. I'll take a booming economy any day over whatever the hell we've had for the last 4 years with Biden-Harris, where the whole thing was just a fraud anyway. Now it's coming out that these two never even got along to begin with.
Same as
to say the MAGA movement is dying is to just deny reality. To say support is dwindling is to just deny the reality of the situation. Trump is actually doing better in the polls now than he did in 2020 or 2016 or any point in the 2024 election cycle. In fact, if you want to talk about poll numbers, Kamala Harris had the lowest approval rating of any vice president in American history. And they even wrote stories in left-wing publications that the Biden team was thinking about removing Kamala Harris from the vice presidency because her approval ratings were so low. But as soon as the media says jump and support Kamala, they all get on board, just like that.
Yes.
Now, there's a couple misrepresentations in some things he just said. First of all, my activity on January 6th, and I'm sure he's well aware of this, or he just didn't do the research. I was not encouraging people to go into the building. I am, in fact, on video telling people not to go into the building and steering people away from the Capitol. So that's the fact of that. But let's just put something into perspective. The American left loves to pretend like they're the anti-establishment, yet here they are supporting the lifelong government presidential candidate. They love to pretend like they're the freedom warriors, yet he's going to attack me because I've been attacked by the government. Yes, that's right. I was put in prison for my government speech. I was censored all across the internet for my speech. So if there is a freedom fighter on this stage, it's me, not him.
Let's fucking go.
Then he says hurricane machines. Another misrepresentation that comes right out of the mouth of the mainstream media. Are you denying that there are weather modification programs?
Please deny.
Okay. Of course there are. There are multiple patents for weather modification. I've even attended government hearings. This is hilarious. After the show, I'll share all of this with you. I have attended government hearings in the state of Texas, the Texas Weather Modification Program. That is a government program.
We'll do a weather
modification deep dive, but I went and I recorded it live. You can pull it up on YouTube right now. I even know they even publish the chemicals they spray. Lithium, barium, aluminum, amongst others. Bill Gates goes out and talks about how we can blot out the sun to stop global warming. They've done mainstream news hits like on CBS with Professor Kariakou about weather machines. China has giant weather machines where they pump water vapor into the atmosphere to cause rain. This is public information. This isn't up for debate. And you notice how he hangs his head when I talk about this. So here we are again. Who's denying facts?
Malaysia.
So they misrepresented, they go, a hurricane machine to deflect off the fact that there are government weather modifications programs. Now, you want to talk about conspiracy theories? Did they make this hurricane worse? Did they not? I don't know. I don't claim to believe that. But again, there are lithium mines right over where Hurricane Helene hit the mainland. That is a fact. I'm not making anything up. That is a direct fact.
Everything's 50
so they
years
can deny
ahead of
these
what
things
we know,
as much as they want. But that's just in response to what he just said. Let me explain why I like Donald Trump. I like Donald Trump because
how long does he got?
I don't like the government, and the government doesn't like Donald Trump. I like Donald Trump because my entire life, politics has been nothing but corruption, lies, and scandal.
Let's fucking go.
As soon as I was growing up and I realized this, I said, we need a man who's got billions of dollars, who can self-fund his own campaign. We need a man who has name recognition, who can get on a ticket and beat all the political propaganda. That man was Donald Trump. And then he did it. He did it in 2016. He did it in 2020 when they stole it, and he's going to do it again in 2024. So yeah, when I see the entire corrupt government coming after one man, when I see them trying to shoot him in the head and kill him, yeah, that's total confirmation that he is the right guy. Now, I'm not here to tell you he's perfect. I'm not here to tell you I agree with all of his policies. I just know he's a man who's not controlled like most of our politicians. He's going to put America first, unlike any of our politicians in my life, and he already has a track record of making this country better. The mainstream media is corrupt. They hate Donald Trump. The government establishment is corrupt. They hate Donald Trump. So when the enemies of America are going after him, I think that's proof positive that he is the candidate we need. But if you don't want to go down those lines, we have a 4-year track record of Trump. We have a 4-year track record of Harris, and I think enough has been seen.
And now Destiny gets. I don't know how this works. It was a confusing setup. What's this game? This damn EVE Online damn game, bro. They're brainwashing me with that. It almost looks interesting.
Government so much and just don't participate. No one's forced to get anybody. You don't have to vote for anybody. You don't have to run for any offices. Just, I don't know, fuck off to the corner and be sad and mad.
I'm glad the audio's cutting out here. When it happens to Owen, it's the damn Democrat ops. When it happens to Destiny, it's God doing it. That's a joke.
Why is he selling 50 million different products? Well, funnily enough, that's just to enrich him personally. Whoa, hello? I guess those are just for personal enrichment, because actually when you go on those websites and you look and you see for any of the things that he...
I like this better.
Yeah, this is feedbacking. For any of the products that he's selling, all of those explicitly are marked just for him personally. They say they have nothing to do with the any kind of election campaigns at all. If you don't believe me, just go to the sites. Google Trump watches, Trump sneakers, Trump suits, Trump NFTs, Trump crypto, whatever. All of them will say they're not associated with the campaign. So I guess he's just personally enriching himself off of his election run.
Yeah, he's a businessman.
Not corrupt to me, but okay. When we talk, there's so many delusional conservative talking points. So the no new wars. What, I mean,
bro, I got a bucket of Trump gold
since World War II. What does no new wars mean? Was it no new wars when Trump bombed an airport in Syria? Was it no new wars when we assassinated Soleimani in an Iraqi airport? Was it no new rules when Trump peeled back some of the transparency on the drug?
That's such a stupid. Trump's making money off selling his suits for $5,000. Bro, it might have been a suit that he actually had. And they just bring him suits. He's just got suits. This guy's a billionaire. Destiny. You know how many suits he has? And it's probably $1,000 suit. And if somebody wants to pay $5,000 because Trump wore it and he signed the tag, why not? Let the man quit watching his pockets, bro. He's got billions. Personal attacks, no facts. Well, no, he's saying that he's financing his campaign off of what, but see, I don't know how these laws work. I'm not a lawyer, but why can't I make money off myself if I'm a rich, famous guy and they're suing him? He's got to pay all these lawsuits and stuff that are all bullshit. Then I don't know. It's just dumb to me. He's a famous guy. If he's going to sell a damn coin, let him sell a coin. He wants to sell an NFT card. Bro, those cards were like $100 and they were selling for like $500 the next day. The Trump NFTs. And then if people held them for a while and then they say, okay, we got to shut this down because of this reason or that reason. And well, I don't know how I'm not going to go into that because I don't know how all that stuff works. But anyway.
Drone strikes in Yemen that it took Biden to end? Was it no new wars when Iran was bombing Saudi Arabia? Was it no new wars when we abandoned our Kurdish allies to Turkish attacks when they invaded Syria? Is it what are the no new wars? It's like the weirdest game of semantics in the entire.
No new major conflicts. No new major wars. Just little small conflicts. Not like something that drones on for 3 years like with Russia and Ukraine. Of course, the Middle East has always been in turmoil, but sorry, I need to stop pausing, Destiny. We need to get through this. But
entire world. There was absolutely military conflict that was happening overseas under Trump, and to pretend otherwise is to be delusional, which I guess is to be MAGA. When we talk about January 6th, I see we still have this idea that the election was stolen. What happened? Where was the proof? Where was the Kraken? Why is it that people like Powell and Eastman and Giuliani and Trump promised us all this evidence, all these court cases? court. What happened? Most of these cases had evidentiary hearings. There was nothing. It would be an affidavit of a person seeing something going into a mail truck and saying, I think that these are stolen ballots, with no evidence, without even knowing what a ballot looks like. You can hear all of this footage is freely available on YouTube. You can listen to them present their case in front of state legislatures, in front of courtbrooms.
But it did
Giuliani
happen.
Doesn't know Giuliani doesn't even know how to present a criminal case anymore, apparently. You can listen to...
It did happen, but because they changed the laws because of COVID at that time and all the mail-in stuff and how they did the ballots, the ballot harvesting, the 5,000 mules, that was legal in a lot of Democrat cities. Ballot harvesting is legal in a lot of states. I don't know all the states, but that's what was happening, and that's what people were seeing. But there was the stuff with the covering the windows and only having certain electorates and not letting certain people in. There was a lot of weird stuff going on. And with the records, and there's all sorts of reasons why. But when you look into it, it's like, oh, but we just changed these laws so that this is okay now. We just changed the laws so that illegal, or we haven't looked into it yet.
Giuliani, when they were presenting it in front of the Georgia court, when they were talking about the State Farm videos, and they were talking about the ballots pulled underneath the from underneath the table with the cloth over it. I think half the people in here probably still believe that those videos showed something. They don't. 4 hours later, Gabriel Sterling literally showed the 20-minute cut from those videos where you could see that the ballots were just put right underneath the tables and then taken right out as they were told to continue counting because there were so many ballots that came in. Every single one of these weird conspiracies about election fraud, all of them were debunked within hours of them coming out. People still believe them. People still spread them. Because remember, when the truth isn't good...
No, because I still stand by those things being brought in. You're right. Those were the mail-in ballots. We shouldn't have had a mass mail-in ballots. So that is the problem. That hasn't been debunked. It just was made legal because of COVID. It was a new, unprecedented thing that we had never done before. That many mass mail-in ballots like that in America. It was unprecedented. Okay, Fed. Yeah, he might be MK Ultra, or he's like Monarch mind controlled. Chipmunk on.
Good enough for a person to make money on, they have to sell you a lie, which is what Trump's campaign is all about. It's about lie after lie after lie. Nobody up here is talking about whether or not cloud seeding is real. Nobody here is talking about whether or not you might be able to influence the amount of precipitation a place receives. People are talking about the conspiracy that you are alluding to, even though you're trying to be tricky and pretend you're not, that the government was creating hurricanes to steal lithium from itself? I don't even know what the conspiracy is here. Like, if the government is so powerful that they can create hurricanes that I guess got degraded into a Cat 3. I don't know. Maybe they didn't have funding for the hurricane machine, I guess. I guess if they're sending hurricanes, why wouldn't they just buy the company or steal it that way? If Hillary Clinton is strong enough to kill Seth Rich and Podesta and them are doing satanic sex rituals, wouldn't they just like take a 20% cut of the company that was mining the lithium? Like, these conspiracy theories aren't even good anymore. At least like Jews doing 9/11 made sense because, Israel's trying to get us to attack the Middle East. Okay, at least like stealing the oil made sense because, we have to go and we have to steal the oil because it helps our country. But now the conspiracy theorists don't even believe that oil is what it is. They don't even believe in dinosaurs. They think that oil is like a self-replenishing resource that comes from the fucking ground. He probably believes this. It's just...
Oil is actually dinosaurs?
He doesn't believe...
Let's go.
If you have conservative family members, you ask them, do you believe in dinosaurs? They don't believe in dinosaurs anymore. It's not a real thing, and oil is a
Bro, Destiny, how dare you say that conservatives don't believe in dinosaurs? Who the fuck are you to tell me that conservatives don't believe in dinosaurs? I am the dinosaur master, Destiny.
Self-replenishing material that comes from the ground. Donald Trump tried to steal the election on January 6th. He created fake slates of electors. Every time you guys go to vote for president, you vote for the electors, and then they fill out their vote, and then the governors on December 14th, they say, okay, cool, we see the vote, we're sending it to Congress. Donald Trump had like 79 different electors attest to being the actual electors. In Michigan, these guys talked about, let's hide in the basement of the Capitol, and then we'll come upstairs and we'll fill out our certificate on December 14th to make it more legitimate. He had these. These are made. You can go online. You can Google them. You can look at them. They are fake slates of electors with people that perjured.
Now we're getting into tunnels. They were through some secret tunnels. They were like blocks away. They were cowering in a bunker under the Capitol building. I even looked this up when he said this the first time. Bunker in the Capitol. Capitol Sheen's live. The first headline, capital C, shines light on vast underground tunnel system. Vast underground tunnel system. The first, if you type bunker under capital, because that's what Destiny said. So I typed it in. And he's saying it again now. Mike Pence was hiding in a bunker under the Capitol. Bro, you think DC ain't got like 7 layers of infrastructure? No, I know New York has 7 layers of infrastructure beneath the streets, but DC probably has like 3 or 4. It's probably got it's closer. Probably probably got 2 or 3, but it's got some tunnels. Okay, especially under the Capitol, they probably got 7 layers of infrastructure. They probably got 20 layers of infrastructure below the Capitol. There's probably a pipe that runs you down towards like Agartha, and you get to hang out with the demons. I don't know. That's just speculation. But the first headline is Capital C shines light on vast underground tunnel, ... A new massive bunker was built below the White House lawn during the Obama administration. The Obamas were trying to tunnel into the earth. What do we know about Amos? What is it, Amos 10? I'm not going to look it up right now, guys. But when you try to dig into the earth, that's where I'll pull you down. You try to get away from the earth, I'll pull you back down to the earth.
Themselves. There's a reason why Giuliani is now disbarred. Sidney Powell is now disbarred. Eastman is facing disbarment. Donald Trump has 34 felony convictions. He's facing 3 other cases, and his only defense is I need to have criminal immunity for all of my behavior. There's a reason why these people that say Biden has weaponized the DOJ sit by quietly while his son is literally convicted of crimes. Meanwhile, Donald Trump pardons every single crook that worked with him, every single person that refused to answer to subpoenas for the very investigation involving his election corruption, who came out and said to the media, Roger Stone said, I'm not going to squeal on Trump. And then he doesn't. He gets held in contempt. And then Donald Trump pardons him. This is insane. To say that this is the party of law and order, I don't remember when the Republican Party became so deranged and unhinged, where they cheered on people attacking police officers, where they cheered on a president who pardons military contractors who were accused of killing civilians in Iraq. It's just Trump's entire campaign and legacy is absolutely insane. And I don't know why we would think, I guess like the central question I would have is if you are
all right, well, if he uses the terms authoritarian or fascist, usually Destiny doesn't do that much, but if he does it at any point, just remember he said we're not the party of law and order. Seems like we would be more the party of law and order and less liberty if you were going to make a good argument. But anyway.
Conservative, I can understand not wanting to vote for Harris or Biden.
Yeah, what's the
Harris is a little bit
game?
Too left for me when it comes to economic policy. I don't deny that, and I can understand if you're a conservative why you'd be uncomfortable voting for her. But why would
drinking game? If Destiny's jaw twitches strangely, drink. We're all going to be drunk in 38 seconds. We're all going to be falling out of our chairs in 38 seconds.
Did you think Trump is your guy? He had 4 years to do it, and he failed. The end of his campaign, the end of his 4 years was marked with what? BLM riots and COVID lockdowns and an inability, problems facing the country. And I just don't know why we would expect to see anything else.
Audio man, get on your job.
We'll kick it over to Owen for his 5-minute rebuttal as well. Thanks.
Yo, I got to pause real quick. I've only been to like 3 concerts in my life, maybe a little more. Like church concerts, if we count those, I've been to more, and little concerts, but I've only been to like 3 real concerts in my life. And one was it was Wild Splash in Tampa. It was Wild 98.7. And they had Wild Splash, and T.I. was there, and the sound started cutting out like it's doing right here. And when it came back, they were playing, hey, I don't know, some old T.I. song. And he's like, sound man, get on your job. Hey, sound man, get on your job. Where you at? Sound man, better get on your job. It was like, and then the sound came on. It was like, and I don't know if it was on purpose.
The floor is all yours.
But it was awesome.
Okay. Oh, you want to flip the switch, the horizontal switch.
All right.
Uncensored America used to be more professional.
So that's funny. The last thing you referenced,
well, they lost funding.
BLM, left-wing terrorism, and then you mentioned all of the lockdowns and the mask mandates and the vaccine mandates, again, all Democrat Party policy. So now you're arguing for my side. And you mentioned law and order. If you look at every Democrat-run city in this country, you will find chaos, destruction, degradation, poverty, and crime. It's just a fact. So, okay, law and order, again, How can you be a Democrat and talk about law and order when everybody knows that the blue cities are the most dangerous places to live? You've already sacrificed the point on weather modification, so I appreciate that. You know, the problem is all of your viewpoints come from the mainstream media. And so I don't know when you've all of a sudden just blindly trusted government or blindly trusted the mainstream media, but it seems like that's where you're at in your life based off of the things that you're muttering and stuttering up here at 500 words per minute. So I think that that's your problem. Now, Trump is the only person who got into government, specifically the White House, and lost money. He's the only one. Every other president, including Barack Obama, has come out with hundreds of millions of dollars, okay? So that's another fact. Of course, you would want us to sit out politics because when we get involved, that's
Jonathan Gendler, that's why he asked for all the National Guard soldiers in case something like this popped off. And Pelosi said recently, she finally admitted it, that she stopped that from happening, and she could have had that happen.
That's when you guys lose. But to say that I can just sit out and avoid the government and avoid politics, well, what exactly are you proposing? Yeah, I guess I could go be a homeless person in a blue city and live on a river, but I don't want to do that. I want to be part of civilization. I want to be part of the United States of America, and I have to pay taxes if I want to work and build something. I don't want my taxes going to foreign countries. I don't want my taxes going to foreign wars. I don't want my taxes going to illegal immigrants, non-citizens, and the list goes on and on. So, no, I'm not going to sit out. I'm going to restore and reform the republic. That's what we're trying to do here. And this issue, you bring up wars. There was no war in Israel when Trump was president. There was no war in Ukraine when Trump was president. Both of these wars have accumulated for more than $200 billion.
And there will be a war with China.
$200 billion.
If Kamala gets elected.
I imagine at some point in tonight's conversation, he's probably...
I'm not a prophet. I can't see the future. I don't think the future exists. I do believe the past exists. But I don't think, well, it doesn't exist. It exists in our memory. It doesn't actually exist, but it also exists. But the future doesn't exist. But if the future existed, I predict, my hypothesis, I'm going to weave a probable story for you. Plato said something like that. Kamala wins. We will be at war on 3 fronts with China, Russia, and all the Middle East. And that's what I think.
Going to bring up free health care or some other social service. Maybe not, but let's just say that he does, because that's what the left loves. When they bring that up, I would love one time for them to talk about all the foreign aid that we have allocated every single year. Billions of dollars, now hundreds of billions of dollars under the Biden-Harris administration. Don't talk to me about free stuff, healthcare, education. Don't ever bring that to me until you cut the foreign spending. You're never going to convince me to give any of that money until we cut the foreign spending. Then you want to bring these hundreds of billions of dollars back in? Okay, maybe. But all this stuff you brought up about wars in the Middle East, again, Bush, Cheney, McCain, who all endorsed Harris now. They're all on the Harris side. So that one doesn't really hold water.
U.S.
Clearly, you did not pay attention to the 2020 election and the aftermath because you don't know what you're talking about. There were multiple sworn affidavits. There were dozens of them. There were cases where they presented all the evidence. And, in fact, there were multiple cases that resulted in charges, including in Fulton County, Georgia, Atlanta, where they were double and triple counting ballots because that's a blue area, so they count them as many times as possible to run up the lead for the Democrats. And anybody who looks at the graph from the 2020 election results will see in the 4 key states, one pattern happened every time. In Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, Donald Trump was winning the entire day. And then right at 3:30 in the morning, in each one of those states,
it was
the perfect amount of votes came in for Biden, and the graph shot literally straight up. Literally. You are not being honest with yourself if you don't look at that and say that's some sort of an anomaly right there. When Mark McGwire and Sammy Sosa both hit 62 home runs in the same season, the anomaly was steroids. There were vote steroids for Biden that year, and anybody who's not observing that and being honest about it is just either not looking or, again, not being honest about it. So
I was in Mr. Hill's
I think we're probably ready for questions now.
That was like 2000. That was like when September 11th happened.
Scott. Thank you very much for that rebuttal as well. We're going to jump into the prepared questions.
Bro, they hit like 450 and 451. Like back and forth, back and forth. They're probably taking shots in the butt together.
For Steven, this first question.
Soundman, get on your job. Hey,
Respond,
Soundman,
and
get on
then
your
Owen.
job. I'm on that Crown
The
Apple
first
in a
question.
mug. I don't like apple-flavored drinks.
Given Trump's 2016.
It's just my opinion that you
was
didn't
labeled
ask
by-
for. Come on, James. We can't hear you. We love you, James. I just picture whenever I see James sitting with his back. You notice last time in the John Doyle one, the camera was down and you could see James' ass the whole time. I didn't want to say anything in the stream to seem homo. Pause. But his ass was just sticking out of because these chairs have like cuts in them. At least at Penn State they did. And is that right? Is it Penn State? I don't want to say the wrong college. Jonathan, meanwhile, let's keep playing because there's no sound anyway. This is not my fault, guys. This isn't my stream.
Was that audible to everybody?
No.
If you're able to read it out, actually.
Sure. So I think the question was in 2016, Donald.
This is not audible to everybody.
I think conservatives, Democrats said that it was a waste of money. It wasn't a good idea.
But now that they have the camera better, I'm just picturing Subway. I just picture the Subway logo right here. He's got a giant Subway logo on his back, and he gets free subs for life. Like 1 sub every day or something, or so many subs a week.
And then now that Kamala's proposing a wall, why is it now a good idea? Was the gist of the, yeah. The idea that immigration policy could be boiled down to having a wall or not is childish. There's a whole bunch of stuff that goes into making good immigration policy. But the reality is most people.
That's some bullshit. That's the first step. That's the first brick you have to lay. That's one of the bricks. There's many bricks in this house. We have to build a building. That's just one piece.
Especially conservatives, don't think that illegal immigration is a big problem in the United States right now. It's very, very, very easy to prove this. Because if you look at what happened on the border, you saw that there was a bill in Congress to address those issues at the border. Everybody was on board with voting for this until Donald Trump came in and said, no, I need you to keep the border open because I need to run on this as an election issue. You can listen to McConnell talk about it. You can listen to Cruz talk about this. All of this is open testimony. It's not even testimony. You're able to say it to the media. Donald Trump said, I can't have you pass this border bill because it's going to make it so that I don't have something to run on. That doesn't sound like a very big problem to me. That sounds like politicking. Much the same, when Donald Trump was in office, Donald Trump didn't do any of the things that he said he would do at the border. He didn't get any legislation passed. He didn't make any substantive changes legislatively or through the legislature by working with them to actually effect any good border policy. He didn't get any money from Mexico. That was a complete and total lie. He failed on basically every single measurable outcome. He wasn't able to do anything. So again, if you think that the border is a problem, why would Trump be your guy to fix it? He did nothing except for what he could with executive action, and he's not able to lead.
I don't know why I just did that. I have a new freaking sweater on. You guys like the sweater? This is a large. I tried to get extra large, but they were out. But look, this is a large. This thing's tight. This is what happens when you go to the gym, Destiny. You buy a large crew neck sweater. That bit won't even fit you, damn wow.
The Congress and getting any comprehensive immigration stuff done. And the one time there was a good bill on the table that would have alleviated a lot of the issues with the asylum-seeking process, he shot it down. This guy over here is probably very keen to misinfo a lot of the stuff about the border bill, so I'll get ahead of a few of it because I know a lot of the dumb talking points, like the $200 billion in aid, the majority of which is used weapons, which last I checked can't help anybody with their health care in the United States. But for instance, when people talk about the border bill, they'll say stupid things like, well, that bill would have let 5,000 people a day in. No, what that bill would have done is if the caps hit a certain level or exceeded a certain level, the federal government would have been able to unilaterally shut the border down, which would have actually prevented more people from coming in if numbers got too high until the numbers had come back down. This bill would have allowed for more asylum judges to be paid for so that we could work through the backlog of people better. This bill would have allowed for more border security and for more people to prevent people from coming over illegally across the border.
I wouldn't be like, no.
This bill would have helped a lot of the problems with the border, but Republicans were more keen to see a fight over politics rather than alleviating the problem. So I guess it was never really that big of a problem to begin with.
Thank you. And Owen, you have 3 minutes to respond.
Well, that's just a blatant misrepresentation of the congressional bill. It was never going to permanently shut down the border. It was going to set a cap per day, which would have maxed out still over 1 million border crossings per year. And they love to play this game with asylum. They're basically just rewriting the laws, and so anybody can seek asylum. Anybody can get on the app, the CBP-1 app, and claim to be an asylum seeker. This is not asylum. Asylum seekers go to their bordering country. That's an asylum seeker. These are people who are coming to the United States of America for free food, free health care, a hotel to stay at, and a free transportation trip wherever they want to go.
Weird.
That's why they're coming here, and they basically rewritten the laws where everybody is rubber stamped as an asylum seeker. So you can sit here and say, oh, asylum seekers, asylum seekers. Well, anybody and everybody from all across the planet can come here and now claim to be an asylum seeker, and
like 4
you're just rewriting the phrase and the concept of illegal immigration. But you're just wrong. It's still over 1 million a year on this bill, but still you're completely misrepresenting it. The reason why the Republicans decided not to vote for this bill is because it did include all the pork barrel spending. This is how corrupt Congress is, and both sides do it. The Republicans and the Democrats do it. They've been doing it for years. They just tried to do it again on the continued resolution, but they couldn't even get the SAVE Act passed. So they'll have a bill with a major issue. Let's say it's border security. And then they'll pork barrel funding of all these different projects, all these different things that a governor over here might want, a representative over here might want, a senator over here might want, and they toss it all into this bill, and they say, this is the border security bill. And then if you don't sign it, you're not for border security. And it's just a game. It's a game that our politicians have been playing against us, all of us, for years. So, yeah, I'm glad that the Republicans didn't do it in a rare moment, but yeah, are they still going to get the pork barrel they want? Yes. Are we still going to get all the illegal immigration that they want? Yes. So we still lose on that issue. Now, again, to sit here and pretend like the border was less secure or not secure under Donald Trump is just not being.
Hitchens actually said once that sometimes it's worth losing the logical argument to take the joke, to make the joke. So sometimes it's better just to say something sharp and witty and funny, and make the audience laugh, instead of making the most logical argument. I would argue it's better to make the most logical argument and make it funny and witty and sharp. So Christopher Hitchens, I don't know. I think Alex O'Connor is better than Christopher Hitchens.
Being honest, the numbers are proven that the border crossings were down under Donald Trump. And every year since the Biden administration, the Biden-Harris administration has been in power, you've had a record number of illegal crossings. 3 straight years. And by the way, where are the 325,000 missing children that they have let in? Why did Kamala Harris cancel the border wall construction that was already paid for but now pretends to do it? It's because she's a flip-flopper and she'll say whatever she needs to get fools like this to vote for her.
Bro, you gotta get your collectible Trump train. What? Imagine that going around a Christmas tree. Let's go. God bless America. I like that ad.
Aired earlier, and the question for you, Owen, is: while no taxes on tips nor on overtime from Donald Trump may help many Americans with the current high cost of living, many other Americans don't receive tips on the job and don't work at an hourly rate. Are there any blanket policies that would help Americans as a whole deal with the currently higher cost of living?
He's appealing to 300.
And in fact, Trump needs to go a lot farther with this.
330 million people.
No taxes on tips might have been a lucky strike for Donald Trump, since this election will likely come down to Nevada, even more specifically Las Vegas, where most people work for tips. That's why Kamala Harris was so quickly to steal that policy, because they're well aware that Las Vegas could end up deciding this election the way the Electoral College might go. No, I think it's pretty clear. And again, this isn't a Republican thing. This isn't a Democrat thing. This isn't a conservative, liberal, left, right. This should be all Americans. Everybody should agree with what I'm about to say. By the time it's all said and done, we're taxed at about a 30% rate. By the time we buy things, sell things, spend things, earn money, whatever it is, you're taxed at about a 30% rate. That is astronomical, okay? What we need to do is a flat tax, and I would just say just a sales tax, and that's it. We should have no income tax, no federal income tax, no state income tax, no tax on tips. You should be able to make a transaction without the government getting involved 5 times, reaching into your pocket and shaking you down like the mafia that it is. So if we need tax for certain things in civilization, we can have a small sales tax, and that would be more than enough to still pay for the roads, the police officers, and everything else. It would be more than enough. Yeah, we might not be able to afford all the wars overseas. Yeah, we might not be able to give Ukraine $200 billion and Israel $10 billion every time they come to Washington, D.C. Yeah, we might not be able to afford that. Oh, well, I think the American people will be able to get over that, quite frankly.
Right.
So, no, I don't think it goes far enough. And this whole concept that I always hear these talking points from the left. Oh, the rich don't pay their fair share. Well, what is the fair share? What is the fair share from the rich? They already pay the most in taxes by far. The rich pay 90% of the taxes, but this is still solved with a flat sales tax, because who's going to be taxed more on a flat sales tax? The rich. Who's going to be buying a yacht? The rich. Who's going to be buying a skyscraper? The rich. Who's going to be buying a jet? The rich. So it really knocks out all the problems. It takes care of the left wanting the rich to pay more taxes because they buy more things, spend more money, and it gets the government out of the middle.
Somebody remind me about luxury tax later, because I think Trump said something about doing a luxury tax and the Democrats were attacking him for it. Somebody remind me about that later, because I have thoughts on that.
Man in the middle class and the lower classes' lives where we're not spending as much on taxes either. So it's a nice policy to get a talking point started. It's a nice policy that could end up determining the results of this election. But this is beyond party lines. We are taxed way too much. We need to cut taxes down to almost nothing. And by the way, for all these people that want more government services and all this thing,
I think that's his point, is we should stop focusing on macroeconomics and focus more on microeconomics.
Why don't they just volunteer to pay more taxes? I'm sure the IRS would take your check, but I noticed that all the people that want more taxes, they never volunteer to pay more taxes. They want somebody else to pay those taxes, not themselves. Somebody else has to pay those taxes. So I'm not going to do the class warfare crap. Every single American should be upset at how much we get taxed. We used to throw tea in the Boston Harbor for a 2% tax. Now we tax about 30% of the money that we make and spend. It's over the top. It's out of control. We need to cut this thing down. And Trump just going after tips, payroll, and all the other things he's mentioned. I think Social Security, yeah, that's a nice start. Let's keep going. Let's keep cutting. And cut the government down about 98% too, and you won't need all these taxes.
He can either go more extreme or he can not get things done. But I think Trump's the type of guy.
We'll kick it over to Stephen for his 3-minute response.
And more. If he has. But
can you hear me?
Be this,
yeah. So, I mean, like, if you have no understanding of economics, I guess we can say that a flat tax is a good idea. Allow me to introduce a very simple concept. It's called marginal utility, okay? What does marginal utility mean? It means that the next dollar that you have means a little bit less to you than the one that you had before. So what does that mean? Well, if you go to somebody that makes $40,000 a year and you say, hey, give me $5,000, that $5,000 from that person means a whole lot more than you go to a person that makes $500,000 a year and say, hey, give me $5,000, because the marginal utility of the next dollar that you earn is less and less and less. Once you're making past 7 figures.
No. Somebody who has $40 is not going to want to give away 5 of it. If that's all they got is $40, I can't give away 5% of my 40 right now. Even if it's $400 and, or what did he say? He said 4,500 or whatever he said. It was 5%, right? Oh shit, Destiny knows economics. He's been reading Thomas Sowell, basic economics.
You might not even miss $10 or $20 or $30,000 missing in your account, because who keeps track of it? Whereas when you're poor, or when you're working poor, or when you're lower middle class, or even middle class, you do notice when there's an extra few $100s that goes to tax and expense, whether it's childcare, whether it's whatever else.
Kind of a
these are costs that everybody has to deal with. In order for our society to function, in order to support the successful businesses and billionaires that we have in our society, some level of redistribution is probably required. Probably doesn't work when you have a society with some people that make billions of dollars, whether that's in the appreciation of assets or whether that's through W-2 wages or whatever, right? Millions of dollars through W-2s, right? And then you have a bunch of people that can barely afford to live in the cities that they are working for.
This is why I'm pro-theocracy, because in a theocracy, the government doesn't have to come in and tell you to redistribute your wealth. You do what's called charity. charity. You know what Christians give more than anybody else to? You give to charity. Once you've maintained yourself and you have abundance, you give it away. You don't need all that. Damn. I'm not doing prosperity gospel here. I'm not saying become a Christian, you're going to get rich. But the virtues of it will lead to an increase. And then you can give it away. You do charity. That's why Christians give so much to charities. And the government doesn't need to step in and take our money. Anyway, it's kind of utopian, but
people in. When I stream my stuff on Twitch or if I stream my stuff on YouTube,
no, you pay
I'm not just
for the
relying
roads,
on my stream and the people
I'm
watching
not
me. I'm not even
anti-tax,
just relying on the
just
engineers that
less
keep all of that
taxes
infrastructure working.
and
I'm also
more,
relying on the people that keep the
visibility.
buildings clean. I'm relying on the people that work as baristas and servers that serve the people food that might work in these downtown areas. I'm relying on the bus drivers. I'm relying on the emergency medical services. There's a whole chain of people that exist that make it so.
Bro, he said baristas and bartenders, tips. Bro, you seen Elon's robots, you're all going to be fired in 5 years. 10 years. I'll give you 10 years. I give you 10 years, bartenders and baristas. A robot's going to be doing your job in 10 years.
So that I can do my job that I think it's okay to pay into.
No,
and anybody that's in America, a country that allows you to be the best version of yourself more than any other country in the world, I think that when you live in this country, I think that you also do owe a debt to it. And you owe a debt to the people that work in this country and keep it running. And the idea that somebody making over $1 million a year can't pay a little bit more in taxes to keep that country functioning is absurd to me. And then this idea of,
another country?
If you think it's so important, then why don't you just pay more taxes? If there's a stone in the middle of the room and it takes 10 of us to lift it, and there's one guy saying like, hey, we should go lift the stone, you say like, oh, well, why don't you go lift it on your own? It doesn't.
Destiny uses these dumb analogies. I caught him in one the other night. I was listening to him debating conservatives on his stream the other night, and I forget what it is. If I think about it later, I'll figure it out. But he said, if there's a stone in the middle of the room and we all need the stone is in the woods. What do you mean? The stone is like 3 miles away through a hike in the forest. We don't need to move the stones. There's lots of stones. There's lots of trees. We don't need to cut them all down. We just need to cut down certain ones that we need. But there's trees out here. There's stones out. We don't need to. The stone's not in the middle of the living room floor. Well, because of these policies that Destiny loves, the stone is in the middle of the floor now. But I'm talking about geopolitically other countries and stuff, but now all those countries are here, so the stone is in the middle of the floor, which goes back to immigration. Y'all know what I'm saying, maybe.
Doesn't make any sense, right? A few people saying, okay, well, fine, I'll pay more in federal income taxes. Doesn't
Stone
really do
is
anything
not
for the
supposed to
country.
be in the living room. Stone's supposed to be outside of the
This idea
walls
of the citation
house.
to the Boston Tea Party is hilarious, given that MAGA people are some of the least
no floor in the
respected people
wilderness.
in the history of the United States, whose president literally said he would terminate the Constitution because he wanted to go and find voter fraud. A guy who, given a softball question by Sean Hannity, asking him, hey, when you were talking about what you would do in office, that was a joke, right? And he's like, it was a joke, except on day one, I will be a dictator, okay? This is the guy that you're going to talk about and then bring up the Boston Tea Party. Also, the Boston Tea Party didn't happen because of no taxation. It happened because of no taxation without representation. The second part is important. We can consent to being taxed. We can vote on politicians that do taxes. We can vote on politicians that do spending. If you want to do something about the level of taxation as well, you have to pair it with budget cuts. This idea that Donald Trump is, again, the guy that is going to help you because he's going to cut taxes, where are the budget cuts? What are you actually cutting from the budget? And keep in mind as well that on the federal spending, 25% of this is in our discretionary spending. So when you're crying so much about, oh, foreign aid to Ukraine, which again, you haven't addressed, but it's like 20 billion in cash, not 200, okay? The rest is usually in the form of old armaments, so we have to pay them anyway. Where was the spending cuts from Donald Trump? They didn't exist. So what, are we just going to continue to deficit spend 75%?
We have to move. Thank you very much, Stephen.
Can I get a quick rebuttal? Have a quick rebuttal?
These may look like dentures or partials, but in fact,
I don't know, maybe that's why I like Trump, because it's not totally anti-constitution. It's just part of the Constitution.
The open dialogue.
Some parts.
We'll have
a lot
to
of
open the
parts.
open dialogue as we have 15 minutes devoted to it. This is your chance to start with that rebuttal right now.
First of all, what cities are so expensive to live in Democrat-run cities. And again, he talks about redistribution.
Is this the open?
You talk about redistribution again.
When those cities are expensive, do you acknowledge that those cities produce more economic output for the country than all the red cities?
Living wage, quote unquote.
This is what I mean when I say these people don't live in reality. But like, why can't you acknowledge that? This is when cities produce the open.
I missed that.
First of all, what cities are so expensive to live in? Democrat-run cities. And again, he talks about redistribution.
Is this the open?
You talk about redistribution again.
When those cities are expensive, do you acknowledge that those cities produce more economic output for the country than all the red cities? This is what I mean when I say these people don't live in reality. But like, why can't you acknowledge that? Because you'll very quickly say things like, oh, well, there are more homicides in Chicago. Yeah, there's more people that live in Chicago, and Chicago is what makes Illinois all its money. That's where the money comes from, or the blue cities. It's not just blue states that subsidize the existence of red states, which is true. And by the way, all of those governors were so happy for the American Rescue Plan when Biden was there to hand out money to shore up their budgets. But then when you want to talk about expenses and living and all these other things, now you want to talk about how blue cities need to be held responsible, but you don't give them credit for the economic output? It's insane.
It's a nice deflection. So Democrat cities are the most expensive to live in, so I'm glad you at least acknowledge that. And again,
more expensive to live in the U.S. than Uganda as well, right?
Don't let them keep cutting you off,
right?
Owen. You're going to have to get loud.
So you can always volunteer to pay more, all right? If you want to redistribute wealth, you can be the hero, man. You can empty your bank account right now, but I bet you don't. I bet you're actually living pretty rich. I bet you do pretty well. And you want to bring up the Constitution. The Constitution actually states when the United States government becomes corrupt, it's our duty to reform the government. That's
what article clause is that? Is to terminate, to suspend the rules of the Constitution?
Again.
Which Constitution are we talking about?
We live in a constitutional republic. We don't live in a democracy.
What is the contradiction there? What do you think? Hold on. What is a republic and what is a democracy?
A democracy is where a bunch of lunatics like you can vote away my rights. A democracy is where 3 wolves and a sheep vote what's for dinner.
Is that Article 5 or Article 6? I don't know what part of the Constitution.
So you asked what a democracy
So a democracy is when multiple people vote. A republic is when you have representatives that do things for you. We are a representative democracy. That's why we're a constitutional republic. We are both a republic, which just means you're not a monarchy, and a democracy. This idea that we must be a republic because I'm a Republican and we're not a democracy because you're a Democrat is fucking retarded. Come on.
So again, we live in a constitutional republic where we have unalienable rights given to us by God, the Creator. Democrats don't want you to know that because they want to be able to vote away your rights, like they want to be able to vote away your Second Amendment rights, vote away your First Amendment rights, and they'll go right down the line.
I disagree with this. I think they vote to give you bullshit rights. They vote to give you the right to be degenerate, be evil, and do the worst possible things for a civilization. Maybe they vote to take your God-given rights. I'll agree with that. But they'll let you slide by with those for a while they give a bunch of, frankly, retarded rights.
Okay, so that's why these people love democracy, because they
want
to be able to
vote away your rights. Are we talking about
rights.
Abortion that we lost to a?
Yeah, and by no means do I believe now would be a good time to insert ads. No, I'm not gonna insert no ads right now. You just messed me up, YouTube. I don't know what I was just about to say.
Conservative Supreme Court. Are we talking about the Second Amendment when Donald Trump did the bump stock ban? I'm sorry. How were your gun rights attacked under Biden?
It was a bad ban.
And they can't.
Oh, when Destiny asked him, do you know the difference between democracy and republic, constitutional republic? Do you know what a republic is? It means not a monarchy. I'm sure Owen knows what these words mean, but this is like a dumb game people play. Like, do you know what da-da-da means? Yeah, don't patronize me. I know what the damn word means. So then you say, this is what it means. Who are the children of the lie? They're idiots. Who are the useful idiots? They are what they thought they were.
Came under Donald Trump, so why would he be the guy, no offense, but a liberal from New York, which is what Donald Trump is, that's the guy that you want defending your gun rights?
Destiny has
so you now have the President of the United States and the Vice President and the next would-be Vice President, Tim Walz, have all said they want an assault weapons ban, okay? What even is an assault weapon? Can you tell me?
Do you think this is Owen's first rodeo? Owen one's a beast.
A scary big black rifle that Democrats have been crying about for 30 years. They haven't banned it yet. I don't think they're going to ban it in this administration.
Very intellectual. By the way, what is a rich person's fair share?
What is a rich person's fair share? I think that the level of taxation should match appropriately the spending that we want from our federal government.
So it goes up the more
Also,
money.
the reason what you asked me an
what
assault
is a
rifle, there
fair
is no
share?
definition
What
for an
is
assault rifle. I
a fair
acknowledge that.
share?
I don't want to ban assault rifles. Tim Walz and Kamala Harris both own firearms. Walz is a
Figuring
hunter.
out how to outsource
When was
it
the last
to
time you saw
another
Trump with a
country?
firearm? I watched Roseanne.
Thank you
It was
for
Roseanne, I
switching.
think, with a firearm, right? Where she almost killed herself on a Twitter video with one. Jesus Christ.
So what, in the Bill of Rights, where is abortion mentioned?
Do you want to get into the constitutional?
Matthew, that's a lefty thing from 2020. Don't do that. Everybody's not a bot unless we're doing dead internet theory, which it is possible, but I don't think so. Don't assume everybody's a bot. There's Destiny fans in here. They're not all bots. Because they called us bots in damn 2020. I don't like bots. But some people are bots. There are real bots. But these might not be bots.
Legal construction of the penumbra of rights that are invoked when you try to get like the right to privacy out of the 14th.
You said you claim there's a right to an abortion. It just
I didn't
doesn't
claim there was
exist.
a right to an abortion. Technically, the abortion right comes from a right to privacy, but we'd have to go over Casey and Roe, and I'm sure that you're not familiar with any of those Supreme Court cases, or probably any Supreme Court case. But the reality is that before you had a protected right to seek an abortion. Now you don't. Republicans took that from you. Before you had the right to own a bump stock. Donald Trump banned bump stocks through executive action, by the way.
Which lost at the Supreme Court.
Which what?
Lost at the Supreme Court.
Well, that hasn't stopped him in the past from going back over and over again to try to get cases tossed or to try to get
Hey
favorable
man, I don't
rulings,
live in
so-
a cult. I said I have disagreements with Donald Trump. So you can attack me on Trump's policies that I
always
disagree
do
with.
that.
It's not a win for you.
You worship Donald Trump.
I agree. I can't win
No,
attacking you
bro.
on Trump's policies because
Jesus
he has
is
none.
my savior.
I mean, what am I? I mean, yeah.
President.
What? Can you give me one? What is one Trump policy that he's running on besides 20% tariffs?
Secure border.
That's not a policy.
Cut
That's like
taxes.
an idea. That's the concept of an idea of a policy.
Stopping war.
Okay.
What are Harris policies that are so great?
Well, the three that she listed immediately is she wanted to give
The
a $50,000
housing
rollover
refund,
deduction to new startups or small
$25,000.
businesses. So
That
when
was
they start
Trump's
to
idea?
earn-
Small
What?
businesses.
Trump did that. When he was
Maybe
president.
he should have
First-time
spoken.
home
I don't know if he's
buyers.
too
No,
senile
you
now or
probably
he's
just
lost
weren't
the ability
watching.
to do it. What?
You just weren't watching.
I was watching. Unfortunately, I watched too much Trump. That was one. A second thing she wanted to do was expand the child tax credit, which was incredibly
Child
successful
tax.
under Biden.
Also a Trump policy.
It wasn't. That's why it happened under Biden, and it's why the Republicans initially fought against it.
Biden redid it. They take the anyway.
Are we going to say that pre-existing conditions in the ACA was a Trump policy now as well? I know that he wants to take care of that one. And then the third thing that Kamala Harris said is she wanted to do a $15,000 first-time home buyer credit to people that were buying homes for the first time. Donald Trump said he wanted
For illegal immigrants.
How does an illegal? I'm so curious. How do you
Sometimes
think
speaking
these tax
fast
credits
does
work?
make you sound smart.
You do realize that they give money
Sometimes
to
you
illegal
speak
immigrants to buy
fast 'cause you
houses.
are smart too.
I don't think you know how any of this works because I think you were probably born a
I
rich
think
kid. You never
Destiny's
bought a house
smart,
on an
he's
FHA
just,
loan before. So I had a tax credit when
evil.
I bought a
No,
house.
I'm kidding.
The way that these work is you apply for these refundable tax credits when you get them at the end of the year when you've qualified for them. An illegal immigrant definitionally doesn't file taxes because they don't have social security numbers. They don't get money back from the government.
happens
So how
when
would
we
an
give
illegal
them
immigrant
Social Security
qualify for a
numbers?
tax credit? Again, this doesn't make any.
What happens when we give them all amnesty and we give them a path to citizenship, a fast path to citizenship, where basically the Democrats set up these things in these urban environments, these urban jungles, and they all just show up and they have amnesty. Joe Biden could actually give all of the immigrants that came in before Trump amnesty if Trump wins. Some crazy shit could happen.
Sense. It's like the hurricane
I agree.
machines.
It doesn't make any sense. This is the Democrat policy. I completely agree. It doesn't make any sense at all. So
Where are
thank
these
you.
lazy people that are coming over and not working and not getting jobs, getting the money for homes?
The U.S. government.
They pay them for the homes too? Then why even give them the tax credit? Why not just give them the homes outright? What
Don't
the
give them
fuck
any
are we talking
ideas.
about?
They might do that next.
I love Destiny, Crimson. What are you talking about? I love Destiny. Like, I love my closest enemy. I love Destiny.
Might actually do that next.
Where are they getting all
they
these?
do.
Yeah.
Actually, they do. Who pays for the hotels that they're staying at in New York City, in Chicago? Well, who's paying for those hotels? Who's paying for that room and board?
I imagine there's probably
They said they wanted the video louder, so I turned the video louder. Damn. this is more important than what I have to say. I could pause it, but if I pause it a lot, I can't get to the panel afterwards. It takes longer. So I'll just say my little comments to myself while the video's playing. Video's supposed to be loud.
Federal money allocated to
and
people
where does
that
the federal government get its money?
But I'll turn it down a little bit.
From the,
U.S.
from the U.S.
taxpayers.
Treasury, sure, yeah.
U.S. taxpayers. So you are paying for illegal immigrants' housing. Thank you very much.
Illegal immigrants staying in apartments and hotels temporarily is not them buying homes with a tax credit. This is like saying we can do cloud seeding, therefore we've created hurricanes for attacking the United States. You see that it's a mutton belly. It's not the same at all.
Let's just move on.
Keeps going
yeah, of course. I've been telling Republicans that since the 2020 election, and they still haven't.
Guys, don't get battle tanks or whatever the hell this game is, because they're not paying me. So, because I know, oh, I hit the wrong button. Hold up. I'll fix it. I promise. Damn, where were we? Shit. Where were we? I couldn't see the bar. Were we at 124? That's what it looked like the bar was at. I thought we were at like an hour 9.
6. The revolutionary. You wouldn't call that an insurrection?
So are you pro-insurrection now?
Hold on. Where were we at? Does anybody know? Can anybody reverse in time? Because I know I was just looking at the timestamp a little bit ago. We're about an hour in.
I've been telling Republicans that since the 2020 election, and they still haven't.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, do we acknowledge that Trump probably lost 2020? Have we gotten over that yet, or?
No, I don't want to relitigate that, but I would be happy to show you the results on the graphs where at 3:30 in the morning in 4 states, Biden's votes go straight up. Is that normal?
No, it's not normal.
So what do you think that is?
I think that just like every single person before the election said, there was an unprecedented amount of mail-in voting.
And they were all for Biden.
A lot of them were. Did you not
course.
listen?
Yeah, of course they were.
Of course they were.
And they all came right at 3:30 in the
morning.
morning.
Because Donald Trump spent a year in the lead up telling his people, don't vote via mail-in ballot.
That's why we're doing.
Do you remember that happening? Did you watch Donald Trump for a year say, we don't vote via mail-in ballot, we go to the polls and vote? And you know why he did that? We know why he did that. Because Roger Stone and Manafort, two corrupt lunatics that Donald Trump has both given full pardons to, by the way, are on recorded audio saying Donald Trump is just going to declare himself the victor on the night of the election because he knows he's going to get destroyed when the mail-in ballots start coming.
And did Donald Trump declare himself the victor, or did he leave the White House?
Do what?
Did Donald Trump leave the White House?
After a failed insurrection, yes.
A failed insurrection. Who ran the insurrection?
Donald Trump and the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers and everybody that broke into the Capitol and delayed the certification of the vote.
Do you really believe that?
Was the vote certification delayed?
What is an insurrection?
Wait. Was the vote certification delayed on January 6th?
No, it went through. They certified. Did Trump?
Hold on. I'm so sorry.
Every
I don't know who you're
Republican was
answering right now. Was the vote certification delayed? Was Congress called out of session on January 6th?
Yes, I think for a couple hours.
For several hours.
So by the end of the day,
why were they called out of session?
So by the end of the day,
you see how we can't live in reality? You see how this doesn't work? The country doesn't function when you have people
if you want
that
to go
refuse
back
to
and call
accept.
this an insurrection,
The craziest thing is it's all on video. We've seen
not
all of
bots.
this. None of this is a mystery.
Tell me what an insurrection is. Just define it for me.
I don't have to define it for you. I'm just asking simple questions. On January 6th, there was a certification of the vote. That vote was disrupted by violence. If you want to get into what an insurrection is, you could say that it was a crowd of people that had gathered with a common purpose to use the means of violence or intimidation to disrupt an official federal proceeding, such as the certification of the 2020 vote, the outcome of that election, which is why it would probably qualify as an insurrection.
Okay. How many guns,
If your bots don't hit the like button, if you're real people, hit the like button. No, if your bots, hit the like button too. There's 58 people. There's only 10 likes. So even if you hate me and you hate what I'm talking about, you're here watching this for free. So just hit the like button because that's free. What the hell's wrong with you?
At this insurrection?
You don't need a gun for an insurrection.
0.
Zero? Wait, the cops didn't have any guns?
Oh, the cops had a gun. That's right. They killed an innocent
so
person.
That's what you just said, which is wrong.
That's right. They killed an innocent person.
With a slingshot? What do you mean there were 0 guns at the insurrection?
So, okay, so the government had the guns. So that's good. So that's what happens when only the government has the guns.
Just to be clear here, none of the people on the grounds of the Capitol had any firearms on them? Not a
single one.
Really? Not even though the Secret Service...
Bro, I said that as a joke. That's his argument? Yeah, fucking the cops and the Secret Service and the people. I'm sure the people in there had guns. I'm sure there were a lot of guns there, Destiny. I'm sure a lot of what the fuck?
Said 80% of the people that were at the Ellipse just an hour earlier listening to Trump's speech didn't go through the magnometers because they saw people in.
Hey, see, they're not bots, Matthew. They're cool, and they're hitting the like button. I appreciate it.
The crowd that had firearms they didn't want to go through that all marched to the Capitol building. What, did they drop their gun off at a hotel? Did they give it to a friendly police officer? Did they find a fellow DC BLM guy to hold onto their rifles?
Not a single gun was ever recovered or on record at the January 6th insurrection.
Oh, recovered.
And what type of an insurrection?
How many pipe bombs were found
what type
at
That's a great question, actually. Who laid those pipe bombs?
We don't know. We never found out.
We don't know. How can the government can recognize somebody's earlobe in a video and track them down and go arrest them in the...
Bro, satellites have been able to look at your eyeball, which is the most identifying... Oh, I'm sorry. I digress.
In the middle of a hurricane, by the way. The FBI went into North Carolina in the middle of a hurricane and arrested somebody, but they can't find who laid the pipe bombs. They have no idea. And Kamala Harris doesn't remember where she was that day either, even though one of the bombs was allegedly right outside of her office. She has no idea. She's changing her story. But what type of an insurrection?
No one is changing the story. You guys filmed this
Kamala
from start
has
to
changed
finish.
the story.
We can watch you guys cheering for it. We can watch you cheering 1776. What was 1776?
I know you hate 1776.
Wait,
I know you hate that.
What was 1776? What was that?
That was the founding of the country.
What was it? What was the event? What would you call that?
When we overthrew royalty and created
against the government,
created a constitutional republic.
Would you call that an insurrection?
No.
No. 1776, the revolutionary. You wouldn't call that an insurrection?
So are you pro-insurrection now? You just babble and stammer so much. I can't figure out where you're at.
Wait,
Tell me what kind of an insurrection when an emergency notice goes out to go home, everybody goes home and calls it a day. Is that
what kind of an insurrection ends when the leader tells his followers to go home? All of them.
You know what? I'm just gonna concede. It's an insurrection, and let's fucking insurrect. I shouldn't say that. Never say that again, Josh.
Perfect.
That's kind of how it works. That's how a cult works.
So there was no insurrection. Trump didn't want to overthrow the government. Thank you for admitting that. That wasn't too hard to get out of you.
We can't even follow basic logic.
No,
1776 was an insurrection. It was a
now
revolution.
You're deflecting again to 1776.
I'm not deflecting.
So
I'm referring
Trump
specifically.
Wanted to insurrect
it's just
the
funny
government,
that you stand outside saying 1776 and go, well, is this really an insurrection? Well,
nah, they got it.
Cheering for the Star Spangled Banner?
I'm telling you.
Was it choir practice?
Actually, they were singing the Star Spangled Banner,
yeah,
something
sure.
you'll never hear at a Democrat event.
Pence. When Donald Trump said Mike Pence needs to do the right thing, what was he talking about?
Why? You trying to swat me? Tomato. I can't find it on YouTube. Well, I'm not going to tell you where I'm watching. No, I'm kidding. It's modern day debate, bro.
What do you want Pence to do?
So in the history of the United States, there have been multiple times where a party rejects the results of an election, and all 3 times prior to 2020, it was the Democrat Party.
Really?
You let's walk through those. Let's
walk through those. You want to?
Uncensored America shows it live on their YouTube, but I think they're going through. They might get taken down. I don't know what's going to happen with their YouTube, but I think they take it down and they give it to Modern Day Debater. Well, James is there moderating, so I assume they're working with them too.
Do you want to go?
Stop distracting me.
Over when it happened in 1960 in Hawaii, when the only reason why they submitted 2 different slates of electors, which were both authorized by the state legislatures, because there needed to be a recount. You want to use that one, or do you want to go back to Ulysses S. Grant, the one that happened prior to the ECA even being passed? Right? Where the whole reason why that law was passed was because it was such a clusterfuck of an election. Which one do you want to go to? Do you want to go to Gore, where Gore he gave up that election as soon as he lost to the Supreme Court, where there wasn't even a delay in the electors voting in Florida, let alone a January 6th certification? The problem is you don't know anything. You have no facts for any of this. And the strongest facts that you can attest to, you no longer can because you're scared of being sued again for defamation. So obviously.
What they did is they've changed the definition of the word insurrection. So if we want to start considering January 6th an insurrection, we got to start considering a lot of other things, insurrections that have happened. And B, we've got to say, yeah, it was an insurrection. but it was for the right reasons because we're supposed to overthrow tyrannical governments. We're not supposed to let them take over. I need to stop. Now you're worried about getting swatted? I don't think I have enough viewers here to get swatted. There's only like 47 of you guys. So I'm in Utah. I'm in Salt Lake City, Utah. I'm not from Utah. I'm from Florida. I'm a Florida boy, but I live in Utah.
You're just going to sit here and ramble on some crazy shit. That's why you won't admit that 1776 was obviously an insurrection. That's why you were cheering it on outside when you thought you were going to be the winners of that insurrection instead of the losers. And it's why you won't admit now to obvious facts that are right in front of our face.
Every election in the 21st century, the Democrats have denied they lost.
Right.
Which vote
They denied
certification?
that Al Gore lost. They denied that John Kerry lost, and they denied.
Insurrection means when the Free Palestine protesters went up in one of the Capitol buildings and did their thing around where they were all in the middle and everybody else was up top. That's also an insurrection.
That Hillary Clinton lost. And yes, they went to Congress and tried to stop the certification of the vote.
Really? What did
that
they do
has
for
happened
Gore?
every
What did
time.
they do for Gore?
And they'll likely do the exact same thing
There's nothing.
when Trump wins in 2020.
It was about 2,000 hours of feed, Matthew. And we watched a lot of it. A lot of it was very boring. Kind of like nothing. But if you concentrate it down to the best 100 hours, actually you got to concentrate down to the best 50 hours. You see some things, but anyway.
Before they'll likely do the exact same thing, just like Raskin has already said. The Democrats are already plotting not to certify the 2024 election because they know Trump is going to win.
It's fantastic delusion.
It's mainstream news. Anybody can pull it up on their phones right now. Jamie Raskin won't certify election results. Go ahead, plug it in.
Let's plug it in. Plug it in.
You got it right there, don't you? Yeah, it's right there.
What did he say? I already forgot what he said. I'm a little.
Do you think Gogeta or Vegito would win in a fight? It's frustrating. I guess the saddest thing is that
he threw him off. That was a trick. Because now I got to think about it. Gogeta wins. I think it's kind of accepted that Fusion Dance Fusion is better than Potara Fusion. Because Vegito got mopped up in one round with Zamasu. But every time you see Gogeta, except for in GT with Baby, sorry, I'm getting.
the saddest thing is that as much as I can't stand conservatives because I'm a liberal/progressive, at the very least, I felt like we were all kind of in the same boat. We were all kind of like the same country, and we were all presenting at least a unified front to the rest of the world. And as much as conservatives and Democrats might have hated each other, at least we were.
If it was SS4 Gogeta versus Blue Vegito, I think Blue Vegito wins. But if it's Blue Gogeta versus Blue Vegito Brawly, freaking Gogeta destroys Vegito. There's also going to be more. Anyway,
we're all Americans at the end of the day.
And when did that change?
When did that change? Well, a big change.
When Donald Trump became president of the United States. And they lost their mind because they couldn't control him, they couldn't bully him, they couldn't get him to bow down to political correctness. Yeah. And so this is them,
and
stuttering and spamming all over the place like lunatics, trying to get Donald Trump killed, assaulting Trump supporters, and lost their minds. Why do you think Elon Musk left the Democrat Party? Why do you think Tulsi Gabbard left the Democrat Party? Why are so many Democrats like Vernon Jones leaving the Democrat Party? Because this is your Democrat voter right here. Nobody wants to be a part of this psychotic movement anymore.
Psychotic movement.
If Dragon Ball Z doesn't make you gay, then you're gay.
And you guys literally tried. You guys invaded the Capitol.
Your side believes in trans kids.
Who wants to
Your
trans
side
kids?
wants to pay for trans
Most
surgeries
people aren't
in the
okay
prisons.
with it. You guys
Your
won't even
side
acknowledge
lets in
what
10
you've
million
done.
illegal immigrants.
Oh
Your
my
side starts
God.
wars all over the world. Our side is the party of sanity and the party of common sense. And if you can't see that in this debate, then you're never going to see it.
You're never going to. The party of sanity is the party that doesn't believe in dinosaurs and thinks that we create hurt.
What are you talking about?
Do you believe in dinosaurs? You think
What is
real?
this dinosaurs?
Wait,
What are you talking about dinosaurs?
Do you think the dinosaurs
Do you
ever
play
roam
with
the earth?
dinosaur toys?
Do you think the
Why
dinosaurs,
do you bring this up?
Do you think the dinosaurs
Is that
ever
a
roam the
dinosaur
earth?
on your necklace right there? What
do you
is
ever
that?
think? Do you think?
I'd be like, bro, I believe dinosaurs roamed the earth with men. What are you talking about?
The dinosaurs roam the earth.
I'm not here to talk about dinosaurs.
What's up, Brainbenders Banter?
It's insanity. It's crazy to me.
You know what? You're a political dinosaur. You're stuck in the past. This is the future right here.
You don't even acknowledge the outcome of the last fucking election. How am I the one stuck in the past? You guys lost in 2022.
Considering we're conservatives and they're progressives, that doesn't quite make sense, Owen.
You believe everything you're told from the mainstream media. You're right. There's no government corruption. They don't rig elections. It's never happened. The government is great, guys. The government loves you so much, and the mainstream media would never lie to you. They would never do that. Come on.
Let's say that I did believe everything from the mainstream media. The mainstream media is a conglomeration of how many different large corporations.
If Owen is a dino denier, then I haven't seen that yet. That could be something they clipped up on TikTok or maybe a joke he made at some point. If Owen's a true dino denier, then I need to talk to him about something.
With how many different editors, with how many different people involved that have how many levels of accountability, as opposed to the alternative media, a company that you just came from that's now bankrupt because the owner got sued for defamation for telling so many lies.
The most anti-establishment free speech organization in the world
the Freedom
is
Speech guys. Yes,
InfoWars.
the Freedom of Speech guys.
That's why we get shut down.
True, exactly.
That's why
it wasn't for telling.
Yeah. Of course. You want to know what happens when you speak truth to power? Everything this guy just said. I've been censored. I've been imprisoned. I've been assaulted. I've had my businesses shut down. This guy's dealt with nothing except cucking to his wife's boyfriend.
Damn. Wait.
Assaulted. I've everything this guy just said. I've been censored. I've been imprisoned. I've been assaulted. I've had my businesses shut down. This guy's dealt with nothing except cucking to his wife's boyfriend.
Damn.
I see those 60 days in federal prison weren't kind to you. I'm sorry that you weren't able to do the podcast from prison like you wanted to. I know that's still upsetting you a lot. Only one of us up here has been arrested for trying to be a part of a coup or an insurrection against the United States. Only one of us up here.
I'm just going to say, as somebody who's been locked up before, I ain't never done nothing like that. It's not as bad as you think. You just don't go into prison and get raped. It's not just like we gotta defend the inmates out here. You know, Trump's a felon. You don't just walk into jail and get graped up. Like everybody just starts randomly. There's a mass grape circle of prisoners. You can avoid the grape. Just don't gamble. Don't get involved in gangs. And don't gamble because you don't want to get in debt with anybody. You could run the poker table. You could be the house if you set up your own game. But just don't ever, get in debt with anybody. Anyway, I'm trying to explain how to not get graped in jail.
Here hates this country, and I think it's pretty obvious it's the guy that doesn't even acknowledge the results of the last election. One of the most important foundational pieces of the United States,
so
which
stop
is the
stealing
peaceful,
them. So stop stealing them.
Which is
so stop stealing
no one
them.
is stealing it.
So
no one is stealing it.
them.
Why don't you vote?
So
show up at the polls
them.
and vote. Vote via the opportunities that are available to you.
Why is he saying that like he can't vote? You can vote as a felon in almost every state.
With Owen.
2 states they let felons vote in prison. New Hampshire and Maine, I think, or maybe Vermont and Maine. No, not Maine. 2 of those real far northeast states. James, your mic doesn't work, bruh.
In lieu of...
Dinos aren't real. Explain my dino nuggies. They do make some good nuggies. Yeah. Oh, it's Q&A time. Hold on. I got to go. What should I do? I got to pee. There's a lot of Q&A. There's still 45 minutes left. I'm going to go pee. Restroom, bathroom. I know people don't like when you talk about that.
All right, thank you very much. And I'll hold on to the microphone just because we want to encourage everybody, when you are asking your question, if you could keep it as pithy as possible, getting right to the question. Thank you very much.
Owen, on January 6th, when Trump was saying Mike Pence really needs to come through for us, what did he want him to do?
So leading up to the 2020 election, in the name of COVID, a bunch of states changed their election rules, and they didn't follow the actual laws to do so. They didn't go through the state legislatures. So Donald Trump wanted to have those things reviewed in a legal process, and he needed Mike Pence to refuse to certify the results so the legal investigation could play itself out, something that's happened multiple times in U.S. history. So also, they wanted to review signatures. They wanted to review mail-in ballots, which we now know, thanks to investigations that have been going on for the last 4 years, some ballots were sent from empty parking lots. Some ballots didn't even have signatures on them. And in fact, the illegal votes that were now discovered in Fulton County from 2020 outnumber.
Hold on. I was peeing. Bathroom break. Dino Riders is a documentary. Matthew said Dino Nuggy Muggy Money. I already got Dino Nuggy money. That's going towards pizza. Guys, my birthday is tomorrow night. We're doing a birthday stream. I need money for Jameson and pizza. Not gas station pizza. We're going classy. We're getting Domino's. And I'm going to have some pineapple on my pizza. And I got to get a pumpkin to carve. I'm going to carve a pumpkin. And it's going to be called the Mugshot Trumpkin. It's going to be Trump's mugshot. Trumpkin. It's a Trumpkin. It's going to be orange. He's orange. Like, come on, guys. We need money for the pumpkin, for the Trumpkin. We need likes. You guys, all you damn freeloaders, could at least hit the like button while you're here.
The votes of margin of victory for Joe Biden. So that's what he was asking Mike Pence to do. Mike Pence should have did it. He refused, and so the rest followed.
So then to reiterate, he was telling Mike Pence to not certify
Why'd they just randomly show some guy's shoulder?
So then to reiterate, he was telling Mike Pence to not certify the winner of the election who actually won the election because of his delusional belief that there was voter fraud, of which you're admitting wasn't discovered, I guess, until years later, although that's probably bullshit as well.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's not.
That stupid gallows, that was not.
I
read something. I don't have
every lawsuit has been demolished. Every state court.
All right, we're going to jump into the next one.
All right, for both of you,
when anybody started saying something like "kill Trump" or "kill Pence,"
so
everybody would be like, "Fed." That didn't happen. That's some bullshit.
Who knows? Everybody around the world, everybody in the United States is looking at the Republican Party for nobody knows what it's going to look like after Trump. If he loses, they don't know if he's going to run again. If he wins, nobody knows if Trump will just be happy to win and be a lame duck, or if he'll go full authoritarian monster mode and try to take apart as much of the government as he can.
Let's go!
What the Republican Party will look like afterwards, because the Republican Party has to fall in line to Trump, or he will destroy your career or destroy your network. Two things he's done before plenty of times. Who knows?
Hawaiian pieces of fire. We'll get a meat lovers
just
and a
real
Hawaiian.
quickly, Georgia voting fraud allegations result in criminal
and some
charges.
Jameson
Georgia Bureau of Investigations arrest made in Brooks County voter fraud investigation. So I can go on and on. Here's the 19 people charged in Georgia election fraud case. So it's a real story. But I'm sorry, did you say if Trump wins or if Trump loses? If he wins. Well, I think what happens is probably the same whether he wins or loses. I think what Trump has done is he's basically remade the Republican Party, and so you kind of have the old neocon establishment type.
I prefer Pizza
that you no
Hut,
longer
but we
see
don't
at
have one
Republican
here.
events anymore. George Bush is not a popular Republican. Dick Cheney is not a popular Republican. John McCain is not a popular Republican. Even Nikki Haley and Lindsey Graham get booed when they go to Trump rallies. So that's kind of the establishment right, if you will. The Republican voter base and really the populism that is behind the Republican Party has now, behind Donald Trump specifically, I think has now taken it over. So I don't think that's going to change. I think future candidates are going to sound more like Donald Trump. They're going to sound more like Vivek Ramaswamy. I think the message is going to be smaller government, true conservatism. I think the message is going to be stop funding foreign wars, foreign aid. I think the message is going to be bring back manufacturing, mostly common sense stuff. But I think that the thrust behind this populist movement is that we understand there's government corruption, we understand that there's mainstream media corruption, and we want a representative as our president, as our representatives in Congress, who know that, who talk like us, who think like us, and aren't going to be afraid to say it out loud. So I think it's kind of a permanent...
I think the only jewelry a man is allowed to wear is a watch.
Reformation of the Republican Party post-Donald Trump, whether he wins or loses this election.
Am I on point with that? I think
Well, my
that's
question
based.
is geared mostly towards Shroyer. You mentioned no foreign wars under Trump in 2017 on
Maybe a nice gold necklace, because my dad always rocked a gold necklace, and I got one of his gold necklaces. I'd rock the gold Cuban link, you know? Maybe a necklace, but even a necklace kind of gay.
Inauguration Day. I deployed and we dropped a record number of bombs in a single deployment on Syria
we gotta get them
until our record
rupees.
was beat by the
Ruples.
Truman the year after that. What do you mean no
Ruples.
foreign wars under Trump?
So are you referring to the airstrike on the airport strip?
No.
Which one are you referring to?
The fight against ISIS during Operation Inherent Resolve.
Okay, so I would say that was a war that he
Operation
inherited. I would say he didn't start that war. I think it was an inherited war. Now, you can argue whether you think we did good in that or bad in that. We could sit here and argue about the Biden pullout of Afghanistan. I think these were wars that Trump inherited. The decisions he made to try to end them, just like the decisions that Biden made to try to end them, you can debate. But he didn't start any new wars. So I think that's the distinction here. These were wars that were already ongoing for years and years. Past administrations, Obama, Bush, Republican, Democrat, didn't matter. So I wouldn't say that that was a started war. These were wars that he inherited. But I think that the general perspective to understand is that you didn't have the massive conflict in Ukraine. You didn't have the massive conflict in the Middle East, which we hope doesn't engulf us now, but they are now sending troops to both of those regions, and so I'd like to see that. I don't think there's enough being done by Trump either to stop these wars, to be honest. I'd like to see all these foreign wars stopped. I want to decouple from Israel. I want to decouple from the Middle East. I want to decouple from all of these foreign wars. I don't want anything to do with it. I don't even care if it makes us isolationists. We don't need the rest of the world. We can build everything we need here. We have enough energy here. I would decouple from all these foreign countries, internalize everything, and get out of all these wars to begin with.
I agree.
Do we get to answer as well or no?
If
The
you're
shoulder!
able to do the rebuttals
Whoa!
as pithy
Sure,
as
quick
possible,
rebuttal.
because
The fact
otherwise
that there were no wars going on is ridiculous. Crimea was still invaded and held by Russia. The civil war in the Donbass that was being supported by Russia was still going on. And in the Middle East, you had the occupation of Crimea was 2014.
Obama.
Right.
Okay, was Trump not president when it was occupied?
We did this last week.
Exactly. And then the civil war in the Donbass, where Russia continued to escalate by sending in more troops
Georgia,
and more
Crimea,
forces. Did that happen
and
under
Ukraine.
So this is
I know
hilarious. They
Crimea-
say Trump,
Pivot,
Russia
pivot, and then also
collusion.
from the Middle
Can I
East.
answer? Are you
No,
going to
you didn't
stutter and
answer. You're not
babble?
gonna- no,
He's
you're
going to
not gonna
babble
answer
again. He's
because
going to
you
start
don't have an answer
babbling
to
like a
the
baby.
question. That's why you're
So
on a
they
ramble
say
right now.
Trump-Russia collusion.
Russia collusion. Holy shit. We got our joggers on today.
He just admitted
When
it.
it came to the Middle East,
He just admitted it.
there was
When
also
did-
still
Oh my
conflict in the Middle East. You had Iran attacking Saudi Arabia for the first time ever. You had the entire border riots, Great March of Return, lasted for about a year in Israel. And you still had all the conflict in Syria. So the idea that there was no conflict in the Middle East is also delusional.
Okay, so again, the question was new wars. Russia invaded Ukraine when Obama was president. Russia invaded Ukraine again when Biden was president. Not when Trump was president.
The best stream? What are you talking about?
I want to know you guys' opinion when Trump was president, when he tried to isolate America on a global scale from groups like NATO and try to go closer to countries like Russia or China.
You should see the whole channel. There's all kinds of crazy stuff on here.
Autarky is basically this idea that your country can be its own country and not rely on the rest of the world for anything is stupid. It's subversive to the concept of America, the idea that we are a global trading partner, that we can ensure global peace and prosperity through ensuring trading lanes, ensuring these giant multilateral trade agreements so that we can have access to other people's markets, so they can have access to our markets. You saw what happened when the Houthis started shooting missiles at ships. What happened? The United States showed up and they said, hey, no more of that.
We're watching the debate right now. I can't just share all.
The Suez Canal continued. We wouldn't be able to do that in an America supported by Trump or Trumples because they believe
You'll see what I'm typing.
naively that we can just withdraw entirely from all of the global world markets and still be as good as we are now, that we wouldn't be able to rely on any of the manufacturing from any other country. We wouldn't have access to any of those
wouldn't have
markets the way we do
bananas.
now. Like, why would we want to take our country back so far? You know who tried stepping away from giant unified markets? It was the United Kingdom via Brexit. Their economy is not doing very good right now. So I don't know why that would be the model that you would try to emulate for a country who has built so much success off of so much cooperation with the rest of the world.
The concept for America is actually independence, okay? It's independence. So yes, we can be independence. And I think we learned a lot from this recent port strike where they just ended it a couple weeks ago, we learned that most of these ports are...
Somebody called into Destiny's show the other night and was like, if it's getting close on election night, do you think Kamala should do whatever it takes? And this was a girl, I don't know if she was trolling and she was really MAGA, but she was saying she didn't like Kamala, but she was going to vote for Kamala, but she's not MAGA. But anyway, she kept dropping these little breadcrumbs. And she's like, if Kamala doesn't win, or she looks like she's losing, do you think she should do whatever it takes? And Destiny's like, I don't know how I can answer this on my show. So we know what you mean by that, Destiny. I know what you mean by that.
Are actually owned by foreign companies. That's a problem. We should own all of our ports. We should make money off of all of our ports, and maybe we wouldn't have this issue. But I think that there's a general attitude here. See, I think conservatives versus liberals, if you hear what he just said, conservatives believe we can. We believe in the American people. We believe in American companies. We believe we can manufacture and produce goods, just like we've done for years. We used to have manufacturing plants in all the inner cities, and a man could get a job and make a living wage for his family and buy a home. They've all shipped those overseas. We can bring those back. We have plenty of energy here in the United States. We have innovations in energy. We can go nuclear here. We don't need the world. It's true. But that's the leftist liberal attitude is, oh, we need everybody. You need everybody. You need government. You can't make it on your own. You can make it on your own. America can make it on its own.
Mm-hmm. I like, even if, you know, Destiny's caught Owen, Destiny kind of talked over Owen a lot, and Owen kind of let it happen a little bit, and then it would cut in. And sometimes, like when Destiny asked those stupid questions, do you know what democracy is versus what a constitutional republic is? I say, answer the question. Just give a quick answer, a serious answer. Owen says, I'm going to make the joke. I'm going to say, Democrats are you evil fuckers. Like, you lean into it. And some people see that as a loss to an audience, to a debate judging squad. It doesn't look good, but to the audience, it does look good. So you have to kind of balance anyway.
Hey,
I'm talking to Destiny fans.
Green, Owen.
I'm talking to my
size
people.
up on the jacket next time. But my question has to go to. I'm getting there. Thank you. Destiny, you claimed that there was no money being given to
the shoulder shot
illegals.
What is this
for housing? They weren't buying houses. You're correct on that. But Christopher.
Hey, let's go. Are you crazy with the pizza fund? Happy birthday. You guys already sent money, so now you're gonna be like, oh well, thanks, JS. But if you want money to go directly to the birthday fund, it has to go to Cashapp, because I'm not gonna get that YouTube money for like, well, November. But yeah, it takes like a month or two. But if you wanted to go directly to the birthday fund, hit the Dreaded Conservative Cashapp, $ Dreaded Conservative. We're doing some grifting and some shilling right now.
Rufo did a story. $3.8 billion from the ARPA, American Rescue Plan Act, was given to.
I'm grifting for myself and I'm shilling for myself.
The state of Colorado, who in turn gave it to Boulder, Denver. They gave $5 million to resettle migrants. 350,000 of that a week was going out to migrants to pay for them in one apartment building. This was the CBZ, owned by CBZ Management in Aurora.
He don't want to talk about this.
Aurora, right? So this was the same building that was taken over by illegal gangs. I'm wondering how you can sit there and say that
crazy
there's no American taxpayer
theorist
money going to these people when they're there doing it and taking over our country, literally.
Okay, so, I mean, there's a multitude of problems with the question, but I'll address the question in the best way. I mean, if money is given to Colorado and Colorado spends that money on illegal immigrants if they choose to do so.
States'
rights.
Oh, now you like states'
Colorado,
rights.
Not necessarily the federal government, but also you also said that
but
they
when
were
it comes
spending
to
the money resettling
abortion,
migrants.
we need
that
to.
doesn't sound like money spent on illegals. It sounds like money spent resettling migrants, which is not illegals. But if I take the strongest version of your question, I mean, it's pretty
funny how they pick and choose when they like states' rights.
Money on illegal immigrants. I know that we, we provide housing, we provide, I'm pretty sure, food stipends. I know there's like some card that these guys obsess over that asylum seekers get when they come in here. They're waiting for their court cases. Waiting time that would have been dramatically reduced, by the way, if they would have passed the legislation in Congress that they shut down because Donald Trump wanted to keep the border open for the election. I'm sure the United States spends money on illegal immigrants. I'm not saying they don't. I just think that the idea that it's just the illegal immigrants that we talk about are like fucking Captain America. Like, these guys come in and they have like 50 kids, and then they steal all of our welfare, and then they are buying all of our fucking houses, and then they're also working all of our fucking jobs, and they're like, I don't know how they can do fucking everything. I don't know if they maybe the reason why Biden did so poorly in the debate is because all the adrenochrome was going to the crazy, legendary fucking illegal immigrants or whatever. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm sure we spend money on illegals. I wish we had comprehensive immigration reform. I do think that spending money on America is important, and I think that's a good argument. I think that when you look and you see, okay, well, even if it wasn't $200 billion, Destiny, it was $20 billion. Why are we spending $20 billion in Ukraine when my neighborhood is fucking falling apart, or my city doesn't have the money to pay for these things that I think are important? I think these are good questions. Okay. Democrats are not the ones that are trying to cut funding from schools and from cities and from infrastructure and from healthcare. When the fuck was the last time you heard a Republican say, we need to stop funding the war in Ukraine so that we can fund single-payer healthcare? We need to stop giving money to Israel so that we can do something about the homeless or the drug addicted or the mental illness in society. It's never like that. It's we need to stop funding here, and then we need to cut as much spending domestically as possible so that the fucking free market is going to take care of your problems? What, is Bezos going to walk you to the fucking ER and pay for your medical bill? Like, it's just insane. So I agree. I can understand. Like, we can walk and chew gum at the same time. The United States is a huge federal budget. We can pay for a lot of things. And I do think that sometimes our spending is a bit sad. But when you look at who's taking money away from spending on things like health.
Hold up. This guy said, I don't believe in dinosaurs. You're a bot. I'm the king of the dinosaurs. What are you talking about? I speak to dinosaurs. An iguana is a dinosaur. An alligator is a dinosaur. A snake is a demon, but...
or childcare, or any of the multitude of things that we need money spent on in this country. It's not Democrats, it's fucking Republicans. And the idea that cutting funding to some foreign war would all of a sudden open their hearts to domestic spending on welfare is ludicrous.
Actually, I'm a Republican, and I literally just said we should take money from foreign wars and spend it on America. So I literally just said that.
So you'd be for a public option over single-payer healthcare?
No, I didn't say that either.
Yeah, of course you didn't. Yeah,
I'm the Dino Whisperer.
But if you have more money in Americans' pockets, they can afford their own health care. See, if you get the government out of the transaction, then Americans have more money.
How does money going to Ukraine come back to American pockets if we cut the funding there?
So if government has $1 million,
shout out China.
$500,000 on a foreign country, how much money do they have left?
Shout out China. If it's one guy in China on 50 phones, let's freaking go. He's getting me view hours. He's, let's go. And boost it up in the algorithm. Shout out the algorithm. Even if it's negative feedback, it still helps. So we love it.
Well, the government, they run deficits. You should know. Donald Trump had the biggest deficits of all time. So
the answer is $500,000 versus what could have been $1 million. It's basic math. But it's funny. He now admits that we do pay for illegal immigrants.
You said earlier that
I don't mind free viewers if I don't have to pay for them.
Rich people are the ones who paid most of the taxes. So if the government stops spending, then the rich people are the ones keeping the money. Are they just going to give it to the poor people?
Which they do. The rich people do pay the most of the taxes. So thank you for at least bringing a small fact check here, because that's what now he has to admit that yes, we do pay for illegal immigrants. And we shouldn't pay for any. We shouldn't pay for a single illegal immigrant. And they love to play this game with, oh, they're migrants, or oh, they're asylum seekers. They rewrite laws, they rephrase things so they can get away with these excuses, and then use their buzzwords like immigration reform. We don't need immigration reform. We need to follow the immigration law. We have immigration laws in this country. There is a waiting process. There's a process you go through to become a citizen. That's what every person should come into America and go through. Versus some select, maybe some circumstances where you come in here on a work visa when you already have a job lined up, or you have a job that we need. So they love to play these games. And by the way, yes, Colorado did have to request money from the Federal Emergency Management Agency. That was literally a request. They had to get the money from the federal government to pay for these illegal immigrants that are all over all of these blue cities. And by the way, you notice another thing too. The Democrats are always complaining about the state of the education in this country, and rightfully so. It's in the tubes. Who runs the education department? The Democrats.
I don't think they're bots. I think they're Destiny orbiters.
Yeah. Hey, Destiny.
So
I wanted to talk about
there's
sort of this growing rise in social conservatism among Generation Z youths.
And I sort of wonder, as a 22-year-old, where I see a future in the Democratic Party for me, as someone who kind of leans left economically, more probably left-wing economically, not leans left, but someone who's sort of like center-right socially. And I just don't really see a future right now. And so I'm kind of wondering, should the Democratic Party try and appeal to this growing rise in Gen Z voters? This is according to a Gallup poll and a Pew Research poll done in the last year. Should it try to appeal, or should it just kind of leave us in the dust? Because the Republican Party, I don't see a future where they start caring about Americans and funding single-payer health care and funding housing, unfortunately. But at the same time, I'm a bit unsatisfied with the Democratic Party's social turn. And so, yeah.
I think that the goal should be to tell all of your friends to vote for Kamala Harris so that the Democrats can win with the largest margin
he's gonna
possible,
try to make it the
so that we can load
show.
all of the insane fucking college tankies and progressives up into a fucking Elon Musk spaceship and send them off to the fucking moon, okay? I mean, this is an issue that I talk about a lot. The far left of the party is fucking crazy, okay? That's like, nobody can deny that. I fought with the far left.
I don't know if I agree with that, Corey Ander. I think Destiny... even the asteroid belt orbits around the sun, and it may not be a planet. So the content creators who react to Destiny are the planets, and the fans or the people who go into other chats and they agree with Destiny, and those are like space dust or space garbage. We have a lot of space litter. There's a lot of space garbage, broken satellites. Those are like maybe that was something that was important at some time and it fell away. It's like a broken satellite orbiting around, or some rocks in the asteroid belt, or some space debris, or just some random crust floating around. So they're all still orbiting. They're just not the main orbiters. But maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe he's explained that. This is his... I didn't even hear this word until I heard orbiter. I like it, though. But I'm going to do my own. Earth is flat. Sorry, the Bible says so. Fuck you, Abe C. I hate flat earthers. The earth is... Bro, it's Agartha. There's tunnels. You don't even know, dude. You can't have... Oh, my God. The firmament doesn't work on a flat earth. The friggin' tunnel... We got to get back to the debate.
Honestly, probably more than Owen has when it comes to insane people. There's a reason why I'm banned from Twitch, and it's not.
Is that when you get punched a lot? I've been punched a lot.
Conservatives because
I've had some concussions.
That being said, something that I think is good to keep in mind is the far
I've
left
punched
is
more people,
politically non-existent. There are no far left lawmakers. Even people like AOC and Bernie Sanders now are called Israeli genocide supporters by the far left. All of the college kids have now abandoned, Ilan and Rashid, like all of the Justice Dems and Bernie are all completely, off the table now. They're not radical enough for them. So I think that trying to win with the largest margin possible, so that on social media we can continue to ignore these people because that's the only place they exist, is important.
I've been to
the radical element of the Republican Party is like 95% of the party, okay? Like the last YouGov poll I saw, I think said that 25% of conservatives, probably Owen included, believe in satanic sex cults, okay, that like Hillary Clinton and Podesta belong to, okay, where they perform blood sacrifice rituals on children, all right? And 80% of conservatives, Owen definitely included, don't believe in the results of the last election. This is like the big majority bulk of the party, and that is very scary, and it is a huge problem. So I agree, far left is super fucking cringe. I hope that Kamala wins with enough of a margin that we can safely eject these people and never listen to them again. They can all go vote for Jill Stein.
No, politicians and people in Hollywood would never have crazy parties where they take advantage of children, and politicians and celebrities and rich people would never do something like that.
I'd like to address you for a second too, if you wouldn't mind. So I think what is important for young people, you can stand, you can sit, it doesn't matter. I think what's important for young people to understand is the broad difference between what the right wants to do politically and what the left wants to do politically. You're going to have issues you agree with some leftists on, some conservatives on, and that'll probably go on the rest of your life. You're more of a centrist. But I think you need to understand what the core is of the modern day left, and this rings throughout history. The American left, the Democrat Party, cannot exist without power. They need power. They want to tell you what kind of car you can drive. They need power to do that. They want to tell you what kind of...
I think that's a good thing.
Okay.
Regulating people's cars so we can try and create
So then you might like that. But I just think you just need to understand, it's important to understand the core values that, yes, if if you want to tell people what kind of car they can drive, what kind of food they can eat, and all that stuff, well, you need power. You need political power to do that. And so that's where the left goes, where the right wing believes more in self-government. We want you to decide. So yeah, you might have to say, well, I guess if I believe an electronic car is better for the environment than a combustion engine, then I'm going to drive an electric-powered car. But, you know, maybe my neighbor I think is a worse person because...
So South Carolina is pro-Trump by a big margin, Matthew, but he's at a college campus. And Destiny's going to have a lot of fans at a college campus. You can't... There's also going to be, like... I bet you the audience is pretty fairly mixed. It's probably leans a little more towards Destiny because he has a bigger audience, especially among like younger college age people. So he's probably going to have more people there on Destiny's side, but I'm sure there will be some MAGA folk there.
He doesn't drive one. That's the difference between self-government and the government deciding what you need to do. So it's they need power to do it, where the right wing believes in self-government. So I just think it's important to understand kind of the core principles. I want to address something you just said, you know, satanic cults. Again.
Oh, no.
Are you going to deny that there was an Epstein Island? Are you going to deny these Diddy parties where they're having all these things?
Wait a second. How many photos was Kamala Harris in with Epstein?
No.
How many photos was Donald Trump in with Epstein?
Did you read?
See the silence?
Did
Crazy,
you read?
Isn't it?
There's no silence. You just won't shut up. Did you read the WikiLeaks emails in 2016? Did you hear about Abramovich? Did you hear about the spirit cookings? Did you hear about the children in the hot tub for your entertainment? Did you read these emails? This is all public information. Anybody.
They could both be in pictures with both Diddy and Epstein. It's the difference is what you're saying and what you're doing. If your actions show that it leads towards the type of thing that Diddy and Epstein are doing, maybe you're more with that. And if this non-establishment guy that everybody hates for some reason, everybody who we think is probably in on this too, also was around those people, but he's like, no, this stuff's not good. I don't know about this children and these demon QAnon. I've never heard of QAnon. Remember when they asked him, Trump about QAnon? He's like, I've never heard of QAnon. All I know is they think there's some sort of demon worshiping cult that is sacrificing children. And I don't know. That doesn't seem like a bad thing to fight against. It was something like that. I was like, let's fucking go. I love Trump.
Everybody in this room can go look at the
He's a
WikiLeaks
great guy.
emails.
He says Zelensky's a great guy. Sometimes when you're on media and you got to talk about somebody evil, you can't expose it right then because you don't have the power. So you're just like, he's a great guy. I met a lot of great guys. They were very great, greatly of the world. Not greatly so much of the soul. I don't know about... Fuck it up.
The Democrat committee emails invite Marina Abramovich to spirit cookings, and they have children in the hot tub for your entertainment. I know that sounds crazy, but I'm telling you, go home, look it up. It's all public record. It's all real.
Wait, all of that is public record? All of that is real? All of that is super true?
Yes.
Why didn't Donald Trump do anything about it?
I wish he would have.
So then why would you elect him again? He failed.
Because I vote
he fired
pragmatically,
Comey, he put in his
and
own
I
guy.
know
He
that this
fired
country
his
will be
he put
better.
in his own guy.
See, you, bro, Trump will call somebody a great guy and then drop bombs on their country. Just be like, goodbye. And they know he will. And that's why they don't fuck with him. He's like, are you smoking PCP? No, I smoked a little pot earlier. Damn. I didn't smoke pot for like 3 months. So I'm a little high. But I'm on the... Now I'm drinking beer. I drink beer, smoke some pot. That's about it.
You exist in a cult. I don't. I'm a pragmatic
The guy you're
voter.
advocating for is a fucking loser. He failed on everything you want. At least I can point to Biden and go, look at the CHIPS Act. Whereas Donald Trump said, we're going to tear up China.
I only smoked pot because it's my birthday tomorrow night. So I smoked a little pot. Usually it's just a little beer. 300,000 children. I'm not reading that.
Bring back manufacturing. Nothing
TLDR.
happened. Biden got a bill passed and did something. Whereas Donald Trump said, we're going to do more for infrastructure than we ever have. He did fuck all. At least Biden passed the infrastructure bill, right? When Donald Trump talks,
that's going
he
so
fails.
well.
What's going so well? The infrastructure bill? Yes, it is.
So
There's been a ton of money, more than ever before,
if
allocated to
I understand. It sounds crazy, brother. Believe me.
Facts, Crimson. They did absolve him of his crimes. You're right. Because it's guilty, or it's innocent until proven guilty. See, they got me talking like the damn Democrats now. Guilty until proven innocent. It's innocent until proven guilty. So if you die before you're ever proven guilty, technically they did absolve him of his crimes. You know, God forgives. We just set up a meeting.
It's a great shirt. I'm sure he made some nice money off that shirt because he's a capitalist like everybody else. I'm just telling you, I would probably have thought I was crazy when I was your age too. But when you dig into this stuff and you realize your government is extremely corrupt, your mainstream media is extremely corrupt, most of the celebrities that we look up to are extremely corrupt. These are the ones that are telling you how to think. And so, yeah, I don't like that. I don't think you should like that. And you would be stunned if you saw what was in those Democrat emails that he's pretending is not true. So you don't have to call it a satanic cult, but you can go look. Marina Abramovich, Spirit Cookings, Democrat Party emails. You can make up your own mind.
Baby cakes. Why was Trump in a picture with Epstein? Why was he on the flight logs?
Who cooperated with the FBI when Epstein was trying to bring girls into his trafficking ring at Trump's clubs? Donald Trump.
Trump's clubs?
Yeah, Donald Trump. Epstein was at Trump's clubs trying to recruit young girls.
Yeah, and then he publicly came out and said, I don't like that guy. I hung out with that guy a few times, and then he was trying to bang some young broads. I didn't like him. I kicked him out of my hotel. I said, no more. We can't have you here, Epstein. I don't like that guy. He came out and publicly denounced Epstein multiple times after that event. Isn't that interesting? Who else did that? Years ago. And Epstein was under investigation for a long time. Like, don't act like people didn't know this was going on.
Security cameras in there because we saw all the documents from the Mar-a-Lago thing. So what, was Donald Trump just sitting there jerking off to it the whole time? Or?
No, he was cooperating with the FBI. He literally cooperated with the FBI. And when did Epstein get arrested?
He cooperated with the FBI.
When did Epstein get arrested? Epstein got arrested.
CHIPS Act is based, but it's a Trump policy. That's a Trump plan, and Biden enacted it with a bunch of bullshit thrown in, and so it doesn't work good.
Arrested. So now the Epstein thing is real. So see, now the Epstein thing is real. Now he has to accept that it's real, and now he's talking about it. Bill Clinton flew on Jeffrey Epstein's plane dozens of times. Donald Trump did not. Donald Trump helped bring Jeffrey Epstein.
We got 20 minutes left. This is why I don't think they're bots, Matthew, because when I put the Discord link up in about 10 minutes and open the Discord, some of them will jump in.
To jail and prison. He's the only president that did so. Donald Trump cooperated with the FBI when they were investigating Epstein recruiting young girls. And notice all the people that were friends with Epstein, all the people that went to Epstein Island, all hate Donald Trump.
I think everybody hates Donald Trump. I mean, that's not really a fair metric. I mean, I give his last vice president hates him. I mean,
everyone hates Donald Trump, but there were millions of people at the insurrection. Everybody hates Donald Trump, but he's the most popular person in the world. Yeah, everybody hates Donald Trump. Clearly, you didn't walk around campus today because a lot of people actually love Donald Trump.
Yeah, because they got people like you brainwashing them. Everybody that's worked with Donald Trump hates Donald Trump.
I'm sure
everybody that spent time in office with Donald Trump. There's a reason why 42 of his 44 last cabinet members won't endorse him.
The government.
The government is part of the thing that keep. What do you think America is? Do you think it's just a piece of land? What is the United States? Self-governance. But now when it comes to abortion, self-governance when it comes to what kids read in school libraries, when does the self-governance stop and the Christian virtue signaling begin? By the way, Christian virtue signaling following a man who doesn't even read the Bible, who can't even say John 3:16 when asked for his favorite Bible verse, a guy who cheats openly on all three of his wives and then steals campaign funds and steal campaign. Yeah, I know you love him because there's nothing he could do that would make you not love him.
His ex-wives still love him.
Yeah, I'm sure they do. That's why they divorced him.
So
they act like Trump couldn't have rattled off a Bible verse. Like, I'm sure he could have spit out a Bible verse. But then other people are like, well, I don't like that verse. And then other people are like, that verse is okay, but Other people are like, I love that Bible verse. Why is Trump just going to rattle off a Bible verse for you? These are the stupid. Can you name any Trump policies? Why don't you tell me one Bible verse? What's your favorite Bible verse? Like, shut up. Come on, man. Really? It's patronizing. Like, ask me real questions, not these stupid. Anyway.
Man, that is just, it's hard to concentrate with so much yapping in my ear.
Don't worry, it's how we all feel watching InfoWars. Or
they
used
all watch
to.
InfoWars! They all watch InfoWars. I love it. So there you go. So Epstein is real. So first it's, a fictitious satanic cult. But now it's real. Now he admits it's real. So it's amazing. See, when things progress in the conversation, eventually everything he has to admit, everything I say he eventually has to admit is real.
lot of people hate on a Bible verse. Half the country will hate on a Bible
Hi.
verse.
I don't know if this is a great segue or if my...
Half the country would hate on a Bible verse. They would say, he said this Bible verse. Now, if we look at this in this context, and this some people believe that this is a negative thing, and then they're going to say, and the fact that he even mentioned a Bible verse, the Bible supports grape, and the Bible supports circumcision, and blah, blah, blah. All the Dillahunty arguments will pop up.
Question won't matter anymore, but this is for Mr. Shroyer. What is one, other than the Sandy Hook crisis actor thing, what is one conspiracy theory on the right that you think is not true?
Flat Earth. I don't know. I think that's actually a leftist thing that they got Christians to jump on board with.
I don't think they used weather weapons to steer this last hurricane. That's a recent one. Past that, I mean, you'd have to be more specific.
I can think of a lot.
There's a lot of things.
Yeah.
Basically, I would say if I don't report on it, I don't believe it's true. There's a lot of rumors out there about Tim Walz that I think are fake. So most of the Tim Walz stuff,
I don't know if he
think is
really
fake.
drank horse nut.
So there's just a couple recent examples.
I don't know if he really touched boys in the locker room. I don't know if he really drank horse jizz. I don't know that. So we'll do it in meme review, but we're not gonna like go deep into it. Well, we're not gonna do a deep dive into Tim Walz's butt. Pause with Pete Buttigieg training him in a debate. How do you train? You don't train somebody in a debate by telling them to open their mouth. The Bible is my favorite mythological book. It's not just mythological, and it's not actually a book. It's a collection of books. It's a library. Bible is library. It's a lot of books. There's it's not just a little mythological fairy tale book. That's kind of a retarded thing to say of the most analyzed, scrutinized, translated, sold, read, taught book in the history of the world. Kind of a dumb thing to say.
Hey, how are you doing? My question is, if during the 2020 election, if the quote-unquote government could have stolen the election, why didn't they do that in 2016?
I've already read
I think that if you're going to be a conspiracy theorist, you should like apply your conspiracy theories consistently.
I think that's a great question. I think that's a fair question. And I think Hillary Clinton is still pissed off that they didn't steal it for her. But there's an actual practical answer, as I said. They changed the laws because of COVID, and they allowed all of these mail-in ballots. Millions of mail-in ballots around the country. Some of them were going to casinos, gas stations, empty parking lots. You didn't have that in 2016. You didn't have videos like in Philadelphia or in Atlanta where they shut down the polling locations and then people stay and triple count ballots. So we know what was different between 2020 and 2016. It's a fair question, but those are your differences. They were different. They were different ways they were counting ballots. There were different ways to vote, and that's what ultimately changed the results. But if you go back and you look at the graphs, this is going to be the thing that should blow anybody's mind. If you're a fair observer, go back and look at the graphs. In Georgia, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, Trump was winning all day long until 3:30 in the morning, and the vote for Biden goes straight up. Right at the buzzer, straight up, and then they declare the states for Biden. Anybody would have to be honest with themselves and say that there's something wrong there.
In Fulton County, the people accused of running the ballots over and over again were Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss. Will you own that opinion right here and say that they were triple counting ballots?
No, they were actually not charged.
They were what?
They were not charged.
So it wasn't them, it was somebody else?
Yes.
Okay, so the reason why he's very careful of that is because he's been through defamation lawsuits now. He knows
because
that
I know the facts.
He knows that
the
original claim that multiple ballots were counted, or that the same ballots were counted multiple times in Fulton County originated. It was fabricated, whole cloth, from Powell and Giuliani about Fulton County from those State Farm Arena videos. Not only did Ruby Freeman and her daughter Shay Moss sue Giuliani over that, Giuliani came out and said, yeah, I lied, but it was my First Amendment right to lie. And believe it or not, that doesn't actually work for a defense.
So you're pro free speech Democrat guy, classical liberal. He's not a classical liberal, but if he were, you're pro free speech. You're anti-fascist. You don't like the fascists. And you're saying Owen is a member of the journalist media who said something and got sued for defamation for it and got in trouble for it. He's pro, yeah, it's pro government. It's we need to get through this, but yeah, Owen was coming out trying to expose something and he went to jail for it.
In a defamation suit. That's why he lost that case for 140.
And then those women didn't get charged, so maybe it was some other women. So yes, he has to be careful about what he's saying about his court case. It's very it's a very personal way of attacking somebody, but it's public information, so he's allowed to do it. But it's bad taste.
$8 million, and like his business leader Donald Trump is now declaring bankruptcy.
Explain how evolution is a religion, because it's a belief. You can't observe it.
Probably only have time for one or two more questions.
Can't observe it, test it, experiment
Awesome.
with it,
Hey,
or
Destiny,
demonstrate
MAGA
it.
Republican. You
And
talked,
it is
last
falsifiable,
debate with,
so it's worth
Doyle
debate.
about the dinosaur stuff, and then this debate with the dinosaur stuff as well. I don't know what's going on with the dinosaurs. I believe they exist. What's up
But
with
it's
that?
been falsified.
Do they not, or what's going on?
A couple years ago, I was kind of depressed. I realized that, like, in the era that we live in right now, in the whole Donald Trump MAGA stuff, nothing personally you, but it feels like nothing can ever happen again that isn't a conspiracy. And now every single thing that these people talk about is a conspiracy. The 2020 election was stolen. COVID was fake.
Well, it's kind of like the argument they'll use with the trans people. They'll say, well, they've always been here. It's just now we see it more because of the internet and social media. Well, it's the same thing with the conspiracy theories. They've always been here. There's always been conspiracies happening. Now we just see them more and they get exposed more. And so the mainstream media doesn't like that because they're in on the conspiracies and they're like, we got to shut this down. And yeah, they don't like when people, you just have to be rational and reasonable and just think about things a little bit, at least a little bit.
But it was also a manufactured bioweapon. The vaccine, even though it was warp-sped by Donald Trump, was evil because it was something to do with billionaires and Jews.
Testable is one part of it. It needs to be observable, testable, and demonstrable. So you need to observe it. You need to have your test verify, your hypothesis validated, and then you need to demonstrate that your predictions will happen every time in order for it to be considered science. And you can't do that with evolution. So it is a belief.
Even though Israel is the country that had the uptake of the mRNA vaccine more than any other country, the mRNA vaccine was bad because it was
this is a waste of time, man. Answer his question.
Emergency use authorization, even though the monoclonal antibodies were great, even though it was the same thing. The issue is that every single one of these MAGA people, I'm answering his question. Every single one of these MAGA people.
About dinosaurs.
Yeah, because you guys all believe in insane, unhinged, crazy shit, and then you try to run away from it. You're on stage because you're too cowardly to own your fucking opinion, right? You won't own any of it. That's why you're up here and you're like, oh well, maybe they don't have things to change the hurricane.
Only one who brought up dinosaurs tonight.
So this is like if I go into a debate with Destiny and he says, you have a video that says you believe dinosaurs built the pyramids. And it's like, okay, I don't want to do this. If you can't figure out, sometimes there's a little bit of a joke and then we entertain these ideas. I don't know if I believe in it. I can't prove it. I don't know if I know it to be true, but it's a likely story. It's a likely story. And all you're giving me is likely stories. And if it turns out to be right, I guess it's not a conspiracy theory anymore. You were just right. And we're all just trying to be right.
It was you.
Earlier
Can you answer the question so we can get to another question,
Yeah, because
please?
I think it's worth it for the audience to see, like when media entities that, by the way, are wholly aligned with you, are fully funded by Russia, like Tenet Media, by the way. I think it's good to be able to show people. I think it's good to be able to show people what's happening.
My bank records have been combed through, as he's mentioned, the lawsuits against me, the government's against me. So yeah, if there was anything sketchy there, they would have already found it. So
I'm just saying it's interesting that these people all align wholesale with you in opinion. Yeah, I just think it's funny that conservatives don't believe in dinosaurs. They think that oil is a self-replenishing thing. They think that we couldn't have gone to the moon. They simultaneously don't believe that we went to the moon, but they do believe in Elon's rockets. They talk about George Soros and billionaire conspiracies, even though Elon Musk wants to put a fucking microchip in your brain and he owns companies that are digging fucking tunnels beneath Las Vegas. Like, it's just insanely hypocritical. They believe in every single conspiracy theory.
Hey,
the
Elon
wildfires
is on
in
my
Hawaii are caused by
Antichrist
Jewish
list.
space lasers. They think that every fucking war in the Middle East is some, like, I already answered the dinosaur. You guys don't believe the dinosaurs are fucking real. It's a debate. We're allowed to fucking talk.
So here's what he's doing. Modern day Trump supporting conservatism is a big tent.
That's what I want to point out.
Is a big tent. So yeah, there's probably crazy people that believe this stuff.
Not
just
big
like
enough for the
there's crazy
dinosaurs,
people
though.
that believe crazy things about the right. These people all believe Trump-Russia collusion, which was fake. These people all believe that the Hunter Biden laptop was fake. It was real.
Wait, Trump-Russia collusion, that was fake?
Destiny is pissing me off right now. Why? I know. I don't like these conservatives that say that the dinosaurs never existed. And then they'll talk about the Bible in the next sentence. I don't like it either, Destiny. That's not all conservatives. I'm a little more extreme. He's listing off so many straw mans. It's oppressive. I know. I don't even know what this has to do. Later, dinosaurs built the pyramids. Ah! It's like, that's not what we're talking about right now.
Extreme leftism.
Wait,
I don't know
that
what
was
he's
fake?
talking about with Democrats and dinosaurs or Republicans and dinosaurs. I don't know anything about that. That's not conservative.
No, Matthew, the conspiracy theory is that some conspiracies are actually fake conspiracy theories to expose the conspiracy theorists. And I think flat earth is one of those. I believe in that conspiracy theory, that flat earth is a fake conspiracy theory to expose subjectable minds, so we can say, okay, don't listen to anything those people have to say. Like, I think that they put out these fake op conspiracy theories, and they're like, if you bite into this one, you're probably an idiot. And I think that's what flat earth is. And there's some other ones that I think are like that, and they happen all the time. You gotta kind of like pick and choose what you gotta have logic, rationality, and think about, is this possible? This could be possible. This is a possible story. That's an interesting theory. It's not a theory.
That's some fringe people that happen to vote Trump because they still, even though don't believe in dinosaurs, are smarter than him.
Was Roger Stone working with Donald Trump's campaign? Wow, the silence. There it is. Yeah, because he knows where this line of questioning goes.
Yes.
It wasn't. Trump-Russia collusion was not fake. There was collusion between Trump's campaign and between Russia. It happened. Where do you think the DNC leaks that he's so excitedly talking about came from? They came from Russian hackers, and Roger Stone was talking to all of those people. It's laid out all in court indictments.
Hey, so for you, big guy, a couple points and then a question for you, and maybe we close this out. You brought up marginal utility of dollars
one of those.
as related to Owen's flat tax proposal. That cuts both ways. There's also marginal utility of services. You say that Democrats aren't for voter fraud, yet they're suing the state of Virginia for removing illegal aliens from their voter rolls. You say that the evidence of the January 6th insurrection is that people wouldn't go through the magnetometer and there must have been all these guns there. But if you actually watch the videos that you claimed, you would see hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people there that couldn't possibly fit on the ellipse, which is the size of this freaking room. Okay, so you want to make fun of Owen for big tech removing his First Amendment rights, and everyone around here wants to clap for him being imprisoned for being a First Amendment journalist. What's it like to be so intellectually dishonest?
It sounded like the last question for Owen, but I'll answer it anyway. You're not allowed to break into the Capitol and try to prevent the peaceful transfer of power. Who was the first person into the Capitol building? That's because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So why the fuck are you asking me a question like you do? The first people into the building were the Proud Boys. You can watch it. It's all on tape. You motherfucking retards videotape the entire thing. It's in 4K HD, 60 frames per second, live streamed on YouTube. They were covering an InfoWars saying patriots are coming in. How did they do it? They stole a riot shield and they bashed in the window. You can watch it on video. Really? How much do you want to bet? You want to bet $5,000 right now? The first guy into the Capitol was let in by a police officer. You want to bet $5,000 on that right now. That the first person in wasn't charged with a crime, isn't on video bashing the window in with a riot shield that he stole from a cop? Exactly. That's why, because you don't have any money left to lose. Okay? No, it's bullshit. The first people that breached the Capitol grounds were the Proud Boys. It's all on video. The first people into the Capitol building were the Proud Boys. It's all on video.
My politics
have
cost me
anti-American and
everything.
treasonous. You hate this country.
My politics have cost me everything, and I'm still up here fighting the good fight because I actually love this country, unlike this guy who's lost nothing. He's lost nothing except his integrity. That's all he's left is his integrity. And I'd like to, I don't know if you want to do more questions or if you want to do final comments. But everybody, again, he sits here, we could fact check this guy all day long. The doors have magnetometers that have to be released by the Capitol Police. You can sit there and watch them release the doors, and then the cops open them and usher them through. He keeps saying it's on video, it's on video. Yes, you're right. That's
this fat nerd was a Proud Boy. Shut up.
Literally on video. I've been in the courtrooms. I've shown it on video. You haven't because you're a good government stooge, and you'll probably be protected by the corrupt Justice Department.
Why? Because he had a yellow and black shirt on? He didn't even.
None of that is true. Go look it up. Look up first breach into the Capitol.
Plus,
go look it up. Go see who got indicted.
Plus, once Tario took over, it was dumb.
For it, go see who got convicted for it. It wasn't police officers letting people into the building.
We have one more question.
This is for Shroyer. You mentioned that the immigration laws were changed under Biden to make it easier to seek asylum, and then you mentioned something about the CBP One app. As far as I'm aware, the app didn't change any immigration laws, but it made it so that appointments must be made for the app rather than further congesting the border, making it harder for...
Right, so we took a bullshit piece of legislation, a bullshit fucking law, and we made it easier for people to exploit it. That makes sense.
The border workers to do their job. In fact, they're being sued by Amnesty International for allegedly making it harder for people to seek asylum. So my question is, what laws do you believe were changed, and what do you believe the app is doing to make it easier?
So there's basically no screening when it comes to the asylum process now. Anybody can come in and apply to be an asylum seeker. They can get on this app, file the asylum seeking process. They don't check your ID. They don't do a background check. You just fill out the form and you're in.
They were doing it on TikTok. People were just signing up for it. Like, those accounts probably got taken down, but you just sign up for it. It's a very simple. It's a loophole. They like to talk about the gun show loophole. Y'all got loopholes too. You love loopholes when they help you out.
An asylum seeker, and then you can fly into the country. You can get a flight as well. But I understand. Okay, let's say I can't convince you of that. Okay, let's get the political wonk out of the way, and let's just talk realistically here. 3 straight years, record number of border crossers. I won't even put a term on them. I won't say illegal. I won't say asylum. I won't say anything. 3 straight years of record number border crossers.
3 more weeks of these clowns. Freddie, 3 more weeks of these clowns. You realize if Trump loses, he can run again. And then you get 27 more years of Trump.
It's just a fact. And most of these people come here, if not all, well, probably not all, because a lot of them just escape into the country. Most of these people come here and they get free stuff immediately. You're paying for it. You're paying for their travel.
Something actually done by Biden to make that easier. Like, what changed?
I just told you, they changed the policy. They're not stopping people. Anybody can get in. Anybody can get in. No, it wasn't always the case. You used to have to seek asylum in the country next to you, or you used to have to go through a background check before you could even get into the court systems and come into this country. They would hold you into a detention center or a prison before you could come into this country. Now they just let you in. That's the big difference.
Who changed that?
Joe Biden, the Biden-Harris administration. That's why illegal immigration has gone up every single year. There's been a record number of illegal border crossers. That is a fact. And they all, and I wonder if they would even come here if they weren't getting the free stuff. I wonder if they weren't getting the free lodging, the free travel, the free food, everything else, the free welfare. I wonder if they would even come here at all. I think if you cut out the welfare state, and the open border, I doubt they even come here at all. And no other sane country on earth would have an open border and a welfare state, by the way.
Given time got away from me, we have to jump right into the closing statements. Sorry that we didn't get to the last 2 questions. We are going to start it off with Stephen's 3-minute closing. Thank you very much, Stephen. The floor is all yours.
I think conservatives are delusional. I think they hate this country. I think that they are more aligned with the interests of Donald Trump than they are with anything having to do with the concept of the United States of America. I think it's incredibly sad because I think as much as I used to disagree with conservatives, at least they stood on principle for the United States. I think that today, if another 9/11 happened, I think that conservative MAGA people would be more interested in blaming Kamala Harris than uniting around whoever our common enemy was. And I think that's why you have people like Donald Trump on stage begging and pleading for Russia to release 10,000 emails or constantly giving praise to foreign dictators, to people like Orban, or saying that he wants his citizens to stand at attention like they do with Kim in North Korea, and why he has so many good things to say for all these authoritarian leaders like Putin, but he can't find any support from other democratic leaders around the world. I think it says something about him. I think it says something about the type of people that would support that. I think it says something about him, and if you have good parents, they told you this, if you can't look at a person, look at who their friends are, or look at who they work with. The idea that his vice president is not running with him again, that should send huge signals to your brain of what's going on here. Where is Mike Pence? Why does Mike Pence say, in contrast to you, that Donald Trump told him to unilaterally choose who the election winner would be? That's Pence's accounting of things, right? Why is it that so many of his ex-cabinet members, over 40 of his ex-cabinet members, won't endorse him for president? Why do you get four-star generals, people like Mark Milley, saying things like Donald Trump would be a fascist? Why do you have Donald Trump himself saying, I would suspend or terminate parts of the Constitution and be a dictator on day one to do the things that I need to do? Why would you have Donald Trump try to weaponize his DOJ to go after his political opponents? Why would he call into Fox and Friends and say, I think the DOJ needs to start indicting and arresting people, and then accuse Biden of doing it despite the fact that you have absolutely no evidence of it happening, except for maybe pointing to New York State, which isn't even the federal government. Conservatives are just living in an entirely delusional, disconnected from reality world. I hope that after this election, there's a huge wake-up call. I guess we'll see what happens. I wish that people could look at this country and see that we genuinely do have problems that aren't always caused by the Jews or illegal immigrants. I wish that we could come together and work on some problems rather than fabricate out of whole cloth these issues that aren't even real issues or don't even exist. I wish that when issues that really were presented against this country, like illegal immigration, were put in front of Congress to solve, that the Republicans would be behind it, along with the Democrats. And I think that when you look at the record of leadership, when you compare the Biden administration, of which Harris is the vice president, you saw all of the bipartisan legislation that they got passed, and you compare it to Trump's administration, that was a failure in every single conceivable way, whether it was his inability to actually end conflict in the Middle East, he didn't, whether it was ability to actually solve problems with legislation, he didn't, or whether it was his ability to lead a coherent country that was falling apart under BLM riots and COVID lockdowns and all sorts of other things, COVID, which he didn't even acknowledge was real until it was already, tens or hundreds of thousands of cases in this country. And you can see how much he undermined and how much that bothered him, because he couldn't even get credit for the vaccine that he so desperately wanted his audience to worship him for. I hope that after this election season, I hope we can come together a little bit better and be better Americans and be on the same team again.
Time. Owen, you have 3 minutes.
Okay. He says conservatives hate this country, yet look at my story, look at Donald Trump's story. I came here tonight, I took the time to prepare myself so I don't look like a slob, and I put my American flag lapel pin on because I care about this country. I came here despite, yes, lawyers watching me all the time trying to sue me like ambulance chasers, the federal government watching me all the time because they want to throw me in prison, and I continue to come out here because I love this country. Don't tell me I hate this country. I love this country. This guy comes presented tonight looking like a slob with a Finding Nemo necklace on, okay? That's how serious he is. And by the way, how about Donald Trump? He's been shot at. He's had multiple assassination attempts. They go after his family. They bring him through the courts as well. And he's still fighting for this country. Let's not act like it's conservatives that don't love this country. It's flag-waving conservatives that sang the national anthem on January 6th. They sang the national anthem when Donald Trump went back to Butler, Pennsylvania, where they shot at him. You won't even hear a Democrat sing a national anthem. They kneel for the national anthem. They hate this country. Pretty much everything a Democrat says is projection. And by the way, on the vaccine thing, I disagree with Trump on the vaccine, but it's funny, you notice when Trump was president with the vaccine, Kamala Harris and everybody said, don't take the vaccine, it's the worst. As soon as Biden got in, they all loved the vaccine. Did you take the vaccine? I sure hope not. By the way, ask yourself this. How much money is spent on elections? Billions of dollars. Why? Why is so much money spent on an election? Because power. That's why. Power. So ask yourself in follow-up, are elections ever stolen? Is there ever any voter fraud? Can you really tell yourself no to these questions? Or are you going to sit here and believe everything the government tells you and everything the establishment media tells you? And you notice that's where he goes with everything. He keeps citing people that work for the government their whole lives. He keeps citing mainstream media talking points. So you can choose to live your life trusting the mainstream media, but guess what? You're going to be the one that's deceived. You're going to be deceived about war in the Middle East, weapons of mass destruction, Russian collusion, the vaccine is safe and effective. You name it. They deceive you on everything, and he comes up here and parrots their talking points and acts like he's put in an effort tonight. And just for clarification, Pence was not asked to decide who the winner was. He was asked to delay the certification. So let's just, again, get that straight. But in closing, I would say this. You have two choices. It's very simple. You can either be pro-establishment, pro-big government, pro-mainstream media telling you what to do, how to live, pro-government telling you what to do, how to live. You can accept that our government and our media has been corrupt for decades. Probably everyone in this room's entire life, our government has been corrupt. This is not a message for the right. This is not a message for the left. This is a message for Americans. We have a corrupt government. We have a corrupt media. That's what we're addressing. That's what we want to overthrow. Those are the people trying to stop Donald Trump. That's why I support Donald Trump, and I hope this reformation with a populist anti-establishment movement in the Republican Party is here to stay.
I don't even care about it.
Thank you very much to both of our speakers.
Borrow
Thanks so
all
much
the
for
money
coming out
from
tonight,
China
folks.
and never
It's been
pay
a
them
true
back a
pleasure.
dollar.
Drive
Let's go,
safe.
modern
If you're
day
watching
debate. Thank you,
online, don't forget to
James.
hit that subscribe button. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Sean. Thanks very much, Sean.
Sean, what do you got for us, Sean?
Thank you, James. Let's give a big round of
Let's
applause
hear
for
out Sean
James,
while I open the
Owen,
Discord.
and Destiny, and everybody else here. Thank you. I just want to give the last few thank yous before we go out tonight. I want to thank everybody who volunteered to help out with this event. I want to thank all the friends who came out all this way to help us out. We had a bunch of people travel across the country to come here. I'd like to thank everybody that bought tickets to help support this event, to help us fund more events like this and to make this possible. It's not possible without people like you giving us the resources we need to make these things happen. And I'd like to thank our wonderful lawyer, John Gross, who is helping us sue this university. And lastly, I would like to plug Owen and Destiny so you can follow them and keep up with them for more content if you want to keep up with what they're saying. Owen is at Owen Shroyer 1776 on X, and Destiny is at the Omni Liberal on X. So if you want to follow their stuff, go there. And if you want to follow us, start a chapter, or get tickets for our next event, we have one more coming up at Penn State before the election. It's going to be really exciting. I can't say who it is yet, but we will probably announce it tomorrow, so if you want to come out for that. If you like something like this, you're going to love that event, let me tell you. So go to uncensoredamerica.us, where we have everything on there. We're looking for new members, new execs for our chapter here, so if you want to get involved, you can talk to us in the back there. Brendan would be happy to talk to you. And if you have meet and greet tickets, the backstage tickets, and the royalty tickets, for all you guys, you get to do the meet and greet. We're going to have everybody leave the building and then come back in if you have those tickets, and then our speakers will come back in to do the meet and greet. For the dinner, I'll give you guys a location. If you have a royalty ticket, just come up to me, and I'll tell you the location of the dinner. And lastly, if you didn't get your shirt yet, if you have a backstage or royalty ticket and still need your shirt, just talk to me in the back.
I love my face,
and
too.
I will get that for you guys, too. Thank you so much for everybody for coming out, and I hope you guys have a great day, and happy election season coming up. It's going to be really exciting, but...
All right. That's it. As expected, Owen was very passionate. Not really wanting to play into Destiny's games. Came out looking fly with the suit and the watch. That's the closing you need. He called him a cuck at one point during the debate. That's not nice. This is not a presidential debate. This is Uncensored America. Whoa, they do dinners? Yeah, if you get the super VIP pass, you get to have dinner with Owen and Destiny. One second. Did I pin that? Yeah, I pinned it. That's the Discord link. Go in the Discord if you want. He called him a fascist. At the very end, he dropped the fascist. I thought there was going to be more of that. Destiny doesn't do that a whole lot. But at the very end, he dropped the fascist line. We called that out in the beginning. And Owen called it out in his closing that you're going to say, we hate the government. We hate government. We're anti-government. But at the same time, we're fascist, authoritarian, dictator, fascists. Trump said he's going to be a dictator on day one. Are we dictator, authoritarian, fascist, or are we anti-government? What are we? I can sue or use my benefits. I don't know what you're talking about, Matthew. Unicorns increase wage. No, I'm just kidding. I read that right. Unions increase wage floor, cost of production increase, throws economic equilibrium out of whack. They were needed, but no longer. I don't think they were ever needed. That comes from, that's a communist. Unions. The Labor Party. Damn. Commies! Commies! It was commies. Nothing good ever came out of France. Damn Marxists. I'm engaged with a commie, Josh. Oh. Commies! If you're not a commie, jump in the Discord. Guys, it doesn't have to be confrontational. It can be chill. We can hang out. I'm going to even do something for the Destiny fans in the chat. Jump in the Discord. We'll be hanging out all night. You can come by later. Where's Cat? 1920s for child labor law. Fuck child labor laws. That boy needs to work. French food is delicious? I don't think so. What? What's from France, Amanda? French fries? I don't even think French fries come from France. I know in England they call them chips. Are they really French? Because I like Italian food. I like Mexican food. I like German food. I like a bratwurst. Pause. What about French kissing? No, I always say the trebuchet, the menage a trois, and French fries. That's the only good things that came from France. Trebuchets are like catapults with ropes. They're pretty cool. Those things are cool. Menage a trois, as long as it's 2 chicks, not 2 guys. Unless you're doing an Eiffel Tower. Just the debate's over. They're all leaving. No, come back. Jump in the Discord. No, wait. Hit the like button on your way out. You freaking freeloaders. Guys, tomorrow's my birthday. So that means I have to wake up early tomorrow. Usually I wake up and I just start the stream on Tuesdays. That's why it's called the snore stream. Also because people fall asleep during it. But snore stream tomorrow is birthday stream, which means I'm going to wake up early. I didn't get cake. I don't like cake. You know I don't like cake. But I got pumpkin loaf. It's like pumpkin with icing in the middle. Pumpkin loaf. And I'm going to go get some Jameson from the liquor store. Hey, somebody hit the Cashapp. Let's go. It's Dreadedconservative on Cashapp. If you don't want to give to the alcohol fund, you can give to me buying myself a birthday present fund. Which is kind of the same thing because of resource allocation. Doesn't matter where it goes. It's just funds. Who sent me a Cash App? Let's see. I heard a ching-a-ling. Somebody sent me. Oh, this is Robin Hood. Hey, let's go. Somebody. I don't know if you want me to say the amount. How do I read it? How the heck do I get to where oh, there it is. Hey, Matthew. For the dinosaurs aren't real, but thanks for the debate. Dinosaurs are real. You don't believe in dinosaurs, Matthew? Bruh. You don't have to believe in big paleontology and big carbon dating and big archaeology to believe in dinosaurs. What's going on out here? Shout out to October birthdays. Everybody's born in October. People getting jiggy with it on Valentine's Day, I think. I think that's what it is. Something like that. I'm sure if we had some astrologers, them star people, if we had them new age stargazers in the chat, I'm sure they could tell us why that is. It's okay if we agree to disagree. I don't ever agree to disagree. We just disagree. I don't believe in disagreements. I believe one of us is just less informed. And maybe it's me. You know? But I'm gonna pretend like it's not me. Pumpkin flavor stuff is nasty. I think I disagree. I like pumpkin. I got pumpkin flavor coffee creamer. At this time of the year, because I'm an American, Dean. I'm an American. And in America, we drink pumpkin flavored things in Halloween time. This is what we do. It's American. And Halloween is a Christian holiday, and Easter is a Christian holiday, and Christmas is a Christian holiday. But at this time of the year, we eat pumpkin flavored stuff in America. It's not a religious thing, it's a American patriotic capitalism thing. 2 plus 9 equals 11, dummy. 2 plus 2 equals 5, commie. All right, big brother. Calm down, big brother. Destiny fans, before you leave, I'm working on a video. It's going to take a while because I need to go to the library and get the book so I can actually read the excerpts from the book. We'll cut in some edits from the movies, but we're going to do a 1984 book review. Plus, the key point of the book review is to express my feelings that O'Brien is the hero of the story. Winston and Julia are degenerate, sex-addicted, weirdo, godless, atheist, French Revolution, sexual revolution type materialist bullshit. Big Brother's bad, but O'Brien is the hero of the story. O'Brien is the hero, guys. It's coming soon. I'm supporting Big Pumpkin. Wally, I'm going to get a Big Pumpkin. Oh, yeah, we need to do that in the stream. Let's find Trump's mugshot. Hold up. Let me get rid of this. Let's do this. Let's type in Trump mugshot. So I'm going to make a Trumpkin. Either this Monday or the following Monday. I think this Monday we're going to go hard political pause. But we're going to I'm assuming by next week we're going to know what the October surprise is. If it's the Apprentice movie, it's not a very good October surprise. Like, you got to have something big to drop if it's going to outweigh everything else that's happened throughout this election. Images. This one's good. Copy image. All right, save image. Let's save this right here. Let's name it Trumpkin. Mugshot Trumpkin. And then over here, we'll open that piece up. The Trumpkin mugshot picture. Why is it not in this folder? Got it. All right, we need to edit this. How do we do it? Somebody in chat tell me how to do this. Destiny fans, I know you guys are tech masterminds. Okay, so we're... Wait, hold up. We need to crop it. And the brightness. Will we turn brightness all the way up? Where's Mr. Mad? We need to reverse it. We need to invert it. And we need to make it all shadows. How do I do that? And then we can, and then we'll have how we do it on a pumpkin. Then we got, Mr. Mad told us the pro tip. We need toothpicks. We go brightness this way or this way? What are you wanting to do? I'm wanting to make this Trump picture black and white and then invert it or reverse it so that the darks are where the lights are and the lights are where the darks are. And then I can make it into a image that I can draw onto a pumpkin to carve it out. Caption that pic. You're not getting my cornbread. The Photos apps can edit photos to this level. That's pretty cool. This is the only way I know how to do it. I'm not that smart with this stuff. I think we want... That's kind of like what we're looking for. So you're cutting out the dark places are what you leave. The light places are what you take out. So I'd have to take out a lot of this background. I'm fine with that. Do I want the saturation this way or this way? If I want it inverted, no, we don't want warmth. We want to take out the warmth. Take out the tint. It's something like that. Huh. I need Mr. Mad here to help me with this. He knows how to do all this stuff. We're using MS Paint. I'm using this whatever's on the computer, this picture editor in Microsoft. We want something kind of like this, but I want it darkened up. So is the white where you leave pumpkin and the dark is where you cut out? How could I do this? I'm an artistic guy, so I'm going to figure this out. I think I'm not as good with computers as I am. Once I get some knives and a damn pumpkin in front of me, we're going to have the mugshot Trumpkin. Huh, is that better? No. I like something like that better. So wait, you leave pumpkin where it's the darkest. You cut out where it's lighter. Because you want light coming through. So where it's the lightest is what you're cutting out. So we need continuous lines from darkness. Come up, follow his ear. We need it darker than this. And it's kind of like a topographical map. So the grays, you cut the skin off the pumpkin. So the light shines through a little bit more. And then the blacks, you cut all the way through. So as long as we have continuous black lines, we just thicken up the blacks. Yeah. I see what I'm doing here. Okay. We cut all the way through the whites. So his hair, we need his hair to be a continuous. I'm going to have to go to like Kinko's or something to print. I have a printer, but I don't know if that shit works. You cut out the suit. You leave a little bit for the shades, thicker areas. You leave the dark lines around his face, around his nose, around his cheek, his eyes. I see how to do this. I see how to do it. I see the path ahead of me. That's it right there. We're going to save that. It's not reversed. So if we reversed it, it doesn't matter if we reverse it or not, as long as I know what I'm doing. But the darker, okay, the darker areas you need more pumpkin. The lighter areas you need less pumpkin. So you're only cutting out his shirt and half of his face all the way. The rest you're going to make it shallow. Dig into the pumpkin so it shines through, but not all the way. I think. I don't know. I might be doing this the wrong way. If I could flip it so the blacks were light, then I just cut through the black areas and I leave the white areas. I don't know. Trump looks hangry. Josh, go up top and choose the filters icon and look at those. Josh, go up top and choose filters icon. Blacks were light. Then I just cut through the black areas. Hey, turn the stream off.
I fixed it.
That's loud.
I fixed it.
Filter tab.
What's up, man?
Okay, they do have filters right here. What's up, Wally?
Yeah, check your DMs. I got a link for a stencil maker website, and I linked it to you.
Okay, we're going to do the Trump mugshot pump Trumpkin.
Yeah, you can upload it into this thing I found, and it'll help you make the stencil with it.
Okay, I'll do it later so I don't have to change all the Discord right now. But yeah, something like that. That's what I want to do. I think I can do it. That's good. You know, Trump carving. Pumpkin carving is a Irish tradition.
Don't you mean Trumpkin carving?
Trumpkin carving is an American tradition. Pumpkin carving is an Irish tradition. Auto enhance. That doesn't help. Okay, I'm just going to save this. Aw, I think I forgot to save it. We'll figure it out later. What's going on, Wally? What'd you think of that debate?
I was in and out for most of it, but I'm never that impressed with Destiny. I'm just not.
Yeah. He talks fast.
And it's like I said, like I was saying, he started rambling off this whole list of things that are just... It's what I've said before, frustrates me about, like, televangelists, is they create a straw man of Christianity and Christian values that people attack everyone on. Just like he hears a few people may believe some particular thing, and he makes that a straw man of all conservatives.
Yeah. That's wild. Yeah, he's just pinned down on the dinosaurs thing.
Yeah, like, I don't see where there's an argument there. I really don't.
I don't know. And I don't even know if he's, like, using that as a personal attack on Owen. Maybe Owen is a dino denier. But, or maybe it's a joke. Maybe it's something he says in a stream and he's like, I don't even know if dinosaurs are real. and then they just hang on that. Like, oh, this guy doesn't believe dinosaurs are real. I don't know. Is Owen a dino denier, chat?
How's that? I dropped it to like 80%.
Oh, it's because I have the Discord volume up so high.
Okay, so it's not a me problem. It usually wasn't before.
Yeah, it's a me.
You know, it was a shame you didn't have that much time to hang around VK on Friday, because I could have given you the full lore of everything you had heard before you came up.
About what? About nukes being fake?
Oh no. When you first came up, and it was the shouting
Anger?
match. The shouting match between me and GS had been right before that.
Well, just so you know, I wasn't doing when I came in and I was saying any man with anger is a woman, and you had just got done saying that you were angry. I saw that in the topics before the thing even started, and that's something that I
Oh,
like.
I didn't think that was in particular was directed at me. It was just I thought it was actually kind of funny. I'm like, the timing that he comes in with this right after me and that asshole squared off.
Well, I was in the chat and I was like, this would be a perfect time for the men should not be angry discussion. And Easy's like, okay, let's do it.
Yeah, but it's like before, like after that, it's like Easy wasn't gonna push too hard on that because he knows me and that guy have history.
I know, I was there when that happened.
Yeah, oh yeah, so you were there back like when he got booted off for what he said about my son.
Yeah. Yes, and I understand he broke a rule and so he got kicked off, but at the same time, I don't think what he said was like that horrible. Like he cracked a joke about your son and you know.
I still remember what he said, and it's like, I don't think that was a joke. It's not something I would even feel like.
Well, I don't know the situation, so.
What got him booted off VK was him essentially. You know, it's hard to make it sound palatable without me repeating the thing word for word, but basically thought it was.
Can I tell you what I remember and you tell me if it's close?
Yeah.
Your son was making noises and laughing in the background or something, and he was like, and he said something.
Well, no,
like, is your son
what happened was
is your son slow or something because he sounds like the way he's laughing or something like that.
Yeah, that was the first thing he did was try to make that crack about my son for laughing at him off camera because he was in between the fridge and his bedroom while I was on the show.
Yeah.
And so he made that crack and I called it and then that's
which is a fucked up joke, by the way, but
yeah, but then it got even worse because Easy immediately stepped in because I had called him out on what he was saying, and I stood on it and I said, "Why are you going to start attacking my kid?" It's like, what? Because you don't like the fact that I'm calling you out for the people that you're fanboying for, who were because at the time he was way close with Based Oracle, very close to him,
and Flow State too.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I made some explicit jokes at his expense, and he goes, "Oh, is that the kind of stuff you watch with your son while you touch him?"
Oh, I didn't hear that part.
Yeah, that was the second thing. That was the remark that had Easy boot him.
Yeah, I don't remember that part. Yeah, that's
Yeah, so he went for something that was even more like just absolutely despicable.
I'm way low compared to Wally. Was that before I fixed it? I think I fixed it since then.
I don't know.
Yeah, that part is messed up, but
because like there were people in the audience, obviously, that were there that have never missed a show since I started appearing on it. as far as I remember, and even before that. But then I realized, like, when I see some people in the chat when that was going on at the same time, I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. There's probably a good amount of people here that don't remember the history between me and that jackass.
Yeah, I just don't remember that one part. I do remember the time where he laughed, or maybe it was in the same stream, but I don't remember him saying that. I just remember he laughed and he made a joke, and yeah, it was a kind of a fucked up joke, but I didn't hear
I
that.
forget, like,
other part.
I forget, like, who, because here's the thing, is that, and he was even pulling this the other night, because this is what he does, is he tries to, like, he'll always try to bring up something unrelated or try to make a distraction
After
comment.
that, I went to his stream, and he's like claims that he's the top Christian, and that
Oh yeah,
if you smoke a cigarette or drink a little beer or smoke a little duts, which I'm gonna do at some point in this stream. It's
oh yeah,
perfect.
I'll be doing that before bed.
Then you're not a Christian. You're a bad example.
So you know how he tried. Now there was a very interesting thing that happened during me and his back and forth that I took a very sharp jab at him, and you could tell he didn't like it. But it was a response to, since he thought it was, okay to make the kind of comments he did about minors. I asked him specifically, because now this goes in right against with what you're saying, Josh, how he's the super Christian purity tester.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, he's in his 50s. He has an adult son who's gay, and it's well known. It's a well-known fact about him.
All right. Well, you said adult. I was about to say, well, let's not get into gossip and stuff, but you said adult son, so.
Yeah, people were pointing that out. People were pointing that out to him after the first time he said what he said to me. Was like, how dare you talk about anybody else when by your own values, like you have majorly like messed up.
But you see, when you guys had to do a one-on-one, you agreed on everything. So why are
I could agree with somebody on policy all the live long day, and
but you still think
that
he's
person
just a trash person.
That person could still be that person could still do something to me that, in our personal entanglements would make me say, hey, you're a piece of shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's right. Huh. Well, that's interesting. Well, anyway, fuck that guy.
Oh, yeah. He's... And you know what the funny thing is?
I'd like to debate him. I'm trying to get some debates under my belt. I don't know what we could... I'm sure that we could find something. I could find something with everybody. What's up, Mayhem? You forgot today was Monday? Every week. Every week today is Monday.
I really thought I was going to have a much more interesting week than it's been so far after Friday.
There was a little backlash in the person that you were roasting's following stream, talk about haters. Why do I have these haters and blah blah blah. I thought it was a funny bit, and
Harriak thought it was a funny bit. Like, everybody else thought it was a funny bit. Unless you were him or one of his mods, it wasn't a funny bit. And I know some of his, like, number one people, yeah, they're way big mad at me.
But not as much as you expected.
No.
Yeah, I think it's dying down.
It's, well, because the thing is like, and I had said this... I had said this to a few people, like, privately, and I think I kind of said it on the after stream that morning. I said, part of this is, like, to me, the intelligent part of the joke is that you kind of do something like that, hoping somebody will see how absurd their behavior looks from the outside.
Yeah.
It's like... if I would, like, somebody would see me acting like that, trying to be them, and go, wow, I really can come across like a jackass about some things, can't I?
Yeah.
Nobody in particular, but, you know, just someone in general. Like, you know, if you see something about you being made fun of, you'd be like, wow, is that how I really act? Like, some people would actually, like, have that awakening about it.
Yeah, I don't care who you're subbed or unsubbed to, Matthew.
Yeah.
Who unsubs? Why do you unsub to people? Like, if you sub, I'm subbed to people from 4 years ago who I don't even watch none of their content because I don't like. You take the time to go in and unsub. I don't know. I guess maybe it's if it's popping up in your algorithm a lot and you don't like it. I guess, but I'm not unsubbed to Glenn or Easy, so.
I've had a couple of ideas kicking around in my head, so I'll let you and the audience in on some exclusive elements of my thought processes here. I had an awakening the other morning. I'm exhausted. It's 9 a.m. I'm ready for bed. But what do I see pop on someone else's stream but Ben Thorpe, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then the thought came into my head. I'm like, if I was not exhausted and it wasn't 9 a.m., I would put the hoodie back on right now and challenge Ben to the debate that was canceled between him and a certain someone else.
Well, they fucked up because they did the debate the morning before. Like, I was in Glenn's chat and they were doing it with Grid One was there, and I was like, why are you guys doing this? Stop. You're going through the whole debate, pre-debate. Why don't you just wait and save this till the Crucible can host it? It'll be much more like
I've kicked the idea around in my head a little bit, and that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, I think it would be very funny if Ben met Mr. Director. So maybe maybe when I have a good opportunity for that, you know, everybody, you never know when and where it might happen. But you might see me face off with Ben Thorpe.
The only constructive criticism I got for you is if you're gonna commit to a bit like that, you have to commit. So anytime anybody comes in calling you Wally, you say, "Who the fuck is this?" And you gotta do the voice. You gotta DP. Who the fuck is this Wally guy? I don't know this Wally guy.
Yes.
The whole time you gotta go the whole way. That's funny. I was like, why is this camera different and he's wearing a hoodie and he looks all dark? And who's the director producer? But then when I started hearing, I shot videos, I got a movie I'm making, and then I was like, oh, I know what he's doing here.
You know how much I wanted to make the bit better? I could not find a pair of scissors in my house. And so I ran over to 7-Eleven thinking 7-Eleven has everything. It's 11 o'clock at night. They're the only thing open. No pair of scissors to be found in the whole damn convenience store.
What were you going to do with scissors?
You know how I did did you hear the part where I made the joke about sterilize yourself with tactical ball snippers?
And hold them up.
And I used a pair of big oversized nail clippers, but I wished I'd had a pair of scissors.
That's funny. What are you talking about, chat? What's up, William and Amanda?
They're all telling me that if I ever actually do change from all my antics, they will not be happy with me.
Let's debate about debating. Jump in the thing, Mayhem. Jump in the Discord. Actually, there is a debate to be had there. I did a show about that a long time ago. Well, like a theological debate. If we want to, biblically, does the Bible support debating?
See, maybe I sound foolish, but I've had this vision of how to do blood sport debate IRL. that I will always want to see like attached to a live event if I got a chance to be a part of producing it, because you notice how like you'll see like, oh, that like this person versus like, you'll see like, oh, like Matt Dillahunty versus Jay Dyer, and people in your head you think, whoa, this is a big fight, and it's at like an IRL event. But then you go there and it looks like you're sitting in any college library lecture that anybody's ever been to.
Yeah.
In this like cramped little room, and they're just sitting at like folding tables. Everybody looks good and like stiff and professional.
Yeah.
Like I want to have a live debate. I want to see a live debate event happen where when you think these people arguing is a big fight, the event itself, like the live production, actually feels like a big fight. Like, actually have a good stage, have good podiums, like, have them come out to, like, fucking entrance music, have it be, like, well lit.
I don't know if the cost for production quality for something like that, people are low IQ. Like, that works if you're wrestling or boxing or fighting, but
what's the whole point of the whole real thing of like the origin of the whole internet blood sport thing was that it's like, this isn't like academic debate, it's not formal debate, it's the pro wrestling of debate, and it was just as important even all the way back in the beginning to be not only like good at arguing, but to be entertaining in how you're arguing.
Right.
So it's like it always was like all verbal pro wrestling, as far as I viewed it.
Well, and even in academic debating, persuasiveness and charisma are important aspects of that, because even if you don't have the best argument, you use certain things like personability or connecting. So people will say, well, that's an anecdote. Oh, you're using an anecdote. Well, what I'm doing is I'm connecting the audience to this story, and I'm weaving a probable story, something that could be likely, and that's what we're both doing. And so that is an important thing in debate. But verbal
That's why,
combat
like, ever
IRL,
since
verbal combat, but you punch each other in the face every time you make a great point.
No, like imagine if like they did a live event for a debate for like blood sport debating, but instead of doing it at like some like hotel function hall or like some library space or some shit, like you could probably rent like one of those like small TV studios like down in the South for a couple hours for cheap. And that gives you access to all like the production equipment, like you film it in like a local TV studio that they rent out. Yeah. Make it look really good, make it look really sharp, make it look like an entertaining experience, not just an intelligent experience.
Yeah, you need an audience there to go, oh! Whatever.
Yeah, that's why I said that's why it's like when, like, for someone like me who not only loved to argue but grew up watching like pro wrestling since I was 3 years old, like growing up watching guys like talk on a mic and learn and like trying to speak like that, like then I found this stuff. I'm like, oh well, this kind of format is just tailor made for somebody with my background.
Owen wouldn't get a single punch. He got absolutely violated. You're crazy, Time Sage. It wasn't. There were bad parts on both of them. Destiny's was his usual. Owen, Owen's aggressive. It's like they had like John, the intellectual, kind of nerdy conservative, and then they had Owen, the aggressive Chad, conservative. They need a combination of both. They need the smart guy who's also aggressive and speaks well and can answer the questions. That's what we need in the conservative movement. And that's what you'll find right here. That's what you get right here, America. Took 0 W's? You did take W's. Owen had no Riz. Owen's got Riz. Owen's got... I'm going to stop talking to Time Sage. Time Sage, get in the Discord. I can't do this in a chat. Came off like a buffoon? Nah. Destiny is a trained monkey. Trained monkey. Amanda Thomas says, "Oh, that's Wally."
So you've seen a lot of his debates, like I have. What did you think of like his and Andrew's debate on Fresh and Fit months back?
Destiny and Andrew?
Because my initial thought for like the first half of that debate, I was very frustrated with the whole like start-stop format that Myron was doing for it.
Yeah, he tested that out for that stream, and then he did the same thing with the Muslim versus Christian debate. Like, I don't like that.
Yeah, because I don't like it for a couple of reasons. Number one, when you have people who are just used to being able to just ring the bell and they go, like introducing that start-stop can be very frustrating for people not used to debate in that format. And then I think in some cases, those time limits save people from getting really hammered on a strong point.
Yeah.
Because then that means it's like, okay, now you got to go back to your corners, and when they come back, and when you come back in to fight again, like they can immediately divert away from what they almost got creamed on.
Yeah, sometimes, and that's what Andrew is good at, is he'll pin you down on one thing and just make sure you're really being consistent on that one thing. Sometimes I think it's to his detriment, like the whole debate becomes just this one point. I saw him do a debate with somebody about the red pill and what the red pill was, and the whole time it was just pinning down a definition of the red pill. And I was like, I was hoping this was going to go into this and this and this, and it never got to any of that, because it was the same thing with the Dave Smith debate. He stayed on a philosophical debate about subjectivity and like incest and why is it bad if that happens for a libertarian. And there's other things, but it's a critique I have because I don't like it, but it is a good way to debate. Like, as soon as you have this one logical inconsistency, if we can talk about this for an hour, you still can't come to grips with why this doesn't make sense, then
yeah, and that's
I win.
I think some of the most frustrating debates for me to sit through in all these, like, in like the 4+ years I've seriously like followed internet, like blood sport debates, is when you have these debates that become playing lawyer and defining and like legalizing the definition for 70 of the 90 minutes.
Yeah.
Where it's like, and I sit here and I'm like, nobody wants to watch you two play thesaurus and dictionary for an hour and a half.
Right. But then when you start speaking how people speak, the debate bro types are like fallacy, fallacy, fallacy. And it's like, that's why I understand the fallacies and all that and the debate bro rhetoric and all of that, but sometimes you just gotta talk like humans. It's like, we see what we see, and maybe sometimes the anecdote fallacy is a fallacy. Maybe sometimes the slippery slope fallacy is a fallacy. Like, they're fallacies in themselves. Like, it is a slippery slope. And my anecdotes are a study. They are a statistic. When I have all these people giving me anecdotes saying the same thing, but then they'll just say you're in a bubble.
Oh yeah, and that's the other kind of debate that frustrates me, and this happens a lot with people like Destiny who always go with the Mustudies arguments, and
Hunter
the
Apple's
debate
the worst for
and
that.
the debate becomes an hour of trading bibliographies back and forth.
It's a Google party. It's just let's just Google back and
Yeah.
forth. I can find studies to beat your studies.
Oh no, there have been a few different debates I've done where I've completely stomped over the whole definition game by just asking somebody like, can you agree, can you not agree that there is a general understanding of what this word means to most people?
Right. Yeah, if in an intro I talk about definitions because we're supposed to establish definitions, it's like I'm going to give you this simple idea of what I think this word means. And if you agree to that, then but if you don't agree to it, then we just argue over words, and words are important, so it's a tough you have to come up with a definition that's going to be acceptable to your opponent but also be defeatable. So
yeah, that's why I think the whole insurrection argument is lame, because in a lot of ways I think they just picked the word because it sounds like the worst word they could have possibly used. Like people apparently think insurrection is worse than rebellion or worse than, any other term. Apparently insurrection is somehow, damn it, Josh, that became like the god tier level of offense to the government.
well, and they use that word. Like we talked about this 2 years ago on this stream and on lots of other streams. I'm not the only one that was talking about it. But they were using the word insurrection, and that was part of a bigger plan they control language. When I say they, I mean whoever the enemy is, whether it be rhinos, whether it be Democrats, whoever. They control definitions. They do the same thing with racism. They did the same thing with vaccines. Now they do the same thing with insurrection. They use these words and they say this word means this. But let's forget about it's it's like 1984. I hate to make it always leads back to 1984 references, and I'm not an Orwell fan, but it kind of is true. It's thought police. It's like, forget we did this, this, and this. We did the exact same thing. But look, this was an insurrection. We haven't changed the definition of words before. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's I actually did when I did one of my political science courses back in college, I actually did an entire term paper on Animal Farm. I might still have it somewhere.
Nice.
But the thing, like, Orwell is difficult for me because he was, like, politically, he was probably not opposed to 1984 because he was a very big, like, socialist Marxist guy.
Yeah, it just didn't work out right. Old Major was great, but the original guy that came in preaching the message, but then the other guy messed it up. Yeah.
Yeah, Animal Farm was essentially George Orwell's cope of the Bolshevik Revolution not being done the way he wanted. That's essentially all it was. It was him coping about Stalinism.
Yeah, and it's all these dumb animals' faults, but I was the smart animal.
Yeah.
You were the smart animal. Yeah, okay. How about don't chase the humans off? We're not animals. Short and sweet, easy to get the point. Yeah, I listened to Animal Farm recently.
Well, I think in a lot of ways what he did there was very effective because it was able to present information and about how communist societies function in a palatable way when a lot of people really didn't want to confront that.
Yeah. And I had never read Animal Farm, but when I was looking for the audiobook, on YouTube, I saw the cartoon, and I saw that cartoon when I was a kid. So I had seen, like, I knew the story, the cartoon of the pig that's talking. Like they made a bunch of cartoons out of it. So
there was actually Jay Dyer did a recent stream talking with a guy about Animal Farm and how the CIA apparently was involved in funding the movie, like the live action version.
There's a live action. I didn't even know there was a live action.
Yeah, they did one with animal puppets. I remember TNT aired it way back in the day, and then when I was in college, I watched it again as part of just while I was doing my paper.
Yeah, I thought Animal Farm was good. I liked 1984 better, but I think Winston and Julia, or Juliet, was it Julia or Julia? It was Julia. Winston and Julia were dang. Take them out. They were ops. O'Brien was the hero.
You know what? You know what I think is one of the worst dystopias? V for Vendetta.
I need to rewatch. Well, yeah, that.
Well, the movie is a complete abortion because the Wachowskis hijacked it to turn it into a struggle session about George Bush being president.
Wachowskis made V for Vendetta?
Yep.
Wow. Huh. Interesting. And that's why it's a weird movie, because the right and the left will like use it in their memes. Like we both.
Yeah, and at the time it was really just a struggle session that was bitching about W being president.
Yeah.
And Alan Moore
I think those are the people that just hate the government in general.
Yeah, well, I know Alan Moore's response to the movie was that when he heard about all the changes, he said, well, if they wanted to make a satire of President Bush, they should have had the balls to come up with their own story. Very funny that he accuses the Wachowskis of not having balls, considering how history is played out for them.
Huh. Yeah,
it's funny that he said that because
hold on, Wally, I gotta go to the bathroom real quick.
Yep.
Talk to the chat.
Yeah, so chat, the actual V for Vendetta comic book, it's funny that Alan Moore hates that it was rewritten into a satire of George Bush when he wrote that to cope about Thatcher being prime minister in the UK, and it was his own straw man of how bad he thought British conservatives were. How we all doing tonight, everybody? We all living the dream tonight at 3:30 a.m. on the East Coast, and I know I'm living the dream. I'm not sure what dream it is, and like most of my real dreams, I don't remember it very well ever. So, but whatever dream it is, I'm living it. All right, Josh is back. Everybody's got to start behaving again. Return to your seats.
What'd he say? He said something to get me banned.
No, everybody was perfectly well behaved. I got I got the many years of experience channeling dad energy, Josh. People don't fuck around with it.
Nice. Where's all the Destiny people at? Get in the Discord. You guys can come in. It's not gonna be a.
The debate restream was over, so they left.
I've been watching.
I don't think they were interested in pumpkin carving.
I have like a lot of lefties that pop up in my YouTube feed, and they're like live stream debating conservatives. And when I go in there, it's just like all like hateful, like God's not real and God's not. It's like, y'all, why do I want to jump? Like, this is a friendly space, guys. You can come in. It's not gonna be. We're not gonna be attacking you. You probably Destiny fans probably outnumber us right now. Me and Wally. And me and Wally don't even agree on everything. So you can come in, tell us why Kamala's better. Tell us why Owen lost the debate. I don't know that debates are weird. If you don't have judges, these internet debates, it's like, I don't know. It's hard to judge it. Owen definitely wins on charisma and personality. Every point Destiny made that I thought, here's the obvious rebuttal to this, Owen came with those obvious rebuttals. Sometimes I wish Owen would have, like, Destiny's trying to make you look dumb when he says, what's the definition of democracy? What's the definition of constitution or a constitutional republic? And you kind of stand there and you look around like, I'm not going to answer that question. And you say, democracy is the evil lizards that are eating the children. Like, I think it's cool. I think it's funny, but maybe you lose the audience there. Maybe you just give him the answer he wants and then use those into your argument. I'm trying to critique Owen Shroyer, who's far more successful than me. Go ahead, Wally. Sorry.
See, so like, here's the thing. Like, I always notice there's always two fights going on when you're having a debate. There's the fight you're actually having with the person, and then there's the fight everybody's watching.
Yeah.
And the intent of tactics like that gets lost in the fight everybody else is watching. You and the other guy are well aware of what's happening. Like, you know how you're trying to, like, outmaneuver each other, but the audience doesn't get the point of a statement like that for the most part, I don't think.
Right. Yeah.
So it's like you can be like, when you like, from a purely like argumentative style standpoint, you and your opponent could both know like you're winning the debate, but to the audience it looks like you're somehow like losing the debate and you're totally off track. And what the hell are you even doing?
Yeah, so you're also in a fight with the audience. You're trying to win over the audience. And I think on internet debate, that's the most important fight, is you're trying to win over the audience. And so if you start stuttering or you're taking too long, so sometimes if you don't have the right answer right off the bat, it's better just to say something witty and just speak clearly, or get loud, get passionate, say, hey, this is what, because you're trying to win over the audience. But then at the same time, I'm like, the audience, who the fuck cares? Because they're just there for who they support. So who cares what the audience thinks? I don't know. You think the Bible supports debate, or do you think that this is a debate in itself? But some Christians say we shouldn't be debating these things, and I did a whole thing about this.
I mean, in a lot of ways, you could consider Paul's responses in his letters to be of essentially a series of debates in a lot of ways. Probably the earliest debates about the religion and the practice of it that we have.
Yeah, and that's kind of the conclusion I came to too, is that there's certain things we need to discuss, and as men, we need to figure these things out and talk about these things. And then there's certain things that are foolish to even debate about, but if we're trying to spread the message and appeal to the world, then we have to debate them with fools.
Yeah, and I know, like, it's a hard, what I consider when I'm making that kind of point is like, well, I have to consider we don't see like the actual back and forth of those letters. We only see his responses to everything.
Right.
And it doesn't read like, and none of Paul reads like a Q&A.
Yeah, he was saying this is the way that we do it.
Yeah, so it's like I would imagine that if we had the other parts of like what was written to him and not just his responses, it would probably read more like it was like some early like debates in a sense.
Yeah, and we would read that and we'd be like, no, this is some apocryphal, some like you're taking this from the pagans or you're taking this from here, and this is why this is a problem, and this is why Paul addresses it this way, but we don't see the other side. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. It was letters of correction, but stuff was going wrong, and we kind of only know about what was going wrong. We don't hear their perspective. Doesn't mean their perspective was right, but yeah, there was their side of the story, and that's why
Well,
Paul corrected him.
Well, it's like when people try to bring up the Talmud, and it's like, well, the Talmud was a series that was compiled from just a series of debates between rabbis. It's not. I don't even, as far as I'm aware, it's not in any way any kind of like legitimate actual scripture.
Yeah, so it's verbal reiterations of scripture and then verbal debates between people about how we figure out what this means and how we apply it to weird new cases that come up. But yeah, there's a lot of messed up stuff in the Talmud. But
yeah, that's why it's. But then again, I've also never actually read any of it because I have no. I'm like, why am I going to even read it?
I've read some of it.
I never saw it. I know if I heard anything repeated back to me from it, I could easily ascertain, like, yeah, this is some bullshit.
Yeah, they have Jesus swimming in excrement, and they have mitzvah pa, which is the sucking of the blood after the circumcision.
Yeah,
I'm not
you
trying
have
to get
people.
banned on YouTube right now, but I've talked about this before on the show. Yeah. We could skip over that stuff. That's kind of weird.
I think one of the weirdest points I ever heard brought up in an Islam debate was, did you see the Machine Lies one versus Teriak? A couple months ago, I think it was.
Yeah, and instead of Muslim versus Christian debate, it turned into a Trinity debate the whole time. They always go that way.
One part of it that I caught that was really interesting.
We're gonna light up the birthday blunt. It's early, guys, but go ahead.
I know. One part of that I found very interesting, and when I ever do talk to Machine Lies again, I'm going to try to ask him about it, because he made this argument where essentially he said he appealed to Islam being superior because it's more unified, whereas Christianity is more fragmented into different sects.
Yeah, that's dumb. There's more sects because there's more of us.
Well, and what's funny is
but they have a lot of sects too.
Well, and what's funny is his appeal to unity falls apart because there are 5 or 6 main branches of Islam with subsects under those.
I also don't think Christianity teaches unity as we understand it today. Christ did not come to unite. He came to divide. He brought a sword. Oil and water don't mix. Like, my understanding, there should only be one sect of Christianity, and we should gatekeep, and we should say, no, that's not Christian. And so,
yes, there should.
That's why I'm seeking, and I'm trying to find, what the right denomination is, but I don't even like the denominations, and it's tough. But
Well, the more you keep looking, the better you find an answer.
right.
But I was going to tell Machine Lies that actually, by extension of his logic, he should actually convert to Hinduism because Hinduism has the fewest sects of any religion in the world.
Yeah.
So by his appeal to religious to the unity of the religion, he shouldn't be Muslim.
I haven't looked a lot into Hinduism. I need to get to that. I'm trying to learn about all of them, and I'm too.
It surprisingly has very few branches, considering how many arms everyone has.
Yeah. Well, when you believe that your God has a million arms, there's no reason to have denominations.
And 3 elephant heads.
The reason Christianity has so many denominations is because part of Christianity is hierarchy, and I would venture to say a bit of authoritarianism and patriarchy, and there is an order to things. It's God, Christ, man, woman, child. There's an order, and there's kings, and there's judges, and there's authority, and there's rule over earth, because otherwise, if it's not God-led men who are women who are being led through men, children who are being led through women who are being led through men who are being led through Jesus, who are being led to God, then it's chaos. If we don't have that hierarchy, and it becomes anarchy, and everything falls apart. And I think that's inherent in Christianity. This is where me and John Mosman would.
Well, and that's actually, and look at and I think the problem is that when it became normal for people to just get upset and go, fuck this, I'm my own damn church, and go start their own church and come up with, and then push their own particular worldview. And eventually you just get further and further away from the correct theology the more people do that.
Yeah. That's because most people are dumb. Like they don't really, and that sounds crass, I guess, but the majority is dumb. It's a small, narrow path. It's a small road, and
yeah,
it's not just everybody. You can't just believe everything you hear from everybody, or I'm an idiot. Like we're all most of us are just dumb, and I don't know. I used to believe in divine simplicity. I think I still do in a way. It's a weird one for me. Divine simplicity is the idea. Hold on one sec.
Yeah.
Divine simplicity is the idea that God is simple. So we say God's ways are simple. Satan is the deceiver. He's the author of confusion. God's ways are simple. But then I hear other smart people who I respect, and they're like, that's divine simplicity. You're never going to understand God's ways. Like, they're complicated as fuck. Like, you're never going to understand God's ways. So why do you even seek after this knowledge? I don't know what I'm talking about, Wally. Take it over.
There's this one theory that's, I think, is supposed to be way out there by design, but it's people who call themselves Last Thursdayists.
Oh, I've heard of these people.
Yeah, that essentially say, well, you can't prove that the Earth wasn't that everything wasn't created last Thursday, and everything from before that is just false memories, and things have been made to appear like really old that are really young.
Right.
And I said, well, theologically, that's complete horseshit, because that would mean we're being deceived, and that's completely contrary to Christianity and the nature of God.
That we're being deceived.
Because false memories would be deception. So then by that point, by that definition, God would be a deceiver if we were given false memories.
Okay, so I would say, what if the world is deceiving you? By the way, we're breaking Newton's flaming laser sword right now. We shouldn't even be debating this, but uh but Satan runs the world, and Satan's the one that did it. So this deception is, God just made the world, and then he gave us 5 minutes ago, and then he gave us the memories up till there, and then Satan took over for the last 5 minutes, and he said, this is why this memory is bad, and this is why this memory is good. But really, the memories are nothing. They're just memories. They're just something that happened to you, and it's gone, and it's over. We live in right now, and the future doesn't really exist. The past doesn't really exist. So, do you believe the universe was started 16 billion, 24? How many billion years do you give it?
I think getting hung up on the exact numbers is almost a pointless, is always just an argument that leads nowhere, because nobody is going to give any ground on it.
Well, so is last Thursdayism, but if we're entertaining last Thursdayism, let's entertain your guess on the age of the Earth.
Here's the thing. I look at it as the exact age of the Earth does not impact my belief in God at all. So ultimately, it's like, if the numbers are not exact for how old the Earth is, it's no skin off my nose.
But what's your guess?
My guess is it's probably younger than it is older.
I agree. I concur. I can't argue. Hey, Amanda Thomas. Thank you. That's the first time Amanda Thomas has ever super chatted or sent. You don't gotta send me your money. That's birthday money. Thank you, Amanda Thomas. Tell me when your birthday is, and I'll try to send you birthday money. If I'm not broke, I'll send you birthday money on your birthday. Whatever you think times 3. Freaky. I gotta play the sound effect for Amanda Thomas. We got Yay. Where's Yay at?
La la la, wait till I get my money right.
See, I find it funny that it's like you look at the wide disparity of numbers, and people act like you either have to agree that it's 6,000 or like 20 bajillion. And there's no middle ground. You can't say 1,000,000 years old. It's like, no, you either got to be married to the extremely small number or the extremely large number that you can't even mentally process.
I say 1,000,000 to 10 million. That's my guess. If I had to like throw my dice, I'm picking 1,000,000 to 10 million. And then when I get up in heaven, God's like, welcome to the like, it's like a casino.
You know what?
Got it right.
You know
got this right. You got this one right.
You know what my gut intuition tells me in general? There is a threshold. There is a numerical threshold that if you actually try to count past it, like your brain, it becomes incapable of visualizing the individual units. Like your brain can't individualize what 1,000 of anything looks like, hypothetically.
Yeah, if you're counting out loud fast, I think that happens way faster. I think by like 20, you're not even really thinking about what the number means. You're just repeating the words.
Yeah, like there's like you pass a certain number and like your brain is no longer visualizing to the exact unit how much of that number is a thing is.
Right.
So my inclination is I do not trust any number higher than what I can individually imagine. For all I know, all those numbers are fake.
Right. And so all of the past is fake.
And right there is the lunacy of math, that it gives us numbers that our brains are incapable of rationally processing. There should have been a cutoff, like all math ends at 100.
Guys, I'm not a last Thursdayist. I promise. Just because I do a show on something and I talk about it like I believe in it doesn't mean I'm not really a last Thursdayist. But it sounds like a drink, like an energy drink. I'm gonna make an energy drink called Last Thursdayist. You the thirstiest. Where are all the Destiny people at? Say Negronomics. Or
Is that anything like Negrotology?
Negrotology. That's what he said.
Are you trying to like summon Cat? Are you trying to do a summoning ritual for Cat right now?
That's called Infinity.
Maybe she can't be, maybe she has to be more than 50 feet away from the internet now.
John Barrett. Use your phone, are you crazy?
I feel like the internet needs a restraining order from that woman.
From who?
Just like how she's restrained from motor vehicles, right, for the time being.
Who?
Wasn't that why she had the ankle monitor because of a driving thing?
Oh, yeah, that girl,
Yeah. Yeah, we know women drivers. Am I right, boys? Yeah, we know.
Yeah, there was a time when they would ban you on the internet over that. What the?
I'm just saying, maybe Saudi Arabia used to have some laws that were pretty based.
Australia, I can say that. Newton's flaming laser sword. That's so cool. I want to, 1,000 years from now, have a dang Josh's flaming lightsaber plasma weapon. Satellite with freaking laser on its freaking head. Elon's a beast, but he could also be the beast. But he's a beast. He's got dang networks. There's going to be a space war, Wally. Do you know about this?
Bring on the Ultramarines. Let's fucking go.
No, it's satellites. They don't have to fight wars with boots on the ground with headsets and dang video game, Ender's Game, like futuristic warfare and drones, thousands of drones just flying around, AI control, just dropping bombs everywhere, little grenades, whatever. And satellites are already, there's a huge network of satellites. There's Space Force, there's Elon's thing, SpaceX, NASA, Russia, China has Skynet. Oh man, Sharp Eyes, Skynet. Skynet's not just a Terminator thing. It's China's immigration networking, satellite networking system, and it's how they keep people from leaving more so than keep people from coming in. Nobody's trying to go to China, but to keep people from leaving, they have Skynet and they have Sharp Eyes, which is their facial recognition software and all this stuff. And Google was invested in that and the American CIA. And anyway, what the fuck am I talking about right now?
I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you, Josh. I have no fucking clue, my man.
Technology, not not technocracy, because that's technique. That's technique, not technology. Technology. The dang satellites. I don't know where. I'm totally lost. I forgot what I started talking about.
Your birthday treat kicking in there, Josh. Based.
It's been a minute.
When you called the guy Boomhauer earlier when you were watching that clip, it made me think of this thing my buddy and I do on occasion. We start doing Tech Nine lyrics, but we make them sound like Boomhauer, and we call it Arlen Choppers.
Nice. That shit
Like
going
just
viral.
just doing all of like Tech's like speed verses, but being like dang 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 oh dang dang dang.
Dang on, come over the chopper, over the back to the papa, but if you come on with the chopper, dang on, don't want with the papa. Yeah, I can imagine it.
I actually saw him live for the first time in about over a decade back in September. He was opening for Falling in Reverse.
He tours more than damn anybody. That guy's constantly touring in the Midwest and out here. He comes to Utah like 4 times a year. And I've still never been to one of his shows. He does little clubs everywhere. He's always...
Yeah, it was just so weird seeing him on a tour that was all metalcore bands.
He's like the only underground rapper, real underground rapper that never went mainstream that went mainstream.
Yeah. I mean, he had like guest features from like Eminem and shit. Like he wrote the whole bucket list off of like everybody he could possibly get on a track that's alive.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he's a beast. Yeah.
Like I think you're harder outside of like mumble rappers. I think you'd be hard pressed to find somebody who hasn't collabed with him more than not.
I don't watch whatever a lot, but Andrew said on whatever the other night when I happened to be listening, and I got agitated because I felt like he was talking to me.
He hates all rap.
He's like, anybody could do this. Like 10 minutes, you practice it, you just do it. Like, come on, Andrew. Why don't you not make AI song, Andrew? I challenge you, Crucible. Clip this. Make a rap song. Make a verse. Make a Hot 16. Drop a Hot 16 for us, Andrew. Go ahead, buddy. I was like, no, it's a lot harder than you think. And it's writing, it's poetry, it's some of the most ancient crafts. We're talking about Solomon. We're talking about David. Poetry, writing in song, and like real songs that mean things, and words, and composing words, and orating, and debating, and all this stuff. That rap is just... Anyway, yeah.
See, the cool thing was that during when Falling in Reverse was near the end of their set, they do the song Ronald that Tech has a verse on, and they bring him back out on stage for it every night.
Yeah,
so you actually hear like basically the whole single performed live, which is rare with guest features.
Yeah.
I guess there was like 2 nights before me and my buddy went to that concert. Like they surprised everybody, I guess, that night by having Jelly Roll make a surprise appearance because he was in the town.
Jelly Roll's been rapping forever. He didn't.
Thank you.
He didn't pop off until he went country.
I first heard about him. One of my best friends, right before he moved out of New Hampshire, he had gotten a new pickup, and the first thing he had on his phone queued up was the Addiction Kills album that Jelly Roll did. The one that has Roll Me Up that he did the music video for.
I don't know. I was never really a fan when he was rapping.
You should check out Roll Me Up. I think that's a good representative of his rap. But
was he with Tech Nine? I'm stoned.
He's done some stuff. He's done a couple of songs with Tech, actually. They did that song
but what's his
Creature.
label?
I don't know what label Jelly Roll's on right now. I know Strange actually distributed. Yeah, they actually distributed one of his last rap albums before like his country rock album came out. And that had the song Creature that he did with Tech and Calico. Now Calico's doing like country rap too. Like Chris Calico has a group now with Colt Ford called the Hoodbillies.
Yeah, a bunch of rappers are going country and a bunch of country singers are going rap. It's integration.
You know what I think it is that rappers bump over to country because country fans actually buy albums. Hey, crazy.
I don't think anybody buys albums anymore. What the hell's an album?
Is my headset working?
Yep.
Sounding good so far, man.
Thank.
You're working right now?
Yeah.
Night shift. Let's go.
I do computer work for a hospital. 25 of them. Hey, what's up, Wally?
Living the dream, man.
I hear you. I hear you.
You think it's worth it to pay $5,000 to go to like some sort of boot camp to get some sort of computer job where I could just sit and just do some computer shit at my house?
Yeah. Do it.
All right. I'm not just gonna take your word for it, but I'm thinking about it. Something like that. Some people say you don't even have to take that, but I think I got I don't know, I got some things. I got a record, so I need to have some paperwork.
You know, Josh, I've heard people can make a lot of money off of crowdfunding, and I got at least a dozen different ideas for comic books we could kickstart.
You come up with the ideas, I'll draw it. I need some dang.
Yeah, and then we'll crowdfund like 7 figures. We'll take the money and run. Sound good? What everybody else does on Kickstarter right here.
I'll make the comic. We'll make the comic. It might just suck.
You know what I finally watched that I hadn't gotten around to watching? The movie version of the Berserk series.
I don't know what that is.
Oh yeah, that's right. You're not an anime guy.
Nope. Just Dragon Ball. I hate anime. I really don't like anime. I just like Dragon Ball. I'm a Dragon Ball nerd. Dragging these balls down your face.
You know what's funny? And I was actually talking about.
There's only guys here.
You know what's funny is I was actually talking about this earlier with Andrew, and it is kind of true. Like on its face, it makes no sense why anime got popular in the U.S.
Because of Toonami.
Well,
Cartoon Network.
But before that, like when anime originally came over here, he was like, it made no sense why it got popular, in his opinion. But it's actually very easy to explain. It's because it was way cheaper for companies to buy rights to distribute foreign content in another country and dub it rather than make brand new content. So they just put American voices over everything, sold it as new content when it was just old content with new voice acting. But everybody back in the day didn't know any better. They all thought it was brand new shit.
Maybe it's because it's more Eastern storytelling. So I was.
That's probably the thing, is that because now, ironically, we kind of really need anime to stay around because it's one of the last bastions against wokeism in media that we've got.
Right. Right. We have this concept that the West is the best. The modern West is the best. But when we go back farther, it all really comes from one origin, and it wasn't the West or the East. And it's just good storytelling. Like Goku's a alpha male. I don't care. He's dumb.
Yeah.
He's like, whatever. I just want to beat the strongest guy. Who's the next step in the line? Let me go, and I'm gonna be nice. You know, I'm just like, fuck a character arc. People are like, Vegeta's the best. He's got the best character arc. Nah. So Dragon Ball and Toonami, and at that time there was a lot of that's why I didn't like anime, because there was a lot of gay anime too, like
Oh yeah.
Sailor Moon, and there's always this weird stuff. There's always young girls in school dresses with giant titties. And it's like something wrong with this, but I just love Dragon Ball. And then I saw other animes, and there's some cool ones. I like Inuyasha. It was cool. It was like a short version of Dragon Ball.
The reason that there are a lot of bad anime that are very well known.
Did I just say Inuyasha? I'm sorry, I meant Yu Yu Hakusho. Inuyasha's lame. That's the one with the cat ear dude. I did not like Inuyasha. I liked the one with the spirit finger dude.
Yeah, Inuyasha is the show where it's essentially what if Bulma and Vegeta's relationship was abusive towards Vegeta.
I saw a lot of Inuyasha, but I liked Yu Yu Hakusho. That was the one. It was short, sweet, to the point. Boom.
And it's like, what's funny is, and I've thought about this, because I always wonder, why did some stuff that was so bad become so well known and so popular? And I think the answer is actually pretty simple. Because that stuff got over to America where at a time where if you liked that kind of animation, there was a limited supply of it available, so people just watched whatever they could get. People would just figure it's like, oh, well, I'll just buy whatever the new series is that's coming over from Japan because there's a limited supply of it available. Might as well just watch everything that's out.
Yeah.
Because there are...
because especially with Dragon Ball, it was like, we've been watching the Frieza saga for 4 years. They're just playing it back to back on Toonami every day. So now, and we're figuring out how the internet works. Oh, we got the World Wide Web now. we're gonna watch it, and so some of us are like, "Bro, you're still on the Frieza saga. They're on the Boo saga," and I don't know. It's just nostalgic, but
when Dragon Ball was first airing Frieza episodes back in like '97. On Sunday mornings, so like pre-Toonami, the original Dragon Ball Z run that stopped halfway through the Frieza saga. There were already, like, you could go to like specialty toy stores that would have all the imported like Dragon Ball action figures because people wanted them because there weren't any out in America. And they already had toys for like ultimate, like final form Frieza, like adult Trunks, like Cell.
Yeah, you're like, what is that? Like, that's all an op, dude. They were like, the kids are at the store. They're like, what is that? What's?
Yeah, and suddenly all the kids.
Why's Goku got long hair all of a sudden?
Yeah, suddenly all the kids were getting exposed to these characters they didn't even know existed yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That was like how the first video game for Dragon Ball that got put over into the US was Dragon Ball GT Final Bout.
I think Dragon Ball and Pokemon, and I'll throw in there's like 5 of them you could name, like Sailor Moon and Digimon and maybe Attack on Titan, or I don't know, something else in that fifth spot. But it was big for kids around that time, and then they grew up, and yeah, like you said, I agree with that. It was short supply, so you're like, oh, well, I want to see the next thing. Oh, everybody's talking about they're seeing the next thing. Yeah.
And that is exactly...
If American companies are making money off these dang cartoons...
Well, that's exactly how Sailor Moon became so well known. it wasn't because Sailor Moon was good. It's because it got its foot in the door where there was a limited supply of anime content on television for kids.
Discord and YouTube are out of sync. YouTube is ahead or behind by 20 seconds. Are you listening through YouTube and talking through Discord? Are you crazy? You gotta lead the YouTube. I really enjoyed Attack on Titan. Yeah, that's pretty good for a little bit. I don't know how long it is. I read some of it at the library. Stretching time. Let's all do our stretches. Everybody reach up to the sky. Twist your fingers. Yeah, we're talking about cartoons. It is kind of lame. I don't like cartoons. I just like Dragon Ball.
See, I remember playing the original card game. I didn't know they had come out with a new one.
There's been like 4.
Yeah, the one I played was the DBZ card game that was big in like the early 2000s. The ones where they gave you the little plastic scouters to like track your hero card's power level.
Yes. That one is not the Panini one, but I have those cards. I have those cards in my living room.
Dude,
I don't have any more scout. I think it might have like 2 scouters somewhere.
I probably still have some of it in my closet. With a lot of my old trading card games, I guarantee I do. I don't think I still have like my Cooler deck because Cooler was the last deck I played. I either played Vegeta, Cell, or Cooler.
Yeah, I had the Cell deck. You nerds. Tim Pool Boys. What the fuck? Yeah, shut up. You don't even know about it. I got cards. I got cards on deck. I got cards right next to me. No, this is a different game. We got cards on deck. Dragon Ball Super Masters is way harder than Magic. It's way harder. Magic is like
I'm very excited. I'm very excited because they launched a Kickstarter to bring back a card game I loved back in the day called Overpower. And the Kickstarter just went live at midnight Eastern, and by 3 a.m. it was like 130% funded already. I'm probably gonna end up buying into it. Like if I do, I'm gonna buy they got a package with like they got different size packages, so it's like I'm probably gonna get the one that'd be easiest for me and my son to use together.
If you listen to lots of audiobooks, are you a geek? I don't think so. I listen to audiobooks.
Yeah, I don't know where my son gets it from, but he's like a chess genius.
From being smart.
I don't know where he gets it from because me and my ex can't play chess to save our lives.
Well, you're kind of dumb, Wally. I don't know about your ex, but I'm just fucking around.
You know what I think might have done it? It might have been the time I made him watch this documentary about the Deep Blue computer, and it showed all the chess games that it played and how to do the moves. It might have all clicked into his brain in some astounding fashion. I don't understand.
It's like A Beautiful Mind. He's like John Nash. He's seeing puzzle pieces in the sky. He's like, now he's murking you at chess.
Oh, my son already has a mustache, and when he was 14, like he had to shave it.
Where's all the Destiny fans? Why are you guys not jumping in to tell me how bad Owen got destroyed? They're going to destroy the Earth. They're going to destroy the Earth. Be a master of that. You're muted, are you crazy? I don't know if you know you're on your mute. You got a Sprite can.
Have you checked out that Silent Hill remake yet, Josh?
Somebody I know's been streaming it. Mr. Mad's been streaming it. But I haven't played it.
I want to check it out because it looks like they did it similar to like the Resident Evil 4 style. Full disclosure, I never played a Silent Hill game back in the day.
Yeah, I played one for like 2 hours. That was about it.
See, I like the look of the Pyramid Head character. I like the premise of the story, but the games were just never my jam for some reason.
I just always liked Resident Evil, and it was like, oh, this is just another Resident Evil game. I'll just keep playing the Resident Evil games.
Yeah, like how they had that other old series Clock Tower, where you got stalked by a guy with a giant pair of hedge trimmers who was covered in bandages.
I don't remember that game. That sounds intense.
You know what they need to bring back, Josh, and I know you'll be on board with me in this. They need to bring back Dino Crisis.
Dino Crisis. I liked Turok.
Dino Crisis was basically Resident Evil, but dinosaurs.
I think I played that. I'm pretty sure I played that.
I'm gonna drop a game that deserves a full HD remake that nobody's mentioned around me lately from the PlayStation days. I want a remake of Parasite Eve.
Yeah, I played Parasite Eve.
Wonderful game.
It's like an RPG.
I loved it because it was like a Resident Evil RPG.
Yeah. Yeah, it was. It was kind of turn-based, but you could still kind of run around. Yeah, I liked that. I don't know if I ever beat that game.
I think it was actually... I want to say it came out before Final Fantasy VIII, but it was built on the same graphics engine that they used for the models.
Transport Tycoon. I had Roller Coaster Tycoon. First person to enter the capital. Yeah, this guy looks like a strong, proud boy.
Who is Culligan? We're local water mastery, efficiency, delivery.
5:55 is your time, and here are some of today's top stories. A Kentucky man who was the first rioter to enter the U.S. Capitol on January 6th has been sentenced to 4 years in prison. Michael Sparks has been described as the catalyst for the insurrection that day.
Yeah, that's why I said I believe it was on the same
jumped into the Capitol building through a broken window just 1 minute before the Senate recessed for the day. After learning of sentencing, Sparks told the judge he still believes the election was stolen and his own.
This is what they were talking about. Destiny said the first guy to walk in was a Proud Boy with a stolen shield.
A Kentucky man who was the first rioter to enter the U.S. Capitol on
first rioter to enter. Does that mean other people? Who was the first person to walk in?
January 6th has been sentenced to 4 years.
Is he meaning like the very first person through the Capitol door?
Yeah, and I don't know. He's with. Look, so this guy right here in this picture. Can you see my mouse? I don't know if the stream can see my mouse. Hold up. Yeah, you can't see my mouse. So this guy right here is the guy. This guy was identified. This is like a little Antifa puppet right here. This guy's some tweaker guy they found. This guy's almost wearing like Proud Boy colors and stuff. He's got the black and the yellow. And then the hold on, this is hiding what I'm trying to show. This is the guy we're talking about right here. So, first off, glasses are an op. Optometry is an op. Conservative men don't wear. Oh, look at this gang. This looks like you're. No, come on, man. Anyway.
Prison.
Look at that
Michael
one.
Sparks
Someone wearing a mask.
Right. Well, this guy, the guy with the mask on, is the one with the. What's the game? I played that game. Dishonored. It's from. I think it's
Bethesda.
Yeah, Bethesda. Is that Dishonored? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He has that tattooed on his hand, and he had been recognized at other like Antifa protests and stuff. So he was an op. The shaman was an op. This guy probably an op. That's why he got out. He got sentenced and got out. I don't know if he's still in there. He got 53 months. He's probably getting out soon if he's not out already. Meanwhile, the grannies are still in there. They're just chilling in there. Like, there's a lot of people who really weren't really involved, and they haven't even been sentenced yet. They're just in jail.
Described as a catalyst for the insurrection that day. According to a police officer, Sparks jumped into the Capitol building through a broken window just 1 minute before the Senate recessed for the day. After learning of sentencing, Sparks told the judge he still believes the election was stolen and is only sorry that what happened that day didn't help Trump take the presidency.
Whatever. Fuck that guy. Axe him. What did he get? 53 months? Computer guy, my arse. They got like 8 seconds of strong footage out of 2,000 hours.
I mean, really though, Josh, who else did they expect to be confronted by other than an elite squad of people prepared to seize the government and wield power? Sadly for them, those people weren't available.
All right. Does that work, Josh?
Yep.
All right.
What's up?
Had too much microphone.
What you got on your mind, alien? What should I call you? Just alien or?
That'll work.
All right.
Call me crazy, alien, whatever.
I only believe in like legal or illegal aliens. I don't believe in space aliens. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
Just an old nickname from gaming. That's all.
I mean, I'll call you crazy, but you might want a second opinion.
All right, Wally. You damn nerd.
Very much so.
Your name's Alien, so I don't think you have room to call somebody a nerd.
Good point, Josh. Good point. I'm kind of a nerd. I like a whole bunch of stuff, but I am kind of a nerd. Not a smart one. I just have lots of common sense.
Most of my adult living habits have never coincided with daytime hour activities being available to me, so my hobbies have always been continued to be things I can do at 3 a.m. in my living room.
Yes, sir. I've been working night shift for like 15 years, something like that.
Yep.
So I play in the dark.
Yeah, that's kind of what I've done all my life. Even when I worked in the day,
You know what's funny is it's like I've had it brought up in a weird way where it's like I'll be out on a date and a girl will be like, is that all you do with your free time is play video games? I'm like, if you can give me other things to do at 3 a.m. that it would be a good hobby, I'd love to hear it.
Right. Exactly. There's worse things I could be doing at this hour.
Oh yeah. Lots worse.
Raise your hand if you like air fryers.
So you was talking about Elon taking over the world or something there a minute ago, wasn't you, Josh?
I mean, he's on my list of potential antichrists, but so is Trump, and so is
true.
No, you know what? Elon is gonna age into being the old man CEO from RoboCop.
Just because you're on my list of potential antichrists doesn't mean you are an antichrist. It just means you could really go evil with it if you wanted to, with that amount of power that you have. So, anyway. Trump and Elon together, but I think it's a good move.
I think it was a real good move.
Unless it goes bad. It could go really bad.
Most people in general love Elon. I mean, he's very well liked.
Yeah, I like Elon.
It's either going to be Elon or Bezos who becomes the old man from RoboCop. One of the two.
If everybody's figuring out this quantum computing and this AI and this satellite technology and going to space and stuff, somebody's got to do it faster and better. And that's capitalism. Elon is like the icon of capitalism. So that's the right wing, the economic right is Elon. And then Trump is that too. Trump has a little bit of the authoritarian in him. But he's got a lot of libertarian in him too. I don't know. I'm kind of faded, guys, but I'm just talking.
You shit me.
Fine, Josh. I'll go build a RoboCop. Give me 5 minutes.
Dude. So the robots, did you see the robots? Did you see the spaceship get caught?
What?
Elon? You talking about Elon's robots?
It wasn't a spaceship, it was a rocket. He caught a rocket. They shot a rocket up, and then it came down. They caught it with a machine before it ever hit the ground. It came in and it landed on a machine. The first try, one shot, like a video game. We're just playing video games with rockets. Technology is 50 years more advanced than what we know. So this is just what we know that they got. Like,
you mean Elon did this?
Yeah, Elon caught a rocket with a machine, and it landed.
Lately?
The other day, yes, 2 days ago. Yes, you don't know? I'm gonna pull it up.
That was Falcon Heavy, right? I knew he was going to. I didn't know he did it.
Oh, yeah, he did it.
I need to watch that.
First try. I'm gonna find it. I don't know where it is.
You know that you remember that rapper there back in the day, Josh, B.O.B.
Yeah, The Adventures of Bobby Ray was a great album.
Yeah, did you know he tried doing a Kickstarter once to prove the Earth was flat?
Yeah, I didn't like that. I can separate the art from the artist. You know,
I just like reminding people when an opportunity comes up that BOB tried to make a flat Earth Kickstarter, where his whole pitch was, I want to launch if not multiple satellites to look for the curve. I'm looking for the curve, y'all. I want to see the curve.
Yeah, did you hear the other day in the Elon when he was at the Trump rally? Trump at one point said, "Now, because of Elon, we're finally able to send a man to space." Like that's like a direct quote. And I was like, I paused and I was like, "Oh shit. Oh shit, moon landing deniers." Trump just hinted at something there, but
Well, no, when like the actual context of his comment was correct because he was referencing how the last NASA space shuttle was decommissioned and taken offline while Obama was president. So NASA has relied purely on private spacecraft or piggybacking on other countries' shuttle missions to the International Space Station to have any kind of launches at all.
look, it's coming back in. Thrusters on. Thruster 1. Thruster 2. Thruster 3. This looks sped up. I'm trying to watch this timer. But they shot the rocket up. It went to like low Earth orbit.
Booster coming in. See how fast
And then
this
it comes
vehicle
down
is
and it
moving
lands
on the left
in
hand.
the shoulder before it hits the ground.
Landing burn.
He did it.
Booster running current shutdown.
Micadilla has caught the booster.
At the launch tower.
Look at these nerds.
Wow. I don't know about you, but we're losing our stuff up here.
Those nerds just landed a fucking rocket in a machine that weighs.
Oh, good for them. They parallel parked. Good for them.
We need to see the ratio.
No, it wasn't impressive, Wally. Not at all. What does it take to impress Wally, I wonder?
A giant robot would impress me.
A flight to Australia.
How can you send me someplace that doesn't exist, Josh?
One-way ticket.
I know it would be pretty ass. You'd have.
Well,
you'd be like, no.
Well,
we're
and
actually in
now,
South
Josh,
America.
Josh. Now we're expanding my April 1st debate because now I'm going to have to contend. I guarantee that big cartography is going to lead to me having to contend with big archaeology.
Big cartology is gonna go to big archaeology. No, somebody's gonna have to pay. Somebody's gonna have to pay to fly you to Australia.
You can't send me a place that's not there.
I could do it for cheap. We could put you in a box. We can make a crate and have food in there. Do it for the content.
Josh, I'm not going to question necessarily your capabilities at logistics for international shipping, but when it comes to the matters of shipping logistics for Australia, I don't believe you're qualified.
Oh Lord! If anybody's shipped bodies, I've shrimped shrimp. I'm thinking shrimp on the Barbies. I've shipped bodies. I was gonna tie some shrimp on the Barbie into I've shipped bodies.
No, No, you see, like, Josh, this is
I heard they throw
this,
shrimps on Barbies.
Josh, you have no dad joke energy, and you're just drowning in your attempt to swim through the murky waters of this bit that you're performing in.
I'm failing.
Like, you're trying to come up for air, and it's just not working. Like, you think up is down. You've lost all sense of internal direction. You're swimming to the floor, to the bottom of the pool right now, Josh.
This sounds accurate. You might be right.
Like, you see, like, right there, like, you just went so far off the deep end, you just wasn't working.
Yeah, I didn't get it either. Brain freeze.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't even know what we're talking about now. I'm just gonna pretend like that never happened. He caught a rocket is the point, Wally. He caught a rocket.
I'm just saying, it looks like it was parallel parking when you look at it.
Right,
I got
and
that.
he did it well.
Yeah.
There's a talent.
That's why I said, like, big whoop, you parallel parked.
Oh.
Progeny. So no capacity. Right. Yeah, I don't got no kids, so I can't do no dad jokes. I don't have that energy.
You have a K now.
No,
I like a good dad joke. I think everybody likes
Get
a
to
good
work.
dad
Well,
joke.
you know what, Josh? Get to work on that. You'll get funnier.
Perhaps you're right. You could be right about that. Well, shit. Where's all the Destiny people? Usually they jump in.
Would it?
I think
maybe
you had a
it would.
couple.
Let's see. Maybe it would. What would trigger any lurking Destiny people? Let's see. Let's see here. The new Hellboy is actually good. Will they hate that opinion?
I watched it the other day. It was pretty good. Oh yeah, that was the thing. You seem have you heard of Blink Twice or yeah, it's called Blink Twice.
Yeah, I've heard the name.
It's kind of like a feminist movie, like a women's empowerment type movie.
Yep, I know exactly the one you're talking about right now. The one where they're on the island or something.
John Bear is a member. Thank you, my boy. Let's fucking go. I didn't watch the debate yet. How was it out of 10? The debate overall on a scale out of 10, it was like a 7. 6 or 7. High 6. 6.8. It was cool because it was two people you wouldn't expect to see going at it. Owen and Destiny finally right before an election. Destiny people are gonna love Destiny's performance. Owen's fans are gonna love Owen's performance. Talk about his meth jaw. Oh, to get them on here? Yeah. That has increased since the Adderall Destiny. Don't try to deny it.
You know, if he should, if when Destiny wanted to take that slander jab at him at the end, he should have asked Destiny if it would be slander to talk about other men sleeping with his wife.
Yeah. Owen brought that up. Well, they're gonna hate on that. Oh, he's still bringing up the cut thing. MMA Cookie. MMA Cookie is your name.
There you go. Jump on in here. MMA Cookie.
Do you think this election will determine whether there's ballot harvesting or not? I think there's going to be ballot harvesting. Hopefully, the right has increased their ballot harvesting movement. If it's legal in areas, we have to utilize it as much as they do. But there's going to be ballot harvesting. So it is going to be determined with that. That's going to be part of the whole thing. Because I'm still getting a ballot mailed out to me. It's going to show up in my mailbox, and I can just drop it off at a ballot box or whatever.
I think you're going to have. I think you're going to see a lot more. I won't be surprised if we see a lot more instances of people being like, "Nah, we're staying at this polling place until we see that everything's been counted."
Yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Because I think you're going to have. Because I think you're going to have people looking to make sure that, like, no, polls close means polls closed, and that they don't see anything happening after hours with that.
You got yours in the mail already, Amanda? Yeah. So they send them out to everybody now. And if it's legal to ballot harvest in a city, we need just as many people as they do going to all those addresses where your registered people in those areas were voting and collecting those ballots. You knock on their door and you say, "Hey, you got a ballot sent here. You haven't voted yet. Let's get it done. You're a registered Republican. Which one do you want to check? I'll do it for you and turn them in." That's what they did, and it was legal in those areas because they changed the laws for COVID. Some states already said they will not certify the winner until days after.
I've never had an absentee ballot or anything. I've always voted in person.
Yeah, I think that's how it should be done. If you're not willing to take a couple hours out of your day to go down to a place in your city, to do this, then at least is that a minimal? So I mean, I don't want to say straight white Christian male over the age of 30, IQ over 110, who can pass a civics test. Owns land, owns a business, has children. We could add that into it, and a wife.
Maybe this is a hot take, but I think a better solution than allowing all the mail-in ballots in 2020 would have just been to have 2 days of voting.
Not a felon, not an illegal immigrant. Am I crazy? I wouldn't be able to vote in my own system.
But let me ask you, Josh, would that have been a better solution than the mail-in ballots in 2020 was just allow 2 days of voting? Because if you know polls are going to be open for 2 days, then really people can plan, and I would assume that would have adequately addressed people's social distancing concerns that people were still spouting off about back then.
I voted in person in 2020, and there was nobody down
Me too.
there. It was.
Yeah, I mean, I voted in person back in 2022, but I'm just thinking that maybe it would have addressed the concern. I think a lot of the concerns that fueled the mail-in ballots would have been addressed if they allowed for 2 days of voting.
Yeah, but so I guess, yeah. I mean, because again, you have to play the game. If that's how you play the game, is just to totally like rewrite, and that's what.
Well, because you could have, the way people were still panicking back then irrationally, you could have easily pitched it to people as accommodating for social distancing concerns, and people would have taken that in a positive way.
No, I disagree with you, Wally. I say we leave it at 1 day so that those type of people don't get to vote.
Yeah, but I don't think
those type of people who are wearing the mask and they're scared to go outside and they don't want to work and those people don't get to vote. Cool.
But here's the kicker, Josh. I don't think this would have boosted voter turnout. I think if there was 2 days of voting instead of mail-in ballot,
only people like me and you would have shown up. Only people like me and you would have shown up.
I think even if you allowed for 2 days of voting instead of mail-in ballots, Trump would have still won. Even with an extra day to vote, I think Trump would have still won because the people you would appeal to.
Yeah. If we totally eliminate ballots, either one of these options is better than what we did.
Yeah. Yeah, like if we had to pick mail-in ballots or 2 days of voting, which would you go with? I'd have gone with the 2 days of in-person voting.
Yeah, I would too.
Because ultimately, like I said, you could sell that to the public as trying to pacify the social distancing concern at the time, and people would have bought it, but they still wouldn't have gone out. They wouldn't have actually gone outside because of it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But they would have pleasantly swallowed that as an excuse if you just said, "Hey, we're allowing for this to accommodate social distancing concerns," and people would have said, "Yeah, okay, that's fine. The election's 2 days long. Big whoop. Who cares?"
So he didn't win. Trump didn't win. Well, Trump didn't win. Whether he got cheated or not doesn't matter. He lost.
Yeah.
Sometimes you lose to a cheater.
Most secure election of all time, by the way.
It's still a loss. You got to get good. The only way you beat the cheater is when you get better than the cheater.
And in fact, I think it actually kills the mail-in. I actually think it kills the mail-in ballot argument if we had more than 1 day of voting for major elections, because you could easily point out, hey, we even allow more than 1 day of voting and you people still can't be fucked to take your own ass to the poll. At this point, if you don't want to participate, just don't participate. We're not going to mail you in a ballot and make it even easier than that.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's if that's how we're doing it now, then we got to play that game too. So when I get my mail-in ballot, I'm going to send it in and then I'm going to go down there the day of and I'm going to try to vote again and see if they let me walk in and vote again. And then it's I wonder, what if I change one vote on that ballot? Some, irrelevant. That's not the best word there, but some vote that I don't know about on the ballot. Which one goes through? I'm curious how you would even know about that or find out about that. I guess I'm sure people know about this stuff, but I don't. But I'm just going to send in the mail-in one and go down there.
Isn't another? I've always heard people complain that it's oh, well, we should do other countries and make election days a public holiday. And I mean, yeah, that sounds great, but that's always in countries usually that are much smaller than the entire United States by size and population. We really can't be constantly shutting down states or the entire country to vote.
I would argue that if we can do it for Juneteenth and some of this other bullshit that we got, we could do it for that. Instead, let's get rid of one of these other meaningless holidays. And
yeah, but some of those are not actually public holidays from work, I mean.
Yeah, our federal holidays were
Yeah. That's where they're talking about is I've heard some people suggest well, in other countries, but those are usually in much smaller countries where election days are considered a national holiday from work for people to vote. But again, those countries are much smaller. Makes a lot more sense. Because you want as many people in a small country to vote and participate as possible.
For every
Ideally,
one holiday added, we have to eliminate 2 holidays. We can't have so many holidays. People need to work.
For every holiday, we make Black History Month 2 days shorter.
What the hell? Damn, Wally.
I think, I mean,
don't ever hold back, Wally, whatever you do. Never.
You should have seen the super chat I sent to whatever last night that Andrew and everybody was dying laughing over.
I was watching it, actually. I must have missed that one.
Yeah, it was like right after the stream rated over that they started the roast round, and that blonde chick wouldn't stop talking about the security guy there, Desmond.
Yep.
That's when I super chatted in to this woman who said she was 4 for 4 with baby daddies. I said, well,
Yeah.
Brian, you should have sent Desmond home for the day early. This wouldn't have been the first time in her life a black guy walked out the door and she never saw him again.
Oh my God. I didn't see that one.
Oh,
that's good. Yeah.
I don't normally see whatever chat, but whatever chat, like the whatever people were like on fire for that one.
Oh, yeah. So I can't believe I didn't see it. Yeah, I was in the chat. I'll just go in there and do burns or whatever. Just for fun.
Oh, yeah.
I would totally support a civics test to qualify for voting. That's just one part of my criteria in Joshtopia, in the kingdom of Joshua.
See, I think they should raise the voting age to 30.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I don't think most people have the practical, not even just life experience, but just the general understanding of how their communities and how their country work until they're in their 30s.
Yeah, and the good thing about that is if they argue you down to 25, you're like, okay, we're taking it's like an acceptable compromise. You're shooting high, aim for 30. Best we get is 25. I could deal with that. 25 at
and
least.
the funny thing,
25 at least. So see.
Well, and the funny thing is
like
that
a compromise, but
the funny thing is that people opposed to it will argue that no, voting needs to be tied to the arbitrary age of adulthood, just like everything else. That like, oh, if you have to sign up for the draft at 18, if you can join the military at 18, if you can smoke at 18, if you can whatever at 18, you should be able to vote. Okay, but it doesn't have to be that way. And they can't give you a good reason why not, except that we just decide adulthood arbitrarily starts for X, Y, and Z things at a particular age.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's like when you're younger, you're going to vote for the things you want to do more. As you get older, you see maybe those things weren't the best things that I should have been doing. And so then you're going to, it's the whole, if you're young and you're not a liberal, you don't have a heart. And if you're older and you're not a conservative, you don't have a brain or something like that. And
that's the other reason I want to raise the voting age is because I want to shrink the liberal voting bloc by a significant amount.
Right, because it's based off feelings, which is great on a personal level, which is why mothers are needed and all that stuff, because they're more personable. But on a giant social civilization level, you need more logic and rationality, and that comes from the men. I agree, Josh. True. I don't even know what I was just talking about, Amanda.
I just reject the idea that it's like, I want to know when someone says, it's like when someone does the whole, oh, well, appeal to the fact that you're an adult at 18. It's like, okay, but since why does voting have to be like, what about adulthood? Essentially, I guess you would say, like, what is it about adulthood that should just bestow voting on you? What about being 18 makes you, what about like being 18 makes you magically able to vote?
So just tax and pay taxes to vote. Yeah, taxes is a compromise with my owning a business and owning a property. I usually say one or the other, or maybe it's both. Maybe
I think
somebody
there
could
should.
argue to me that it's neither. You need to own land or you need to own a business, or both.
No, I think people who receive any kind of public assistance should be disqualified from voting.
That's a good compromise. So then you don't have to, and you pay taxes,
I think
and you don't receive social assistance instead of owning land. So to make me more centrist and less authoritarian.
Well, no, my point for that would be to just, in my own personal, how I interpret it is that if you are essentially someone who is living off of off of society because other people are paying your bills, paying for your medical care if you're on public assistance, you should not have a vote in that guides policy because you are a beneficiary of policy. You get what you get.
Okay, but then
they shouldn't be able to go in and vote for who would promise them the more shit.
But my argument to that would be, what's the numbers? Oh, I don't understand these numbers, and I don't have it in front of me. But only like 5, or no, I think it's 30. Only 30%. The richest 30% pay net taxes, or I'm not great with economics. I'm a brokey, but the majority of us aren't really paying more taxes than what we should. It's just everything is more expensive and we pay more taxes, but based off what we make or something like that. The only ones making enough to be paying gross or net taxes is like the top 30%. And this is why I don't smoke weed, guys. I'm losing my train of thought. These people, a lot of people,
I'm perfectly fine with you not talking big numbers. So
a lot of people aren't paying enough taxes for that to really, just because you're paying taxes, so you're still kind of living off of social welfare, the welfare of your society. We got good roads, we got good stuff, and we pay taxes for this. Is if you're not making enough to really make the difference, does that get you the right to vote? If you're just, what am I trying to say?
no, like I'm talking like somebody who is like sitting in there, who is just like sitting in public housing, collecting food stamps, and living off of cash assistance and Section 8 vouchers should not get to vote.
Okay. But as long as you're paying taxes, but what if they're paying taxes and they're still getting?
Well, I don't think. Well, here's the thing: is that technically, I don't like the whole. What I don't like about the whole pay taxes element is that here's the thing: like somebody can be very savvy with how they manage their money and their investments and different sources of income, and they can know how the deduction game is played, and they may know how to write down everything so that they don't actually pay out anything in taxes. Hypothetically, those people should still be able to vote.
A lot of people do that.
It's like I wouldn't, if the standard is that you had to have paid at least 0.1 sent in tax dollars to the government to be able to vote, I don't think that's a good metric, because that would mean like some people who get refunds don't get to vote, but they've been paying out.
Yes, repeal the 19th, King Terzi. Women don't get to vote to put men into wars that they can't be drafted for. That sounds like a Tupac lyric. Women don't get to vote to put men into war to things they can't be drafted for.
I wrote this song a long time ago in 2024.
I can see to the future. They're coming at me in my sleep.
Anybody know where I can get a PS5 for cheap? Wait, what? What was that, Tupac? Nothing. This is 94.
Yeah. Satellites got them lasers controlling the weather. We don't know what's going to happen. Is it going to get better? Elon's got robots, and apparently they were human-assisted AI. So they were just demonstrating the robots, and they were pouring drinks and stuff. But there was a human controlling it, listening for the performance. But yep, all the baristas and bartenders are going to be gone.
It won't be long.
In 5 years, it's going to be a robot serving you your drinks. And then they put a gun in its hands. And in 50 years, we have robot rights activists.
See, I wouldn't be opposed to replacing the tax system with like a universal sales tax. But like my caveat to a universal sales tax would be the complete abolishment of everything else in the tax code, top to bottom. That would be the only tax.
Thoughts on HARP and weather modification? I think you should look more into China and the Yahtzees and the NOAA in the 1970s, King Terzi.
Look, the Weather Dominator is a secret project, and I'm not at liberty to discuss details of it. Hail Cobra.
Yeah. Let's talk about the cloud seeding when it's not hurricane season. It's bad taste right now. Bill Gates and the God Machine.
Ugh.
What do you guys got going on a Monday night at whatever time in the morning?
Yeah, it's 5 a.m. and I'm just waiting out the clock.
Yep, working. I just need to know the answers to AI and pyramids. That's all.
Oh, the pyramids. The pyramids are fake.
Oh no, that's my favorite subject. Can't be fake.
Is the pyramids? How do you think the pyramids got there? Tell us.
Oh, I have to consult my now blossoming big archaeology research, Josh.
Or Egyptology or paleontology.
No, we're taking on all of it. Big archaeology. We're taking on all of it.
If you want to get fun with it, you could put some paleontology in there.
Yeah, it's basically the same thing.
Oh, here we go, Dano.
Okay, sorry. Tell us about how you think what's up with the pyramids. NOA, I'm looking it up for you, MMA Cucky.
I think that Younger Dryas, I think, wiped out the people that built that, or whatever. They were humans. It was just a different kind of tech. That's my opinion. And whatever race of people that was, it wiped them out.
That was the orcs.
It could have been.
What about like giants, like Nephilim?
No. If they were giants, they would have made the doors taller, right? Or the entrance.
You think they were from another planet?
No, I do not. I just think it was a different race, a different kind of human. I really do.
Okay.
That don't make sense, but it does make sense, kind of. If you can go with the Younger Dryas theory.
What was that?
Because it was the ice age that supposedly caused the flood.
It sounds familiar, and I'm not trying to like put you on the spot, but
I understand.
Yeah.
It's a whole thing on like if
I
you
have
watch
bad memory,
Netflix,
and I talk about a lot of crazy shit.
What's his name? I do too. What's his name? He did a documentary on Netflix. Everybody gives him a hard time, but it kind of goes through all that. No. It's wow. I can't believe I can't remember his name.
NOAA is the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. To MMA in my chat. Look into it.
Because that would put it back to about 10,000 years. And if you they did a study on the Sphinx, the water erosion around it. I think it went back to at least that. It would have took that long to do that kind of damage, erosion, just around the Sphinx. But I think it was sitting there the whole time.
You think the nose fell off in a battle? Or you think
Absolutely no, not a battle. I think it just fell off. They say the Turks maybe went and shot it in the face and broke the nose.
In the Napoleon movie, they say Napoleon did it.
Could have been.
They kind of hint at it.
Yep.
Younger Dryas.
It's interesting. It really is.
Well, the French would hit something that couldn't fight back. That makes sense.
They had trebuchets.
Either way, if you look at those stones around the edge of them, it looks kind of like you'd made them. I don't know, a loaf of bread. The corners are always rounded, and that's that way all over the whole planet, not just the pyramid. All the megalith structures, they're like every corner is rounded. And it's very, very strange.
The Metholithic site. Well, there's some. What do you mean the corner's rounded?
When you look at around the cuts where they fit them together,
yeah,
there will be like a chamfer or a rounded place. It's not really a chamfer; it's a radius around all the face of the stone where they meet. Each stone will have those, no sharp edges, and it looks like a loaf of bread. I mean, across the planet. It looks, in other words, it looks like the rocks were once malleable, whatever.
Because so how I would explain the cutting of large limestone rocks is you take basically a chisel and a hammer, you tink, 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 you work your way down the rock, you put a stress point in the rock, and you hit it with something heavy, and it shears. Right. And so they had straight edges, and I would guess that there was a lot of granite, but the majority of it was limestone, or not limestone, but sandstone. It's a very like it's not the strongest or the heaviest or the densest rock. And so over time, those corners would have eroded and they would have looked less square. Of course, there's no perfect square, but they were trying to make like square rocks.
Yes. And I think even the shape of the rocks will always put pressure down where they can move in case of an earthquake.
Yes.
Like they can shake, but the more it shakes, the tighter it's going to get.
That's a good point. That I was going to say they could have kept them like that for the world was moving around a lot of that time.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And I believe a lot faster. This is one thing that we can't know about like science and the age of the earth and stuff is how if things were consistent, like if the tectonic plate shifting, I believe in all that, but we don't know how fast that was happening if that time was consistent. We don't even know if light travels consistently at the same speed. And so yeah, now you're on God's pay grade. I don't think you can figure that stuff out.
If you go and look at Peru, I can't remember the size. It's like a huge long wall. These things, the stones are the size of a building. All of those have round edges, and they have proved those were like liquid at one time, almost liquid. They have proved that through science.
Yeah, and the oldest one they found was tunnels. So my story, or what I think, is there was a flood, and I think, and it came on slower than kind of what we imagined, that it was just boom, it just happened. Maybe it says 40 days it rained or whatever, but floods were happening all over the world, and all these civilizations write about them, and they all have their myth of the person who survived the flood. And there was 2 ways to get out of the flood. Well, there was 3 ways. So it was either dig down. So we see a lot of like Metholithic tunneling. All tunneling throughout history has always been a thing, digging down into the earth and tunneling through it. And then or you build a tall structure. And so the tower, people were always trying to go higher and go lower into the earth. And Tower of Babel, the pyramids. The pyramid is the easiest way to build a tall structure, so that these civilizations, they're building these structures because flooding is happening, and they're like, "What is this flooding? What is this rain thing?" Look, they didn't understand it, and then one day the skies opened up, and boom, it came down heavy, and that's why the pyramids were there, because that was Egypt's tall structure to get out of the rain. It didn't work. Rain came up a little too high. The tunnels didn't work. The only option that would work is a good boat. And I think maybe it was like Waterworld in the flood, and everybody was like in these boats floating around. But no, I think Noah's the only one that got the boat right.
He did get the boat.
He got the boat. He got the ark.
Yep. The ultimate boat.
The ultimate boat. He was like a naval captain out there.
Yeah. I just want to see somebody at some point just, cut a couple of them, just 2. It don't even matter why they build it to me. It really don't. I just want to know. I want to see somebody cut 1, or let's say 3, stack them up. I'll be happy. It won't ever happen, but.
Cut what? Cut 3 arcs? What'd you say?
No. 3 stones for the pyramid or any of those megalithic places. Just reproduce 3 or 4 stones and put them together like they did. It doesn't matter if it's granite or what it is. Just do it.
Have you come on the stream before? Have we talked about this before? I feel like deja vu right
now. I came on. This is my only second time being on a stream. I was on yours the first time.
Yeah, we talked about it.
Outside. I don't even know. I don't remember.
Maybe I'm thinking of somebody else.
We talked a lot. Sick was on.
Well, there's a guy that. So there's a lot of demonstrations. This happens all throughout the world. Where they cut up stones. They have stone quarries, and they just cut up square stones all day, and they can do it with granite with their hands, like in some of these places. Well, not just with their hands, but with a chisel and a hammer. And they're cracking rocks, And so to make a square rock is not that hard. It's not perfectly square, but to make a good shaped rock. And then you just got to get it to where it's going, because they were taking them from thousands of miles. They were getting rocks and stuff. So how are they transporting these huge rocks over these long distances?
That's another good question.
I have
Very good question.
I have a good answer.
What is it?
Dinosaurs.
Well, you know, if they could have done that, that would have been great. That would explain everything. Everything.
Let's go. Let's go.
Well, how long have they been there? They could be 1 million years old, for real. The pyramids, do we really know how old they are? I mean, the real age?
They're building pyramids to escape high floodwaters. The dinosaurs aren't gone yet. The Nile Valley in Egypt are still lush and green and great places. And you got these big placid beasts that eat vegetation. You got lush green grass. You wave a freaking maple leaf like Littlefoot in front of them from the time they're a baby. You put a harness on their back. You make them drag rocks. It's not like...
You've got it figured out. We just got to put the dinosaurs and the men together. That's all.
Totally random and unrelated.
We do have dinosaurs and men together. We have, from the Cretaceous period, evidence that humans and dinosaurs did walk together. Science is walking this back. I think I talked about this like 3 weeks ago. They're coming out with this saying, well, but it was the Cretaceous period. But yeah, the dinosaurs were around during humans. So,
see, we need to work that out, Josh.
I got it worked out. I'm on it.
Well, publish it. Yeah, publish that shit.
I need to get a certified study, or what do they call them? You mean the giants? Well, don't give me
put them together. The dinosaurs and the folks building the pyramids. That would be great. We could put them together somehow in time.
I think I just had the random thought occur to me. I know what that guy should call his sheep cloning business.
Oh.
That guy you were talking about earlier there, Josh.
Yeah. What is it?
I'm going to put it in chat. This is what I think this guy needs to call his cloning business.
Sheep effers? New
you.
Not bad, Wally. Not bad.
6 months in prison for making $400,000 and only having to pay back $40,000 off of sheep cloning is pretty gangster, if I must say so.
Yeah, I mean, he maybe he got some time sheared off his sentence.
Hey, Are You Crazy got a membership. Thank you, John.
Thank you. Thank you, John Burt.
The only stuff on the membership side is when I do a stream and either I get drunk or I get in an argument and it gets off the rails a little too much, and I hide it in the membership section.
I was saying something about your pumpkin.
My pumpkin?
Yeah. You wanted carbon ideals in the Discord. Sorry.
Yeah, I think I decided already what I'm doing, but go ahead.
No, I thought it was something you just
sent him to I sent him to a link that'll do it better for him than MS Paint will.
Yeah. You can make a negative out of it in MS Paint with one click, but I think he's wanting to do more than that.
No, that's all I want to do is make it a negative and then take out all the color and just black and white.
Pop that bad boy up there and we'll do it. I can tell you where to point.
In MS Paint?
Or click. Yep. Where you had it before.
I wasn't in MS Paint. I was in...
Well, it's the new... Whatever came with Windows. I don't even know what they're calling it now. Photo editor or something like that.
Yeah. Let me bring that up. I want to make it sharper too, but it probably doesn't matter for this. It's a pumpkin. Okay, go ahead.
I have to jump over to YouTube, don't I?
Well, do you know the steps?
I'm in there. I'm trying to get in there.
It's 20 seconds behind. I'm going to crop the
Yeah.
edges off. I'm going to go to brightness.
What?
Filters.
I don't see nothing but us. Sorry. I've not used Discord that much.
Oh, hold on. There you go. $20 seconds.
I still don't see anything. That's okay. If you go up the top, there's a second. Shit, I can open it and tell you.
It says crop.
Oh,
Adjustment.
it's filters.
Filter tab.
Uh-huh. And at the filters, you go all the way to the bottom, and there's like a classic, B&W classic, and different tones. There it is. I see it now. Yeah.
Which filter is it?
It's straight up there above his head. Right, the little icons above his head.
Yeah, I'm at it now.
It will be the one that says filters. The icon that says filters. I'm way behind on this end.
But I don't see a negative. I see vintage, burn, film,
yep.
B&W.
Click on one of those. I think that's what you're looking for.
No,
B&W.
I want it flipped. I want it inverted. I want it.
You mean literally flipped around?
A negative.
Oh
it's called
boy.
A negative. It could be a filter, but it's not an option here.
Oh, you want to completely like reverse the whole image.
Yeah.
See that B&W high contrast? If you go down, it's B&W high contrast on the left corner. That'll get your colors right.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if you want to invert it. So if you're carving that in a pumpkin.
Right. I see what you're talking about now. It's not the color you're after. You're wanting to make it the whole image reversed.
Right. So that I see where I want to leave stuff in the pumpkin. I want to see the lights as the darks and the darks as the lights.
Well, if you click on that. There you go. And you can make it darker. And then save it.
No, that's not what I'm trying to
do. And you can go even darker if you want.
Because see, the way I would do it, so if you
do you really have to invert the image?
I don't know. I've never done this before, but that's what the guy who he did one and it turned out really good. He told me that I needed to do. You want the lights to be the darks, and
right?
The darks
yeah.
to be the lights, and then that's what you draw, and then you carve around that.
Right.
Which kind of makes sense. I don't know. I'm gonna figure it out.
Well, that's how you would get the color if you just stuck that on a pumpkin.
Yeah, I got one like this that I already saved from earlier, but I want to see what the negative looks like, and I'm trying to figure out how to flip it, how to invert it. There's got to be a way. It's something to do with the.
There's an option in there. I just don't remember where it's at.
How do I turn everything up? Yeah, no, we don't even yet. Something kind of like. Nah. That does look like a pumpkin.
Yep.
And the white parts you leave, and the dark parts you cut in.
Yeah, you kind of go reverse. You cut reverse of what you think you would. So you can take it dark now with these. I mean, you can really.
I think I could carve that into a pumpkin.
Yeah, no doubt. You just have to think about what you're cutting out. I think you need to cut out the dark, right? On the pumpkin, you would cut out the dark parts of that picture, I think.
Some light's coming through. Well, it just depends on how you want. If you want the light coming through at the light parts, you'd cut out his hair, and you'd cut out this side of his face and his shirt, and then you'd have the dark parts. Around there. Yeah, I think I could do that.
Well, I really do. If you just stuck that on the pumpkin and then cut through the paper where the dark spots are, I believe it would work. Like you said, it's going to have orange skin already, right?
Yep, I got it orange colored.
Mm-hmm. I believe that'll work.
Save. All right. Well, that's done. Now I got to figure out how to get it on paper. I have MS Paint open. I know someone who worked for NASA. I believe NASA's real. It's a real thing. I just don't know what they're doing. Ask yourself these two questions. How could the sun be 250 million miles away?
That's a lot of zeros, man.
Yeah, we can feel its heat. Makes no sense. Has to be local. Nah, it's really hot. It's really hot. Do you or anyone in the panel know a single person who ever worked for NASA? Nada says, I know someone who worked for NASA. I've taken a tour of NASA. I grew up in Florida. I went on a field trip to NASA. I met an astronaut at some point.
I supposedly made some parts for them.
Yeah, it's a real thing. We can shoot rockets up. It's not that hard. Catching them is pretty impressive, but just shooting them up. Maybe
Wally said that's not impressive. Wally was not impressed with that at all.
I would think anybody well trained could parallel park.
A rocket?
They'd have to put a damn steering wheel on there for me. I couldn't do nothing with it.
I could parallel park a rocket. There's some sort of dirty joke in there somewhere.
Well, at least they were still flying half a ship.
It was only part of the ship. It wasn't the full thing.
Maybe that was Anakin Skywalker piloting it. He's qualified to pilot half a ship just fine.
If I remember correct, that's going to be his freight rocket. That's what he's going to take payloads up with. And he says if he can get that one going up, he can take quite a bit of stuff at one time. That's what I heard.
Moon cities are coming.
Yeah, well, you got to get through that radiation belt, so I don't know.
Well, NASA's answer to that, to the moon landing critics, is that we go really fast through it.
The radiation belt?
Yeah. That was something that threw me off when I was looking into the moon landing. I was watching a thing, all like moon landing arguments debunked from real scientists. And they're like, some moon landing deniers talk about the Van Allen radiation belt. And then they have like this woman, like NASA, she's in like a flight suit. She's sitting there and she's like, well, our solution to that was to go at a certain angle really fast. Or like at a high speed. She said it really smart. She said it really high intellect. We had to go at a high speed at a certain velocity at a certain angle. But I was like, all right. Well, you just got to go really fast through the hole in it. You found a hole in the Van Allen radiation belt. Or something. I don't know. I'm not a moon landing denier. I just think it's interesting.
I think they filmed part of it here. I really do. Just to give us humans something to watch.
Yeah, I believe that. I believe a lot of it was fake. But I do think we landed on the moon. This just doesn't seem that crazy to me that we did. The only science teacher I ever had who wasn't an idiot used to work for NASA. Nice.
Hey, Josh. How do you know if an astronaut has an STD?
Hold on. Does this have something to do with Uranus?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
It burns on re-entry.
Well, like I said, does this have something to do with Uranus?
Yeah, it burns up.
No, I was when I said no, I was correct. The word Uranus was not a part of the punchline.
I know. I just tried to spice it up a little bit.
But when I did say no, I was truthful.
Aha. I added extra dad joke to your dad joke. Dad joke incoming. Not a new.
No, you tried to speculate on the punchline.
Sometimes I get it right.
You're right.
I know some dad jokes. So what about? Where's Jalen? Jalen was upset earlier.
Jalen was in chat.
Was he in his feelings about something?
No, he was very quiet. I think he topped like 3 things in there. That's about it.
I don't tend to notice him unless he's trying to be fiery.
He's a happy guy.
Oh yeah, happy all day long. Couldn't be happier.
So amazing, it looks great.
Okay, he's so proud of his happiness.
My daughter to school.
Yes, he speaks it well.
Here, let's look at the Tesla robots.
For real, if you want to take over the world, what would you do? You know, you do something big for mankind. So he invented or he's come up with the space stuff. He's come up with a car that will supposedly take care of the shit.
Look, I don't think Musk is going to reveal his true intentions until he unveils the Iron Man suit.
You know, I wouldn't doubt that a bit. Well, he's got a communications platform. He bought that. So how you make everybody like you? You get some way to communicate to everybody. He's got that. And then you start, I mean, just think of what all he's putting together. All he needs to tie this together is a cell phone. Everything he's got runs on wireless or communicates in some way. And you get 5G or whatever on cell phones, connect them all, and let us pay for it, of course.
I'm fine with that. That's what China does with Huawei.
Yeah.
And that's why Trump was trying to ban Huawei in America.
So we could do it probably. We're going to do it. I think Elon will be the one to do it to tie all his businesses.
Well, we don't really have it through Google and a lot of these, the biggest Amazons, your Googles, your ABCs, the Meta is American stuff, but they're going global with it and kind of.
Well, could Elon not just flip the switch on his satellites and speed the cell phone?
He already does in a lot of countries. Ukraine gets free internet. Guatemala
There you go.
gets internet. A lot of countries get internet from Starlink.
Yeah, he parked them where we are, where the storms came through over here in Tennessee and North Carolina. He gave them Starlink or let them use it. But so it will run cell phones and everything else. So really, Elon's ahead of them by a mile.
Yeah, I think he's just an eccentric genius, and he wants to do good for the world. The problem is when Elon dies, who takes over? Who gets control?
He's pumped out 7 or 8 kids, right? Boys, I think. He's got several boys
from 5 different baby mamas of some crazy bitches like Grimes.
I don't.
Maybe they were selected. Maybe they were selected for specific genetic purposes.
Probably. I thought that too, Wally, and that's no joke. That's really no joke.
I wouldn't be surprised. He's got his artistic one. He's got his, his musical one or whatever. His attractive one. I would not be surprised actually by that.
He's gonna go the full Lex Luthor. Just give him time.
Well, it's like Solomon. He's the wise guy. He's got the power. He's got the wisdom, the knowledge, or the wisdom to do all this stuff. But he'll fall to something, and and then there's gonna be a big hole that needs to be filled there, and it could get crazy.
He's going to show up, right?
I'm 37, and I feel like if I live to 90, God willing, if the Lord is willing and the creek don't rise, we'll make it to 70, 80. Bro, it's going to get wild. We're going to have damn robot
wait
wars.
10 Wait 10 years.
I know, it might be 10, 20 years. If Kamala gets in and then oh my God, we're never going to win another election again. If Trump gets in and then DeSantis gets 8 years, I'll be a happy camper. I'll be like, let's go, America.
Yeah. Life will be good. Or normal. I'll put it that way. More normal.
Or like Jim Jordan, or just a cool bass dude. Almost got Starlink. It's tempting. What are the prices like? Is it as good as like Google Fiber?
I don't know. I think you have to buy $600 worth of equipment up front, maybe something like that. And I don't know what the service is past that point. I don't know how good it is.
Well, that's just in America. Everywhere else in the world, you get it for free.
Starlink?
I don't know. I'm bullshitting. I don't know that that's true.
Oh God!
I know that a lot of countries you get it for free though, especially war-torn countries, which is all of them in a world war.
Yeah, that's true.
Here's my question. Trump wins. Do you think it's automatic Vance runs for president in 28?
No. Usually, how often? I think I looked into this before. I don't know the numbers, but a vice president, I think 28 vice presidents became president. I don't think so. No, I don't think so.
I don't think it's automatic. Not with him.
I think if Trump becomes president, it's more likely that something
Do you
happens.
think there'll
to
at least
him
be a
in the next 4
presumption he's going to
years.
run?
Huh?
Yes.
Maybe I should put it that way. Do you think there's going to be a presumption Vance will run in
Yes.
28?
I would hope DeSantis runs again in 4 years and wins. I like DeSantis. I'm from Florida, and I think he's pretty based.
You think him and Trump will work it out?
He might wear high heels. That's a political game they're playing. They're already working together. Like, it'll be good. Trump, they don't dislike each other. They were opponents in a political debate, and they kind of took some jabs at each other.
I think in 28, I think Vivek is going to run again.
That's possible.
Vivek's cool. I don't think he's as cool as I want to see Jim Jordan as president. I wanted to see him as Speaker of the House. He's my favorite probably guy in politics.
I was saying this months ago. I said Vivek was not a serious candidate. He was in there to be a proxy for Trump, appealing to his audience. But he was never intending to be a serious presidential candidate. He was angling to get closer to Trump by taking the position he took in those debates.
Who, Vivek or DeSantis?
Yeah, Vivek. Everything he said, and the stuff that he would say about Trump that none of the other candidates would say, I think he ran to angle a closer relationship with Trump.
Yeah, I think I said that when I was watching the debates. I was like, he's just doing he also used some Obama talking points. He was just borrowing talking points to get the most appeal, knowing that he wasn't going to win. Maybe
he was just using
candidates.
He was the only person, he was the only candidate running who knew that Trump was going to ultimately win the primaries. So that I think he actually thought, hey, running as a serious presidential candidate is stupid. I'm going to run to get closer to Trump.
Yeah, and I don't actually think that's true. I think most of them probably knew that Trump was going to be the candidate, actually. And they were just trying to put on their face of who they are in politics and make a name for themselves. Like, they know. I don't think any of them thought they were going to beat Trump. And that's why they knew Trump wasn't there. It was more just, this is tryouts for 4 years from now. Let's get Trump in and let America know who you are. I don't think any of them thought they were going to beat Trump. If they did, they were crazy.
I think if there was a smaller candidate or a smaller field of candidates, I think you might have seen a more likely effort. It would have been more realistic that DeSantis could have primaried Trump, but that would have required a unified oppositional vote, and it wasn't going to happen.
Yeah.
There's no, the wider the field of candidates, Trump was always going to just win by a landslide.
Yeah, I hope he wins by a landslide coming up. I don't know this is kind of crazy. I'm going to try to do a 24-hour stream. Well, not try to do. I'm going to do it. If I say I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it. But I think I've done 20 hours before. But if it ends early, you think it's going to end early? You think if there's a landslide either way? There's no way
here's
it
the
ends
thing.
At 9 o'clock at night, right?
Yeah, but here's the thing. It's are we going to see, after everything that happened last time, are we going to see the potential that some states may wait to certify their results on purpose?
Yeah, and that's what somebody in chat was saying earlier. They said some states are already saying it's going to be multiple days until the results. Yeah. See, that's the stuff that pisses me off because.
Well, but you know what? That's not necessarily the worst thing because Arizona proved there were ballots that should have been disqualified.
Arizona and Georgia both have open cases that people have came out and they said we're going to wait until after the elections to deal with this stuff. But I think Arizona had like 150,000 not properly registered names on their ballot rolls, and the same with Georgia. It happened in Georgia first, and then they showed it in Arizona, and they're saying, you know, we don't know what this is, but this is an irregularity on the voter roll, and this is it. This is 150,000 of them, and this is because of illegal immigration in these areas and them letting them. Anyway, they're saying we'll deal with it after the election. Like, so they do shit like this that's legal, but when you put it all together, when you put all the pieces together, it still smells like fraud to me. It still smells like.
Well, it's even more it's even more troubling when it's like you see the results of the auditing in Arizona and then nothing was actually done with it. Like, if you're going to be going through like all those processes, there should be something like binding that like the state should have to actually do something with the results.
Yeah. None of the stuff went through anywhere. Like, none of the trials, instead of looking into what the issues were, they looked into the people who were trying to expose the issue. So they'll go after that Tina Peters or whatever her name was from last week that got 9 years in jail. They'll go after Owen. All the ops in January 6th get sentenced to a couple years, and I bet they're getting cut some big paychecks. Organized imported protesters. That's what it is. And agitators. They were ops. Those dudes were all ops. That's what I think. I don't know. But there's still people in jail from January 6th, and I don't know. This election is going to be crazy. There's been 2, potentially 3 assassination attempts.
See, here's the funny thing is my personal inclination is if we were able to pass laws that were going to tighten election security for voting, I would be interested to look at what measures weren't being taken. Why is that? Because I think institutionally people within the political system are comfortable with a certain amount of latitude for cheating to take place.
Yeah. It's crazy. I'm watching the way people are going to write history books about this in the future, about this time period, this little decade right here. And what's it going to look like? Like, I don't know. Things got good and then it got crazy. With the elections, as far as the elections go, we had COVID in 2020. We had total craziness there. Now we have 2 at least assassination attempts. We have a president who's not fit to serve anymore, that everybody was saying he was not fit to serve, but people are going to memory hole that and forget about that, 20 years from now. Biden was the best thing that ever lived. And then Kamala Harris gets installed. Like, oh my God, they're just gonna skull fuck people into believing that this was all in the up and up. And if we lose, if we don't lose, then I don't know. Maybe the whole system's fucked. I don't know.
Well, because they know the media knows damn well that they've put Harris in a losing proposition, because vice presidents never run on a record that isn't doing well.
That makes sense.
Bush Sr. ran for president because he got to run off 8 years as Reagan's VP and run on as a continuation candidate of a period people thought went well. Same reason why Gore ran, because Clinton was popular.
How old is JD Vance? He's like 36.
Something like that. He's fairly young. He's fairly young as politicians go.
Right. I think he's too young to be president. If we're saying people can't vote
35.
till 30, I know.
Yeah.
I know legally, I'm saying I know it is that he could be 35 and run for president, but if we're saying people can't vote till they're 30, you can't be president till you're 50 or 60. Now you got to be really and you've got to have demonstrated, so if
No, not necessarily. You don't have to we don't have to say we're going to raise the voting age and therefore raise the age for office for other positions. It doesn't have to be that way.
True.
Because what does raising the voting age change about a 40-year-old's fitness to run for president? Nothing.
Yeah. I think you're right about that. Yeah, because to be consistent, especially if I say there shouldn't be a too old of an age limit, I can't also say there's too young of an age limit. But we say there's too young of an age limit to vote. So basically, it's once you're able to vote, you're also able. So could you be president at 30 then? If we're saying you can vote at 30, could you also become president at 30? So now you're saying lower the presidential age.
No, I'm not saying that either. It's like raising the voting age is something that you can tackle purely on its own. It doesn't have to be, it's not something that by any necessity at all has to be tied to anything else in a consistent manner for it to be a good idea.
True. Okay, so you're saying leave the president age and the vote where it is, change the voting age. Okay, well, that makes sense.
Yeah, because that's where I think a debate on that could muddy the waters, because there's nothing explicitly saying this age, the voting age gets adjusted, therefore we must adjust all these other things. No, that we don't necessarily have to. There's nothing forcing that to happen. It's just, I think what it is like there's people hear it and they get an inclination to want everything else to be that they can think of associated with voting to be logically adjusted accordingly, when it doesn't have to be. It wouldn't be illogical if none of it was adjusted.
Yeah, and I think that actually makes good sense. If you start voting when you're 30, that means you've been waiting. Like, this is a big thing. You've been waiting all your life to be able to vote. You've been building your life. This is something you have to earn. And you earn it. And then you're 30. Then now you can vote. Okay, we achieved that mission. We're done. Or you could start getting into politics. And to say that within 5 years you couldn't be president, I think that's possible. I think that's something people could do. So 35. Yep. 35 is presidential age. 30 is voting age. Makes sense. I'm wheezing. I need to stop smoking cigarettes. Bernard Sanders.
And you know what? And here's the other thing. I'll make this even more mind-boggling for some people who would have arguments against this, and I'll even say, Josh, I would not raise the eligibility ages for other public offices that are under 30. I wouldn't change them.
So
I would have no problem with I would still, even if the voting age.
Curveball. Now you threw me a curveball.
So,
You're
but
being
let me explain.
But
no, I think it's perfectly consistent with the logic of why I want to raise the voting age. So let me tell you why. I'm perfectly fine with a 20-year-old or whatever running for their school board, running for their mayor office, running for their board of selectmen, whatever public office you can run for when you're 20.
Well, these are local voting, local and very voting systems.
Yeah, but I think at that point, I think even still under this system, I think an older voting electorate would be a better judge of that person's capability than people their own age.
Okay, but that doesn't matter because in a school voting thing, the voting age is also going to be lower. So if we're talking about we're voting for class president, yeah, it's
well, I mean,
12-year-olds
well, I mean, you go
13-year-old, but
well, I mean, normally it's like if you go to if you're going to vote, it would be for any kind of voting. It's like, yeah, any kind of public office, we would raise the voting age. But like, you can be, you could run for mayor at a very young age. I wouldn't change it.
Do you think in those local elections where the local law is, you could be governor here, you could be mayor here when you're 20 years old? Do you think that for those elections specifically, 18
should we lower the
18-year-olds should be allowed to vote? Because you should be, because if we're saying that 30, 35, you're voting for your leaders who are little, so it's a systematic hierarchical scale. So for this lower, I could see that for this lower level of the government, you could vote at a younger age for younger politicians, because I don't want a 24-year-old mayor of Salt Lake City who only 30 wait, what am I trying to say? No, actually, maybe that makes sense, because then we don't get these young ass people. I don't like.
See? Well, that's part of it, but it's also because well, it's also because I think. Well, here's the reason I'm fine with not adjusting any other age limits, because I think you can have exceptionally intelligent and exceptionally capable young people, and I would rather they run for office than vote. Than be able to do the act of voting. I would rather they just be engaged in the electoral process.
Yeah, and they're probably not going to get voted for. And if they're really about that life, then they'll stick with it.
Because here's the thing, that though you might have those exceptionally intelligent and capable 20-year-olds, but the vast majority of 20-year-olds still shouldn't be voting. So I think an older and more informed electorate would necessarily be able to vet if I don't think they'd be biased towards younger candidates. I think they'd be actually more inclined to be more thoughtfully vetting if that person is worth anything than a younger voting bloc.
Yeah, Wally is radicalizing me on voting. Wow. This has never happened before. I'm usually one of the most radical.
One of my best friend of almost 25 years, I'm talking to him the other week, and I'm just going off on a bunch of my different thoughts and ideas related to voting, and he couldn't believe I thought any of it because he had never heard any of that before. And I'm like, dude, you can't tell me you've never thought of any of this stuff. And he's like, no, not really. And I'm like, okay, well, you know what's going to happen? I said, you will start thinking everything I think about voting, and I'm going to tell you exactly when and why you will. I said, dude, one of these days, man, you are going to encounter the most glorious example of incompetence in your entire life. It is going to be the nirvana of ignorance and incompetence, and you will and the first thought to pop into your head will be a realization that this person's vote counts just as much as yours. And you'll never be able to live with that realization ever again.
Yeah.
That will do it.
You are going, in your head, you are going to try to build a better voting system in response to the fact that that moron is equal to you in the eyes of the law.
I see that like 50 times a day. Like, I see that all the time.
Yeah, but I think
once
when
you
we
see it, you
encounter,
can't unsee it. It's.
But here's the thing. I think for most people, that is never the very first thought, the very first knee-jerk reaction we have to someone's complete and total stupidity. Our first thought usually isn't, this person's vote counts as much as mine. Our thoughts are frustration towards whatever stupidity they've done. But eventually, I think at some point, most people will have that realization of, wait a minute, this person and I both vote, and it's counted the same. This should not be.
Yeah.
Well, what are we going to do after this? It's really, I've been thinking about it a lot, quite a bit. After the election, it doesn't matter who wins. It matters to me personally, yes. But one side or the other is going to lose. And they're not going to be happy about that. It's really bad right now. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think we'll be out in the street shooting each other. You know what I mean? Nothing like that. But
yeah, I don't think it'll get crazy until January. You know.
I hope whoever wins, there's enough spread in the vote counts that there'll be no doubt. I mean, there shouldn't be any doubt whatsoever.
I think they are, if you notice, I think, especially in the last week, or especially since the VP debate, it seems to me like Kamala's people are very scared of pissing off Biden. They don't want to be critiquing anything wrong with the administration, and yet they're also trying to pretend they're not standing on the administration's bad record.
I wonder why that is.
Yeah, it's like, why is it like why are they saying, oh, we can do this, this, and this about the border? And they're like, well, then what should have been done, 2 years ago when this administration was taking on the issue? Oh, we would have done nothing different.
Right, but and then yeah.
For some reason, they're very. They're real, and they are really in a hard spot because they cannot. If you are Kamala, you can't. In order to give an alternative prescription that can sway someone's opinion, it's inherently criticizing the administration you've been a part of.
Yeah, in her case, it is. And she was part of it. I mean, she was literally part of it.
So it's almost like they can't put anything forward that's actually a critique of Biden. That's why I think they've been very careful with the questions that get through. I think there was that one, I think, during the VP debate, wasn't it, where I forget if it was Waltz or Kamala, but it was in one of those debates where they actually had a criticism come out, and it was unusual that it did. Because normally their response is, oh, well, we would have done nothing different from what the president did.
Right.
Okay, so then you're saying this was right, and you're standing on the bad record. Oh, no, we're not. Like it's a very odd way of messaging that they're doing, and I have to think there must be something that there must be some way Biden could bite them in the ass badly if they started throwing him under the bus on the way out.
He's still the president.
Yeah.
He's supposedly still alive and still the president. So.
Well, I think there must be. they must be afraid of some sort of political repercussions that we're not aware of, that they're just kind of letting him pass by with dignity.
Yep. And you know, if he were to get angry at him, what he could do. I mean, if he were to get angry with him.
He could do a lot of things on his way out the door.
And you know he's not happy right now. There's no way possible that man's happy about this.
I don't think he's anything. I don't think he feels emotion anymore. Like,
I think he's
a puddle of mud. Like, it's the handlers and what they could do with his power.
But yet, here's the other thing, is that supposedly he also pushed for Kamala as a fuck you to everybody else that didn't want him running again, but they wanted other candidates.
Yes. As a DEI candidate, whatever you want to call it. Yes, he did that.
He came through on his 2 campaign promises. He really came through. He got a black woman as a Supreme Court judge, and he got a black woman as vice president. And now he didn't even promise to have one as a potential president, but he got that too. So he's
oh yeah, you mean Supreme Court Justice Jumanji or whatever her name is?
Jumanji.
All the Destiny fans about to come in. You think racist jokes are funny?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. As we learned 2 weeks ago. Yes, I do. Very much so, and they're very kind to ask.
If you don't believe him, just ask him again.
Yeah, Ketanji Kamala. That's what he said. He said, I'm going to have a black woman as vice president and a black woman in the Supreme Court. And he accomplished those two.
He's winning all day, you know?
Yeah. Good job, Biden. You really.
Yeah. While you wrecked everybody's finances. And, I don't even want to start. But, yeah, I don't even want to start.
Yeah. You crushed America. But diversity, equity, and inclusion, hey.
You're winning, man.
Yeah.
You're doing good.
Not only did I get a woman as vice president, I got a woman as your potential. What was it? What was that thing? You know the thing.
Yeah.
Mind you, this is the same Joe Biden who was ran out of the 2007 Democrat primary because they told him he was racist for a recording of him where he complimented Obama by calling him articulate.
Yes.
He's the first black. He was the first articulate black man he ever met.
And he was well dressed too. Oh my God, that man. Oh
man.
If I was told that Joe Biden I was seeing actually would one day seriously be sitting in the Oval Office, I would have, like me in 2008, would have told anyone telling me you need your damn head examined. This guy's got no fucking chance.
This is why I need grandkids, because when the history books tell my grandkids that Joe Biden was the smartest, most professional, most amazing president in the history of the world that led to the first woman president, I can tell them.
Again, Josh.
Guys, did you ever hear of memes? Let me show you something. Let me show you these.
Josh, you gotta take some practical action there. Sitting there isn't gonna create the grandkids, my son.
I know. Well, what am I supposed to do? Go out to the bar and find some? I'm sure I could, but you know.
Have you not watched whatever?
I know how.
Yeah.
I'm too old.
They got body count of 100. You're not going to hurt them.
Wait, weren't you in?
But I'm not trying to make a baby. I'm not trying to make grandkids with one of these hoes at the bar. What were you gonna say, Wally?
Well, I mean with those women, you know, their eggs are like a sandwich at a 7-Eleven. You don't want it, but it's there.
Am I not supposed to say hoes on YouTube? Because they always say 304. It's a garden tool. I don't even
Yeah, it
understand.
is. Like the 304 is a calculator, you know?
Yeah.
Turned upside down or whatever.
I don't know. Last I knew, Josh was importing himself a wife.
Oh.
No, that's a long story, Wally. No.
Fair enough.
I don't even want to go into it anymore. I've explained it on this stream.
Well, when I first came into these parts, the circle, whatever, I remember seeing a lady that you were supposedly, whatever, on the panel together.
I'm
and together in
married.
real
I'm
life.
technically married. We're married.
Yeah.
We got married.
Well, it's none of my damn business, really. It's really not.
We still are married. And then she was gonna come visit, and then there were some differences we had, and now we haven't talked in a while. That's fine. I kind of like it better that way. But
I mean, that's probably the best. That's probably the best way to be married is to not live with her, because you can just put the phone down real easy in an argument.
Yeah, this is why I hear guys in like the manosphere and stuff. They're like, what are the best 5 things you want in a woman? And they'll always put like intellect on the list. Intellectual, smart, sharp, witty. What are you talking about? If you ever been with a woman, you want the dumb ones. What are you trying to argue all day for? Like,
No, let me tell you, like my reaction now, having had, originally I was optimistic, but when people would be like, "Oh, you know what you need to do is you need to go find yourself an Orthodox woman and date her." Well, after having tried dating 2 Orthodox women, I can tell you, your experience and results may vary. Because I can guarantee you will find plenty that are just as crazy as your normal woman.
oh yeah. Oh, I can tell. I know you're all tattooed up under them garments.
You talking about the Orthodox folks being tattooed up?
It's all folks. It's not just Orthodox. It's in every
No, it's everybody.
Church or wherever you go. Is she pro Russia? Get a Ukrainian Orthodox. I said when the war first started, I said I would go fight for Russia or Ukraine for one of them women.
Oh no.
Just give me one of them. No, it's a joke.
Yeah, Josh, have you considered South Korea?
No, I'm not a passport bro, damn it.
South Korea really wants white men.
I've never been out of America. I'm a damn felon.
South Korea really wants white men going over there and impregnating their women.
I know, that's what I hear. In Taiwan and guys, I can't stand.
Oh, it's funny that it's like when you look at what South Korea is trying to do, it's like they are not saying the quiet part out loud very well. They're doing everything. But everything they've put out about their policies does all but scream white foreigners preferred.
I'm very against white flight and passport bros, which is the same thing basically. Now I sound like I'm about to sound like a dang wig gnat or something. Need to calm down here. But stop running away. We can't always run away. Everybody does this in all the countries, and that's why we have this asylum problem in the US. Everybody runs away.
I will say, the birth rate, yes, the birth rate is a problem, but do I personally care about a lot of other countries' birth rates? Not really. It's not my concern to be advocating for South Korea's issues. I wish they'd advocate for their own population issues and other people wouldn't need to be talking about it.
This is random. Somebody, I heard him say it was like there were 7 women to every man in Russia. Is that right? Sound right?
I might have heard. I heard there was 3 women to every man in Salt Lake City, Utah, and I looked up the stat recently, and it's Not true.
Yeah, and I heard Mormon churches will give you 2 white women just for showing up as a signing bonus. How does that work?
Basically.
Oh God. Well, there you go, Josh. Just run over to the church.
At least one. Depends on which church you go to. No. The only Mormon church I've ever been to was when I was in jail.
Look, I think it's perfectly fair to vet the signing bonuses that churches will offer you.
At the time, I had dreadlocks, and the guy told me, so he went through 3 guys in the room. He's talking about how Mormonism will help you better your life and blah, 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 blah. And he's like, and I said something, and he's like, well, God judges people differently. And so his hair is a little closer to God. And it was this guy with a crew cut. And his hair is a little farther. And the guy had long shoulder length hair. And your hair is probably the farthest. And I was like, oh, these Mormons. Because I had dreadlocks. I had long dreadlocks at the time. Not as long as they got. That was 6 years ago, but it was wild. But I was already deep in Mormonism. I think I probably said something smart that triggered him.
I'm still convinced a lot of women don't actually read. Because I can tell I've gotten enough message requests from women on dating apps that have obviously not read a damn thing I ever wrote on them. Because I would look at their profile and go, if you read mine,
maggots.
If you read my profile, lady, you would know I am not someone you want to talk to, and you wouldn't be sending me this message request.
If I were on those apps, I would go through and swipe on every model. I swear I would, and just in my profile, it'd be broke, low life, and I've been in jail 3 or 4 times, 10 times.
Ones. Yeah.
Yeah, every one of them, every single one I've seen.
And once it goes through the hot ones first, and then you get to the ugly ones, and then it's just stop swiping.
I'd take a break.
Let it reboot for a couple hours, and then just swipe the hot ones again.
Yeah.
I only got on Facebook because I'm already on Facebook. I use Facebook. I've always used Facebook, and I got on theirs. Well, I did for a stream. I did a test, and I went on a couple of them just to research purposes. And I came back with negative results. I didn't like it, and now I just stay on the Facebook one because I'm on Facebook. But Wally's right. I got a couple atheists on there. They're like stargazing moon child, and I'm like,
that sounds trippy.
Or they got crazy hair. I'm like, cool hair. Number 1 rule, man, just lie.
Yep. No. To the negative, even. Like I said, I would tell them I'm just broke, don't work, just live on the street corner, happen to have a phone, something. If they still want you in their model, whatever, that would be pretty good.
Yeah. I think a lot of the models are bots.
Oh, I'm sure.
What religion has the smartest women? Smart women. No, what religion has the smartest women, do you guys think?
I don't know, man.
I was about to say Marxists.
Wally.
I'm struggling here. I'm struggling.
The French, whoever did the sexual revolution and started feminism and Marxism and all, well, that's a man. But yeah.
Let's see. What religion has the smartest women? No.
Yeah. Are they smart, or do they just know how to use their power? They have a special power.
Can my answer to the question just be no?
It's a good answer.
That's like if Josh came up to me and was like, "Wally, do you want Jameson or Crown?" Yes.
For the panel. Yeah. All the ladies are leaving now. I need to get some Jameson tomorrow. I don't want the big old bottle though, because I drink it all. I need to get.
That's such a horrible problem to have, Josh. My condolences.
I know. Of all the diseases you could have, it seems like alcoholism is kind of the best one. It's the only disease where you might get really drunk and have sex with a woman with the same disease. That's not exactly how Norm tells it, but it's my rendition. Yeah. No, they make 100 milliliter and 350 milliliter, and then 1 liter is what I usually got. I think last time I drank on stream, I was drinking Bloody Marys. For some reason, I was craving Bloody Marys.
What did you say you were drinking? I missed. I had to work a second.
Bloody Marys.
Oh, okay.
Homemade fancy. Is that gay? Why do you say it like
that? I just said okay. I
heard some.
I don't know. I've drunk those to get over hangovers before.
Is that okay?
At least he didn't say he was having a mojito.
Yeah, well, you know.
Yeah, it wasn't a damn Shirley Temple.
He cut his hair off. He don't need the mojitos anymore.
No, I always remember
Miami Vice or whatever.
Whenever I'm in Vegas in the mornings, I always sit at the slot machine and get some free Bloody Marys. And
yeah, that's good for a hangover, really.
Yeah, and I just was craving Bloody Marys, so I made those on a stream. But yeah, I'm gonna get some Jameson. And I'm gonna smoke some ganja, so I'll probably be kind of retarded tomorrow night too.
I like that. I like that one they had. I like that one Jameson they have that it's like aged in IPA barrels.
I haven't had that.
The cask mates they call them, I think. So I think they also have ones that are aged in stout barrels, like Guinness stout barrels.
Our liquor stores are crazy. I gotta get a attendant to take me to the small bottle counter. All the big bottles are out on the shelves because they make you leave your backpack at the door. It's like a damn facility to go into a Salt Lake City liquor store. There's security.
Oh yeah.
Take your
Josh, you're in Mormon land. Like trying to get liquor in Mormon land, you're practically a criminal.
Yeah. It works for DUI deaths and alcohol related problems. Doesn't work when you have a Democrat mayor that likes increasing the homeless population and letting in immigrants and making us a not sanctuary city is Salt Lake City. Yeah, we got a big drug and homeless problem in Salt Lake City. Our mayor's your typical Democrat woman, basically. Drinking and
you ever drink Fireball?
Fireball whiskey?
Yeah. Yep.
Kind of a girl drink.
Back in
you can't come at me.
Bring it.
Oh,
Bring it.
You can't come at me about damn Bloody Marys and then bring up Fireball whiskey.
I understand, Josh, but I tasted it one time. I'd never tasted it. I tasted it, and I wished I'd never put it in my mouth.
Okay. All right.
I don't know why. It just tastes so damn good.
If I would have said I love Fireball whiskey, would you have been like, yeah, me too? Or were you trying to
I'd have
catch
been
me?
like, go, bro.
You know what? You know what I was a bigger fan of than Fireball back in my heavier drinking days was this stuff we get in New Hampshire called Firewater.
Firewater.
It's basically
Happy
Fireball.
Indigenous Peoples Day.
It's basically Fireball, but it's actually hot cinnamon schnapps, and it's 100 proof.
Oh.
Yeah.
Fireball's only 70.
Right.
If I was trying to impress the ladies, I'd be like, you like Fireball? I got Goldschlager. It's got freaking flecks of gold in it, and it tastes the same. Let's go. And they'd be like, oh, what's this?
Yeah.
Cinnamon whiskey.
They would take you up on it.
Yep. I don't like flavored stuff.
That cinnamon, man, it's too good to me.
What's Matthew was asking
I don't
me
even like
earlier
liquor that much.
about apple flavored Crown. And I was like, nah, I don't like apple flavored drink. And he's like, but what about apple flavored Crown? I'm like, nah, still, I'd rather just buy regular Crown. Like,
Robot.
Who's robot? Me or Wally?
I don't know.
Apple flavored whiskey, yay or nay?
Never had it. I've had that Twisted Tea whiskey, though.
I had some peanut butter schnapps because people were telling me to try peanut butter whiskey. And my friend got some peanut butter schnapps, and he's like, hey, I heard you wanted to try peanut butter whiskey. Well, I got some peanut butter schnapps. I tried the peanut butter schnapps, and it wasn't good. So I don't know if it's anything like peanut butter. I don't like schnapps in general. It's like syrup. It's like drinking syrup.
It's very distinct.
Yeah. Except for the 99 bananas, that's a girly drink, but that shit'll get you.
My normal drink is like I guess I drank too much because it just slipped my mind.
My normal drink is
George
beer.
Dickel. That's what I normally drink. Jesus Christ. Yeah.
What is that?
It's a whiskey.
Damn, I've been
pretty sure it's made in Tennessee here.
Is it like a decent local whiskey, or is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna find
It's
it.
decent. It's really decent. There's one whiskey. Yeah, it's made at the same place the other one is, the oldest whiskey in America.
Huh.
That stuff is very expensive though. Tasters or Maker's Mark or something like that.
Tasters.
I'm probably getting my I might be getting my names all mixed up, but they come out of the same place.
Yeah. It sounds.
But Dickel's really good.
George
I love
Dickel.
it. Yeah, that's it. George Dickel and the Dickel Girls.
That sounds like a good whiskey.
He used to keep the girls in the bars, so you do body shots, that kind of thing.
See, I normally buy whiskeys based off of whether or not I like the name of it. I don't care about anything else. If I see something called like Thunderhammer, I'm more inclined to be interested in drinking it.
Yeah. Dickel had cool T-shirts too. That's.
What are you doing, Echo?
Like I've tried whiskeys called like Bad Wolf or like Dark Moon or Bloodhound. If it's got a cool sounding name, I will try it eventually.
Just because.
Yep. I think it's based on my personal preference. It is perfectly valid for me to make purchase decisions on whether or not I like the name of it.
Yeah.
I don't drink liquor very often, John Bear. But when I do, I drink Jameson. Well,
what I mainly buy usually is Captain's White Rum.
I was thinking about getting some rum and making some pina colada icy frothy drink, maybe adding some strawberry daiquiri and some coconut slices.
What is that one rum? Crackle or something like that?
Kraken.
I can't remember.
No, if you've never tried the actual white rum, Josh, you might like it. It's different from silver.
I've tried white rum. I've tried every type of rum under the sun.
So is it just me?
I had a long rum phase in my life.
Okay, so maybe you can share with me your thoughts on the white rum, because I want to see if it's just always been just me, but I've always felt like white rum is a great substitute for vodka in any vodka drink.
I always felt that clear liquors make me angry, and maybe it's just an anecdote, or maybe it's just a superstition I have, but from my experiences, I don't like clear liquors. I don't like vodkas. I don't like white rums. Tequila is okay if it's kind of greenish tequila. Like tequila is fun. I like tequila, but clear liquors.
Oh, it was one of the most amazing liquors I ever tried. And they only got it here for a very short time, and I haven't been able to find it since in New Hampshire. It was called Vodkila. And it was a mix of that
vodka.
Sounds
like a horrible time for any woman in my vicinity. Get ready,
it was
ladies.
A mix.
We coming out tonight.
It was one bottle of a vodka tequila mix that was 100 proof, and it was wonderful. It was some of the best shit I ever drank in my life. Along with that one, although what actually was one of the best liquors I ever drank in my life was this expensive bottle of Japanese whiskey that I bought with my first stimulus check.
Ooh, sake. Is that that's rice whiskey, right? Sake?
No, sake is rice wine, but Japan does also make really high quality, straight whiskey.
I have a great sake memory with a girl who might have.
I tried it in college once.
I gotta try it again. Sake. It was pretty good. That was a good night. Anyway. Kraken rum. I've had Kraken rum.
That's what I was trying to say a minute ago. Yeah.
I like Admiral Nelson, which is basically the cheap version of Captain Morgan. The marketing is the same, the label is the same, but all the colors are reversed. So where Captain Morgan wears blue, Admiral Nelson wears red. And I liked the Admiral. I liked the Admiral. Me and the Admiral were friends for a while.
There's this one brand of flavored whiskeys called Bird Dog that's really good. I love their black cherry whiskey. In fact, I forget which time it was, but there was a time that I drank an entire 750 of that black cherry whiskey during verbal combat.
What's that? 750 milliliters?
Yeah.
Yes.
I had a 750 of that. I literally started the whiskey glass I had without any ice in it or anything. A 750 was 2.5 of those.
350 milliliters is what? 5 shots, 6 shots?
Yeah.
I need to get one of those. Hopefully they got one at the liquor store. Otherwise, I just buy the bigger one. But then I gotta drink it. It just stares at me. I'd love to be the guy that could have hey, look, come to my house. I got the bar. And you got all these half-filled bottles in your bar cabinet. Nah, not
me. That ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, I can't do that.
That shit ain't gonna happen around here. I'll be asleep and it would call me to it. Nope.
Yeah. Yep. 750.
I wish New Hampshire would just hurry up and pass the legal weed.
You're pro legal weed?
Yeah, I'm in favor of it.
Recreationally?
Yeah, recreationally even I don't have a big problem with it.
That's crazy. You're way more libertarian than me on that one. And I'm
well, it's because I
was a pothead
well, it's
my
also
whole life.
because see the thing is like I think there are certain arguments when it comes to legalization. Like I've said it on Verbal Combat the last couple of times that weed has come up. I've told Easy like, well, yeah, more people trying marijuana because it got legalized in Canada makes sense. Because over the decades, there's been an increasingly positive public perception of marijuana. If you legalized heroin tomorrow, millions of people wouldn't just try heroin.
Right. And if you legalized heroin tomorrow, the number of heroin arrests would go down. So the number of registered people who are going to say, yeah, I used heroin is going to go down also. And so more people are using it, but the numbers look smaller and it looks better. And then, so Jack Herer was a big weed advocate in the, you ever heard of Jack Herer?
No.
All right. Well, I've been a pothead my whole life, so I'm deep in the pot community. But Jack Herer was one of these big weed advocates. And what he said, I heard this when I was 14, and I was like, yeah, that makes total sense. And now we're watching it happen in real time, is if you legalize pot, then the next biggest drug becomes the next pot. And so there's like a hierarchy of drugs. You got pot, then you got cocaine and Valiums and Percocets and low-level pills and Vicodins. Then you got coke, and then you got crack, heroin and meth, and ecstasy is somewhere in the middle. Mushrooms and psychoactives are in that range.
Okay, so I think of everything that you're listing off after marijuana, the next big popular illegal drug would be psychedelics because you're not going to, because psychedelics, mushrooms and stuff, there's an opportunity. There's not as much of an opportunity as with marijuana, but there's an opportunity for an increasingly positive public opinion on psychedelics. Nothing is ever going to give the public a positive opinion of crack, heroin, meth, none of that shit.
You don't think so? If we can make you think that psychedelics are good, because you're making my point when you say what would be expected is the next thing is psychedelics should be normalized. This is what Jack Harris said, the problem with legalizing weed. And he's a big pot advocate. He's a pothead. He grows pot. And he says the problem with legalizing weed is you make the next biggest thing okay. So what you just said is making my point, because now we see depression treatments, microdosing mushrooms, saline. You go to the doctor, you get shot up with ketamine, and you're like, oh, I feel better about my life. Yeah, you just injected a dissociative cat tranquilizer. Like, of course you're going to feel better about your life when you take a bunch of mushrooms every day. And microdosing becomes macrodosing. And so we're seeing it happen with the mushrooms and the psychedelics. What's the next step after that? Cocaine, meth, heroin. Well, where did we see legalization of cocaine, meth, and heroin? In Oregon or Washington or whatever, and the overdoses went up 500% in a year or a short time.
Or is it just that they just stopped enforcing anything, basically?
Yeah, they decriminalized it. So that was Jack Harris' argument, is that instead of legalizing it recreationally and having the government come in and get their taxes off of it, or medically, because the current medical weed system is you just say you have depression and your back hurts and you get a weed card. It's kind of dumb, but instead of doing that, you say it's illegal to buy or sell. So if you want to grow this plant in your backyard and harvest this plant and give it away to your neighbors, if their back hurts, you give it to your neighbors, but you can't buy or sell it. So this decreases the market value for it, which decreases the demand and the supply. And it's just, the hippie potheads are growing pot plants in the yard. And if you want a joint, you go get it from but if he's not willing to give it away for free, he's not going to invest as much into growing it. He's not going to have a huge weed crop growing, a 12-acre farm where he's growing weed to put in a pot shop that's built next to a school. It's just some hippie guy that's got 3 plants in his backyard, and he gives you some nugs if you want them. And I kind of agree with that. Decriminalizing it and make it illegal to buy or sell it. You can't buy or sell it. If you get caught buying or selling it, if you're a dealer, a distributor, and that includes the government can't make pot shops. But if you want to, if you're some naturalist hippie type and you want to grow some pot and give it to your friend and it helps
Well, see, here's the thing. I'm perfectly fine with them because I live in New Hampshire and I see how it benefits on a state level where the state manages the liquor stores. I'm perfectly fine with, I'd be perfectly fine if they had a state weed business in New Hampshire, similar to the liquor stores. Because what they do with the state liquor stores,
how the taxes would help the state.
Yeah, basically it's like we buy liquor tax free, and then all the liquor revenue goes directly into the state.
But if I could tax prostitution, should the states make prostitution legal then?
No, here's the thing: is Josh, there's no sales tax on the liquor. The state is just making all the money on the sales. Okay. So, like, I could get a handle of Jameson across the street for like $40 flat. No alcohol tax, no sales tax, no nothing. And the state owns and operates the liquor stores.
We have, that's what we have here is state-run liquor stores.
Yeah. But the way they do it here is also, to be fair, like they essentially, like, wine and beer anybody can sell. But
so we're back tying this into the original thing, which this was about alcohol, not about pot.
The state, well, no, I'm just saying this. In this case, with alcohol, it's like the state only has a monopoly on hard liquor. So I think like they could have a similar system here where like smoke shops would be able to sell some stuff, like
your gas stations sell beer, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I could get beer and wine at a grocery store, Walmart, Target, gas station, whatever, but I can't get a bottle of vodka outside of a state liquor store.
So
and it's a good source of revenue for the state because we don't have a lot of taxes here because of that kind of system.
How far? So where do we draw the line with this? Like, I doubt you're like some radical libertarian anarchist type, but where do we draw the line on what we can't sell through a state-run store? Like, we can sell pot through a state-run store. We can sell liquor or alcohol through a state-run store. It helps the taxes. It helps the economy. Where do we draw the line?
Like, here's the thing. And this was probably like I had one negative experience when I tried pot in college, right? Somebody was sharing it, and turns out it was like laced with some kind of shit because I spent the night like puking and hallucinating and all this other shit.
Were you drinking too?
Nope.
You just smoked pot, you puked?
When I tried to close my eyes when that happened, it felt like I was spiraling. Like my whole body was, and I thought I was.
Because we are spinning. We're on we're going crazy.
But my point,
this guy puked off his first time smoking weed. Did you change your tampon after that?
No, because like I said, I found out after the fact it had been laced with something else.
Oh, okay.
That's why it started happening. It was laced with something. My roommate found out the next day and told me. But the point is like that
sucks. Did your roommate also supply it?
No, he didn't know. But like he didn't react to it like I did. It wasn't until like the other, because I think he may not have even had anything.
I feel like I've never gotten spliced weed except for one time, and the only reason that I think that I did is because somebody afterwards told me that it was. But other than that, I never even like questioned it, and maybe I just have a high tolerance for chemicals, but like I don't know.
I think
cope. Not, yeah, it's cope. It is cope, bro. I'm not trying to encourage you to smoke more weed, but you know.
Well, no, my point is that put me off on off of trying it again for a very long time, because I had a first experience. I was like, okay, I couldn't trust what people were providing me. So it's like I make that point to be like, yeah, I see a good value in the fact that it's like, if you're gonna have anything, be like, yeah, at least there's some kind of purity and safety standard for sure that's being followed.
Yeah, Wally, you like gummy bears and that kind of thing? Gummy worms?
I don't like eating pot. I got a bad experience.
Really?
Yeah, I ate too much the first time. Kind of like Wally.
Oh.
The first time it was too crazy, bro. No. edibles are easy. Either they're either too strong or they're too weak. So I eat some gummies and I'm like, I don't really feel anything except I'm a little sleepy. Or I eat like way too much and I'm like melting into my couch for the next 3 days. And I sleep for like 40 hours.
Now that can happen if you forget and then you go grab another one, you know.
That's what happened. Somebody gave me a brownie and they're like, there's a whole eighth worth in that brownie of some good bud. Don't eat it too fast. You know, just take your time. But I'm already stoned, so I'm hungry.
And the brownie's gone, right?
Yeah. Next thing I know, I reach down for another bite and I'm like, oh shit, where'd the brownie go?
So it's like, but what's funny is like, they do exactly what people making the argument for legalization always said would be a benefit, because like when I've gone to like a dispensary in Massachusetts, you look on the package, like you can see all of the percentages and from the lab that tests the batch that product came from. So it's right there. Like you can see like how pure the concentration is of X, Y, and Z on it.
But that's kind of like when they put a label on a chicken that says like free range, and it really just has an extra 2 feet of chicken wire around the. It's kind of just a thing that, because a weed card is not actually a prescription. Even with the medical cards, unless we're talking about like Marinol or something, it's not an actual doctor giving you an actual prescription. Because they can't legally give a prescription for weed because there's like 38 different chemicals. There's Caminol, there's the THC, there's THA, there's CBD, there's CBT12, and there's all this stuff going on, and they haven't isolated what all of these different chemicals, how they react with our bodies yet. So they can't really give you a true prescription and a true dosage. They can just tell you.
You know what's funny is that
sativa and this percent. It's all, I don't know. It's marketing.
You know what's funny is that it's like you always, like, I would always think it's like, oh yeah, you could, like, you just name something and people will tell you a certain, like, oh, like either marijuana or CBD oil are like the universal treatment for everything. Mm-hmm. Then I saw a report that actually said there were health benefits of marijuana to diabetes patients.
Yeah, but yeah, right. There's Charlotte's Web that is a great It works great with kids having epileptic seizures. You put in a dropper and you put it in your mouth, and it's a certain ratio. So that's like one of the chemical strains that branch out in marijuana. That's one that they've isolated, that it does this in the human body with these kids, and we can fix this thing. Same with glaucoma. There are definitely some medical benefits to weed, but the problem is we say medical marijuana, and we have fake doctors giving out fake prescriptions that people are like, I got my prescription, I went to the doctor, my anxiety. What you really just did is got put on a registry, say this guy's a pothead, don't let him have guns in the future, and don't let him drive a car eventually because he's not mentally fit. It's a big gambit with psychology and big pharma and the government. I'm getting out there. Am I getting off track? I think I'm making.
Yeah, I think in the case of diabetes patients, it's essentially what it does is it helps prevent neuropathy because it keeps the circulatory system relaxed.
Yep, that's correct.
So if we know that it works for something like this, I'm totally okay with them using it for something like this medically. My problem is where you walk into this shady building, you say, my back hurts, I need a weed card. Here you go. That's the problem I have with it. I'm depressed. I have anxiety. You hear people saying I have anxiety, so I got a medical weed card. That doesn't make any sense. That's how you get schizophrenia, especially if you're young. That's how you stop. It's not for you. It's not for everybody. It used to be cool. It used to be a certain group of people smoked pot, and now it's like moms and dads are smoking pot in their bathroom while their kids are like, that's lame. It's weird.
It's true though. It's true.
Hopefully
that's another thing.
Back.
That's another thing that gets me, because John mentioned in the chat people getting thin from diabetes drugs. Yeah, I know. The whole Ozempic debate. And I get why people hate it, but you know what? Here's the thing. It's not intended for people to essentially be a cosmetic medication. It's intended to get diabetics off insulin.
Right. It's almost like if diabetics lost weight, they wouldn't need the insulin. Huh. Crazy. So the cure for diabetes is losing weight.
Well, no, here's the thing, Josh. When you're a diabetic, at least when you're a type 2 diabetic, you have to you have to bring your blood sugar down. So you have to inject insulin. Now, what the insulin
I don't know
injection,
if I believe in all this. I'm not a doctor. I shouldn't say this. I need to not
what
get
the
in.
insulin injection,
the medical stuff with me, I get crazy,
But what the new insulin is actually doing is making diabetics retain weight. And it actually, pumping in that insulin makes it harder to lose weight if you're a diabetic.
Well, right, because if diabetics lost weight, they wouldn't need the insulin anymore. So,
well, because if you're a type 2...
insulin company be like, well, hello, we got to keep our customers.
Well, because here's the thing.
It's the same thing with pot. It's the same thing with chiropractors. It's the same thing with optometry. It's all an op.
Well, that's the thing, is that if you're a diabetic and you're injecting yourself with insulin, your body's not releasing the insulin it's holding back. So
it's giving you a crutch in your body, and then you're dependent on the insulin because your body. It's the same thing with ventilators and with vaccines, with all sorts of things. You're giving your body this crutch with glasses. You're giving your body a crutch, and you're becoming dependent on it, and then you get tolerant to that. You need a stronger version of it and a stronger version of it. And damn. Guys, we need to live like the cavemen lived. We need to just kill animals, eat their flesh.
I don't disagree. But And the other thing is like I don't think a lot of people when they take those things understand what people when somebody takes Ozempic and they don't need it to help correct their insulin, they don't understand what the medication is actually going to do. It's going to nuke your appetite from orbit. Like your entire relationship with food as you know it is going to change. And people don't understand that going in.
Nada. I've really thought it through. It's not a joke. Optometry
Like I've gone
is definitely an op.
Like I've gone upwards of 36 hours without eating.
That's another merch idea. We got to write that down. We need the optometry as an op shirt line, and they'll have a pair of glasses on it. We're gonna make merch. I made a shirt once on Spring Tees, and they banned it in like 20 minutes. It said, "When the grid goes down, you're all dead to me." But it had a picture of a nuke. I think it was a copyright picture.
Grid down prepper sports.
Yep. I'm not a prepper though. I don't believe in prep. Well, your prepping should be bushcrafting, hunting, gathering, foraging, building fires. Not prepper like storing up cans. Canning. Who the hell is canning?
I think if you have the skills, you'll be okay, but I don't think you can learn those overnight. I really don't.
No, you got to train it. Definitely.
Yep.
And that's the prep. But
exactly.
A lot of preppers just like store stuff up or build a bunker. They're coming to your bunker.
That's the first place they're going to come to.
Yeah, they're coming to you. And you only got, I don't care how many guns you have. That's why they're coming. Because you have 58 guns, but you only have 2 trigger fingers. And we got 10 people. We got 20 trigger fingers. And we want your bunker full of guns. Like, we want your
And we'll take anything that's breathing and, any cans you might have, we'll take those too. We'll just take everything. After you put it in the car for us, and we're going to shoot you when we're done.
Yeah. So
we're going to do violence.
The strategy.
Actually, we've even got some shovels here, and we'd really appreciate it if you all dug your own graves for us.
Yeah, we're just too tired to do this. Dig that hole first. Then load my car.
Most of those people are going to be weak too. So the strategy is you disappear for 90 days. For 3 months, you go live freaking in the middle of nowhere. You stay away from anything. You set up sound things so you know if anybody's near you. And then in 3 months, you go back and most of them are dead, like on both sides. And you kind of scavenge for a little while and then you build up your compound. I want to write a book about this someday. I got
just ease your way back in.
I got it all planned out in my head. My prescription hasn't changed in 20 years. I just order contacts from England. No doctors. Yeah, but could you take out your prescription and just learn to live with the fact that the world is blurry sometimes? Nada. If the answer is no, then you've become dependent on your contacts. Got him. What are we talking about?
Prescription contacts and prepping.
It's almost 5. When I finish this beer, probably by 6, I'll probably end and play some Resident Evil and then try to get... I think I'm going to finish Resident Evil tonight.
Where you at on that one?
End.
You killed a lady or some kind of something. You had to shoot her in the gut.
Oh, yeah. We took a poll from... By the way, chat, we took a poll in the chat over who to give the vaccine to. And we gave
nobody, I hope.
We gave it to Mia because she's the OG rider that we came out here to save. If we had given it to Zoe, we would have got an extra boss fight. And people are like, well, you want the perfect ending. I'd rather have an extra boss fight than the perfect ending, personally. It makes it more interesting. So now we got to beat it again. We got to speed run it. But when I speed run it, I can have the Discord open and I can watch videos and stuff. So it'll be a background thing that I do.
And next, we just got to get you on to Resident Evil 4.
I'm going to do 7, then 8, then 4, then 5.
I'm sure they'll have a remake of 5 by then. Unironically.
I don't think they're going to remake 5.
I think they are.
You don't think it's too controversial and like the joke?
They won't care. The Japanese won't care.
It's also you might be right. They're just going to make it to make it. Why not?
See, here's the thing about how apparently maybe this is only applicable in Japan. I don't know. But, maybe they just see they hear about a story that's set in an African village, and when that village is full of black people, they don't think twice about it. Maybe if you're Japanese, that bearing out makes perfect sense. I don't know how, but we should study the Japanese more.
Yeah. Yeah, they definitely don't like that stuff.
Imagine having your brain, Josh, work the way a Japanese person's brain works, and you see a village in Africa full of Africans, and you say, that logically follows.
Yeah. You lost me at imagine that you were a Japanese person. Like, I can't imagine being all small. Like,
yeah, but just imagine what it is for them to see a sub-Saharan African village full of black Africans and to see it make logical sense.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Imagine being these Japanese people who can say, yes, this village, these people, it logically follows. Now, we can't imagine that. An African village full of black people, as we all know, that's racist as fuck.
I don't think it sounds racist. It sounds normal to me.
Yeah.
Are there black people in Africa? Is that what you're saying?
Well, we need proper representation. Africa now has to be at least 10% Swedish.
Roger. Gotcha.
Red and yellow, black and white. They are precious in the sight. Forget about those brown people, though.
Are we brown or are we white? Do we have color or not?
I don't know. Do you know if your red was my blue, we would never know?
Wait a minute. This is a trap. Because that equals black.
Red and blue equals black.
Yeah.
Yep. Or white, if you reverse it. Actually, no. Red and blue and all the other colors equals white. But the absent... Wait. Am I getting it backwards?
Are you messing with me?
I don't even... White is when all the colors reflect back to us.
Right.
I'm getting it backwards. I don't know.
I know working with lighting systems, if you turn them all on, it's white. All the colors.
White and black are shades. They're just shades. We're all shades of brown. I don't think you understand what minus 750 looks like. I don't know what that means.
I gotta remember to bug I got to remember to bug John Mosman and see when we're going to keep debating horror movies again.
We did it, it's on Thursday nights. We did it this past Thursday.
I didn't see the stream on last Thursday.
It's on his, oh, maybe he didn't do it on his channel. You might have to go to Mayhem's channel.
Yeah, because it was, when I saw the stream 2 weeks ago, it was on his channel, and Thursday I went and checked at like 9, 10, it wasn't there.
He didn't share it. Yeah, you have to go to Mayhem Studios. If you type that in, you'll find it. But yeah, we did it on there. And I think Exorcist ended up winning out the whole bracket. It came down to Event Horizon versus Exorcist because I was really pulling for Event Horizon. Buff was really pulling for Event Horizon. I watched the movie Slingshot the other night, and it is it's an Event Horizon clone. It's a clone of Event Horizon. But it came down to Event Horizon versus Exorcist, and Exorcist won, of course. I voted for Exorcist over Event Horizon, but
if that movie didn't bother you, there's something wrong, you know? Back in the day, the Exorcist movie, if it didn't bother you back then, I was pretty young. It really messed with my brain.
Event Horizon messed with my brain more than Exorcist because I didn't know what I was getting into. And then when I saw Exorcist, I was like, oh, they say this is the scariest movie ever. Let's watch it. And yeah, it was pretty freaky though.
Yeah. The girl's head spinning and spewing green pee all over the place.
I watched Terrifier 3 yesterday, and what is that? What is Wally? Have you watched Terrifier 3 yet, or seen any Terrifier movies?
No.
I've never seen any of them, but I've heard of them, and I've heard this is just crazy low budget horror. Terrifier 3 is the #1 movie in the box office right now, so I watched it.
Well, what were people supposed to do? Go see Joker 2?
Right, that was the only other option. What are you doing at Halloween time? Yeah. Makes sense, actually. I didn't think about that. Yeah, it's Halloween time.
I actually, after seeing the trailers, I actually do want to see Gladiator 2.
I've seen trailers for that too. I didn't know if it was real. There's a lot of fake stuff, so I'm like, I don't even know.
It doesn't look like it's doomed to fail. It looks like it may actually be good. Like, it even looks like, dare I say it, Ridley Scott put in effort.
Ridley Scott didn't do the new Alien movie, did he?
No. No, he wasn't involved with Romulus.
It was all right. It was pretty good.
Yeah, I didn't hate it. It's as newer entries as newer Alien material goes, it's the least. It's not insulting.
Yeah.
Did you ever play the that Alien Isolation game years back in the day?
No, the only Alien game I played was Alien Trinity, Trifecta, Alien
Trilogy,
yeah.
Okay, if you like Resident Evil, you'd probably like Alien Isolation.
Yeah.
And they are actually making a sequel to it, so now's the time to check that out.
Yeah, I remember Alien Trilogy, the doors opening. Every time a door opened, it was like impactful on you. Same thing with Resident Evil. I think that's a important thing in a game is when you open a door and you go to a new area, it's important. It's like boom. It's not like that anymore. Open maps and you just go forever, and I don't know where I'm
You
going
know
with
what?
this chat.
I don't know, but I know I can give it. If I have a game design hot take, I don't like the new Zelda games.
You don't like Breath of the Wild or what is
Tears of the Kingdom.
Tears of the Kingdom?
I don't like them.
I love Tears of the Kingdom, and I love Breath of the Wild. I never fully beat Breath of the Wild because I got my Switch stolen, and it had the game in it. But I did beat Tears of the Kingdom.
See, I just what got me about Tears of the Kingdom was like they changed absolutely nothing from Breath of the Wild. Like they had all the criticism in the world to work with, and they didn't change a damned thing. So it's like if you
I zoned out for a second. You said they didn't change anything from Breath of the Wild?
As far as like
they added the whole building mechanic.
Yeah, but no, they didn't change anything as far as like improving like the stamina system or any of that shit. Or the durability system.
It wasn't broke. Don't fix it. The stamina system was a problem with Breath of the Wild?
So here's the thing. Here's the thing about these Zelda games. There are people who will say that these are like perfect, but then tell me Elden Ring is too hard.
I haven't played Elden Ring yet. But I do know games from that company make hard games because I've never beaten any of their games, and I've only ever played Dark Souls 2 Remastered, and I don't even know what to do after an hour of playing.
You know, I think we need to do a thing where I teach you how to get good at Dark Souls 2, Josh.
We could probably do that. I have it.
We'll do a gaming dojo stream where I train Josh to get good.
Get good at Dark Souls. Elden Ring looks really good, but I don't have a PS5, and I don't even want to. Some of these newer games, I don't even want to try them because I don't know if my computer can run it. And once I get it, I don't know how to refund it.
No, I got mine, and I got my tower back in 2020, and it still runs like it runs new shit at like 1080p just fine. But I have like none of my stuff is 4K. I think 4K is a waste of money.
Yeah, I just have an Omen laptop. It's a pretty good laptop. 3 years ago, 4 years ago. It's getting old. Some of the newer games. I want to get Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, but
oh yeah, that looks good.
I have a whole nother YouTube channel called Dragon Ball Junkie, and it was supposed to just be reviewing Dragon Ball episodes and playing the card game and playing the games. I'm a Dragon Ball nerd, but just because it was like simple content that I could just do real quick. But work and all that stuff, I don't have time to do all that. But it was just a gaming channel, kid friendly.
I think I got to admit, I still think the best part of Dragon Ball Super is how they've handled Broly.
I like Jiren. The whole world tournament saga.
But I gotta respect how Toriyama. I don't think Toriyama may have ever imagined back when the character was made for the movies that Broly was going to become as popular as he was and like become such an iconic Saiyan character.
Yeah, he was supposed to be like just a movie character.
Yeah, he was a throwaway character they did a couple of movies with, and then when Toriyama actually made him canon like he really did a good justice for the character for everybody that's like loved the character for years.
Yeah, and I saw that in theaters and it was crazy.
Oh yeah, happy birthday, asshole.
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
It's not my birthday till tomorrow.
Oh, the 16th. Oh yeah,
16th.
overnight brain. My bad.
Yeah. We'll start not my birthday tomorrow, and then it will become my birthday at some point through. But
So it'll still not be your birthday when I wake up today. It'll.
Yeah, me too.
I gotta go to midnight.
Huh? Well, I'll probably start at like 8 or 9, and I'll be going through midnight tomorrow.
I mean, your birthday is really not till midnight. Is that correct?
Yeah, midnight.
Yeah,
tonight.
16.
All right.
For some reason, I thought you said it was. I thought it was the 15th because you said you were getting everything for the stream when you woke up, and it was going to start on the 15th. So I'm like, oh, maybe the 15th is his birthday.
No, I'm gonna try to wake up at like 5 or 6 p.m. Well, I think
Oh,
the liquor
yeah.
store. What is it? Tuesday? I think the liquor store closes at 8 or 9. I'm gonna run down to the liquor store, and then run down to Domino's and get some pizza. We already got the greenery. We already got the what was the other thing? Yeah.
Pumpkin, man.
The pumpkin. No, the pumpkin. Oh, I got the cake. Yeah, I got the pumpkin cake. Yeah. It's not really cake. I don't like cake. It's just a pumpkin roll with icing in it.
It's the Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown.
No, I'm gonna get a pumpkin and carve it either next week or the following week. They say you're supposed to carve it like 3 days before Halloween, and that's the 28th, which is a Monday or Tuesday. I'm gonna try to get real personal with this pumpkin. I'm gonna make it mine. We're gonna do Ghost. You ever seen the movie Ghost? On this pumpkin. And I'm gonna carve a Trumpkin mugshot into a pumpkin. Pumpkin carving is Irish.
Josh,
Halloween
I
is a
don't-
Christian holiday.
Josh, it sounds like you're getting really intimately invested in this pumpkin.
Oh yeah. Cake or roll. It's not a cake. It's like a rolled up piece of pumpkin bread with icing in the middle. It's a pumpkin roll. Have you ever seen American Pie? You and your pumpkin. That's right. You gotta leave the seeds in there, baby.
Well, Josh, just so you know, for when you're in public getting this pumpkin, the long stem at the top is not for what you might be thinking it's for.
I'm not gonna sit on the pumpkin. I know I'm gonna forget about this, but I also need some seasoning. I know I'm gonna forget about this and not get it tomorrow, but I'm saying it now. I should write it down in my phone, but I'm not gonna. We'll see if we remember. But I need seasoning for the seeds. I like baking the pumpkin seeds and making some pumpkin seeds, but I need some seasoning other than salt and pepper.
Something you need seasoning for when you're spreading your seeds around there.
Oh no.
Yep. I'm gonna be spreading the seeds all over the baking pan.
Gross. People eat off of baking pans, Josh.
I need a woman to do this. We're taking out.
Damn right.
We're doing tryouts. Have you ever seen American Pie? You and your pumpkin. I already read that. He doesn't like apple.
Right,
He likes pumpkin bottom jeans, boots with the fur.
So, Josh, there's this podcast studio out in Santa Barbara, California, where you can meet women.
Yeah.
I think you should visit the studio with Mr. Director.
Yeah, I hear there's a ranch out there someplace that has bunnies or something.
That's Vegas, right?
Yeah, not too far from you, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm like, it doesn't take that long to get to LA in a car, and then halfway there is Vegas. You could like, it's a good little road trip to go to Salt Lake. Like, I think it's 8 hours to Vegas, and then 8 hours. No, I don't know what I'm saying. I made it to LA in 11 hours one time. It's a nice little spot here in Utah. All right, guys. I'm gonna wrap this up and do a Resident Evil stream at 6 a.m. But I need 45 minutes to run to the gas station, so I'm gonna end this one. I gotta walk my dog and get a little more beer. So
Pleasure as always, JS.
Yep.
Yep.
Thanks for letting me up here, Josh.
Crazy. Have fun. Good talking with you.
Good talking to you, Wicked. Mr. Wally.
You're always welcome. Subscribe to Wally's channel, Wicked Wally. I don't know. Just type it in the chat, Wally. And they can
Maybe I'll actually do something on there one of these nights.
Yeah. Teach me how to
I'm
play
still
Dark
thinking
Souls.
I'm still thinking of that. Maybe I want to try doing a thing where it's like I'll just have an open debate link and I'll debate people while I'm roll dodging in Dark Souls.
It would be good. Just, yeah. If you're accustomed with the game, just have it open and that's what freaking Destiny does and whatever. Play their game. That's why when I started playing video games and people are like, why are you playing games? That's gay. You know, it's a conservative talk show. It's like, this is how you reach the younger people. You got to do a little bit of the stuff they like and, try to keep it clean. And then, I don't know what the hell I'm talking about, guys.
Yeah.
But thanks
it's been a morning. You got a whole other evening of substances ahead of you.
Yeah. It's going to be a long one. So I'll see you guys later. I'll say goodbye to the stream. All right, chat. I'm gonna end this stream right now. I don't have a redirect. Because I want you to come back here in about 45 minutes. Go get some drinkies and get some snackies. I already got the thumbnail made. I got 2 Zins in my chin and I'm looking like a cash register. That sounds like a rap lyric. I think we're gonna finish Resident Evil 7 tonight because it's time to fight Evelyn. We've already made it through the ship. We're back in Mia's perspective on the ship. Like, the final boss fight is coming up, so that's gonna happen tonight. And 6 episodes. That's what I love about Resident Evil. 6 episodes. Boom, game's done. 3 to 5 hours per episode. And then the speed run, we're gonna crush it in 7 hours while we're talking to people. So let's get this done with. Let's kill Evelyn tonight in about 45 minutes. About 6 a.m. I'm gonna end the stream and I will put the new thumbnail up. Watch for the new thumbnail. Go hit like on it when it's up. Evelyn, why are you trying to fight? You will never win. Severing legs, arms, damn, that goes another limb. To the trap door, death is evident. Anyway, I'll see you guys soon at that. Thank you for the super chats and the 2 new memberships. John Barrett's a membership. Are you crazy? Got a gifted membership. And $15 in super chats. And the people who sent the birthday money cash apps. Amanda and who the heck was the other one? Why am I forgetting? Was it Amanda and Are You Crazy? Why is it always so hard to find where they got sent from? Matthew and Amanda, thank you guys for the birthday money. We're going to keep it going. We got Resident Evil, the final chapter, coming up in